Python.
Yeah.
We just went live. So that's how we started with a request not to go live yet. PKA episode 328 with our guest Harley. Kyle?
Several sponsors tonight, of course. Smart Mouth returning again, as well as Squarespace, Blue Apron, Lyft, and Texture. We'll talk about those more as we get on into the show. Got our special guest Harley coming back. Always love having you on. And just before the show started, I was like, what do we want to talk about first? I was like, politics is a little slow right now. I've got this one story of the man being eaten by the python.
You literally, your whole idea of like, all right, what should we start with? And usually we at least get a couple ideas in before someone goes, okay, that's good. We can go with that. Kyle got halfway through suggesting seeing a guy eaten and cut out of a python. And I was like, that's it. That's what we're saying.
We were all on the same team.
If we're not talking about this in 2 hours. Right?
And that was literally 1 minute right before the link came through. Like literally 1 minute before you went live. And so I got the link. I click it open. I'm like, oh, here we go. I skipped right to the middle. Man being eaten by a snake. Always lead with an animal eating a person.
Right?
Yes, animals hurting
That's always
people
what you lead with every time.
It's always good because, well, it depends. If it's just some little girl and she gets snipped by something, it's like, oh, that's not funny. It's still funny, but it's not uproariously funny because she didn't really deserve it. But when it's someone like poking at a reptile or really any animal, I like seeing them
an
get hurt.
antagonizer. That guy who's like messing with the bear and it grabs his blue jean jacket and sucks him in through the cage and he almost loses his life.
Something like 1 in 8 or 1 in 9 Vietnamese adult males have lost a limb from fucking with alligators. You've seen all those videos.
Pre-internet, when animals attack was really awesome. That was like really awesome pre-internet content.
I tried to I've got that nostalgia in me of when animals attack, and maybe our 15 to 20-year-old viewers don't know about this, but it used to be a thing on TV. It was like, oh, when animals attack is coming on, and they had this montage of clips they collected. There was no YouTube or the internet.
That's such a good
now
show.
we have YouTube and the internet. So maybe a month ago, I went online. I was like, let's see if what a modern day when animals attack. I got a minute in and the gore was so heavy. I was like, I don't want to see this. This is animals attack. This is when animals fucking win.
I saw that guy lose to a deer though, and I was like, man, I still think I can take a deer. Everyone says, "What do you don't understand? It's a wild animal." Fuck that. I'm a meat eater. It's a vegan. If you can't kick a vegan's ass, something's wrong with you.
Have you ever hit a butchered animal? Have you ever had a butchered goat or a
get out of here with your logic?
Butchered cow and struck it?
I thought someone was going to say Nick Diaz, which is another problem.
I'm curious because I kind of side with Woody, but I see where Kyle's going. I've never felt or struck a cow in the neck, but I'm curious if Woody's going up against a deer, is this deer's neck so strong that he can't damage it if he got a clean
it's
neck
like
punch?
A linebacker's thigh. It is so hard and muscular. I've hit what I was asking is have you ever hit a butchered animal? Because I've hit like Rocky Balboa style. I've hit sides of beef. I've hit butchered goats. I've hit butchered pigs. Over the years, I've had access to these things because we're burning them or blowing them up or whatever. And it's like shit. I'm gonna punch that dead pig before we burn it, right?
As you do.
And I'm like, oh God, you'd never do that. I was like, maybe an elbow, and I fucking drop an elbow on the pig. And it's like, my elbow. It's like he's dead and he's kicking my ass.
The trick is not to hit the frozen ones. Hit them when they're unfrozen.
He was
No, I think
he was
I just made an assumption for
fun. To the point that you made, it's like hitting a linebacker's thigh.
Yeah.
If that is the case, you got to think the linebacker's thigh, where the thighs meet, is the weak point. So maybe there is a weak point to the deer.
Is where the thighs meet the penis?
Hit a deer.
Do the thighs meet at the testicles? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Thighs.
Just try to kick the deer in the balls. Okay.
Does a deer have an Adam's apple?
I guess.
Think that you
in
underestimate.
all the videos, they get on their hind legs and clap, 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 start hitting
that looks like a dangerous attack.
And those hooves hard as a stone. They're just tink, tink, tink.
Is this a doe or is this a buck that Woody's
It's a buck. He wants to fuck you. Like every scenario I've ever seen, it's where some dumb hunter put the doe urine on himself, and the deer thinks that he's like a doe, and he's all fired up, and he's either angry that he's not a doe, he's half horny, half rage mode. It's the worst thing you could
I was gonna say if the situation is can Woody beat up a doe, I think you're gonna take some licks when it does that thing. But if you can catch a few and slow it down, I think you might be able to at least wound it. A buck, you're fucked.
What?
You're
What
done.
are you wounded? You're just gonna strike it?
No,
yeah,
you're gonna
yeah.
have to.
He's trying to box it. He's trying to box it.
No, all you'd have to what you'd have to do is get it on the
Grapple it,
ground
whatever
and
it
then
takes.
break one of its little legs. Like breaking its little thin legs is the only way you're gonna win that.
I don't know. That seems difficult to me.
I'm telling you.
As a person who knows nothing realistically about the anatomy of these animals, I just don't imagine you can grab their paws, their hooves, and like break it.
You know, the way early man did. That's how our ancestors hunted. They faced off with the deer in the wild and went to the leg and snapped it quickly with our incredibly
Is that what
powerful
you think? You can get in there and grab them and like go sideways, like open it up how it's not meant to be opened.
But at least we have hands.
bow and arrow.
I'm thinking neck punch, fist down throat, eye pokes, weaknesses.
These are claws, and we are alpha predators. And you're not giving us the credit we deserve. Need something with hooves that's a badass.
Oh man, a moose would fuck you up.
Like a miniature goat. A mini goat.
A mini goat? I like my odds against a mini goat.
Absolutely. You could punt a mini goat and like rupture its liver or something like that. But you deal with a cow. And this doesn't, I'm not talking about like running of the bulls. We're in Pamplona or something. Like, no. This is just a cow you'd see on the side of the road in South Carolina. If that thing, like a 300-pound little calf, like a 7-month-old thing, oh, that thing will whip your ass.
That thing will whip your ass because it's so low with its center of gravity.
Fight it, like be silly. And if you ever face, like I've punched a big cow in the head to try to make it move. It was like being stubborn, and we're in close quarters. I mean, they can't get to me, and I'm just fuck you. And I popped it in the head. It was the worst.
I feel like I.
Wall. The cat didn't even feel it. It just hurt me really bad.
Okay.
Have you ever been attacked by a cat, just like a regular little house cat, where it decides for some reason that like I'm fucking this guy up, and it runs up your leg, and it gives you some pitter pattering, and with every little pop of those little cat paws, it's like the only reason I'm not getting fucked up and maybe losing an eye from this little bitch right now is because it got taken to a vet and declawed. That's what the animal world is.
18-second video. We have to watch human versus cow. I don't want to change topics. I want to talk about this cow thing.
Yeah, let's do cow. We got to get to the man being eaten, but I'm glad you linked this because I've seen this shit go down in real life, and this is what fucking happens when you mess with a cow.
All right, you guys ready?
Let's watch this one together. 17
Ready,
seconds.
set, play.
Oh, you don't touch the baby calf.
All I'm seeing is an animal with no real offense.
The only thing, you can't fall down.
Yes.
You can't fall down. Not even against the mini goat. Even against the mini goat, you can't fall down.
Really? I feel like I could grab it by a little mini horn and flip it like Bam Bam.
Can you do that if you fall down? If it trips you up, if you try and grab it and it's really quick and it scurries between your legs and you fall over, like, that's where you don't want to be.
You don't want to be there, I'll agree. I just
and a lot of what helps, like fighting a person, Woody, like what you do have experience with, is that you're fighting a rational mind. When you punch with your right arm, you have a 1,000% certitude that person is going to back away from that punch in how every other person does, and then probably respond with their own punch. Exactly. When you're coming after a deer, just a fucking deer. We're not talking about a cow, just a deer. Maybe you get real close and it stutters off, and I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous at this big bipedal ape walking towards me. Then maybe it makes no visual cues because it's a fucking deer, and you walk a little closer to it, and then it decides to go bananas and jump at you and start clawing and start poking, and it catches you in the mouth, maybe catches you in the eye. Like I'm really coming around to Kyle's side.
I really feel like
gonna fuck you
the
up.
wild animal respect mythos has gone too far, in my opinion.
No.
I really feel like people are saying, look, Woody, a rabbit would fuck you up. You don't understand. It's a wild animal. They have claws. They have this and that.
Rabbit.
Dude, I could grab a lop-eared rabbit by the ears and hold it even when it's alive. They got that loose skin on the back of their shoulders.
Yeah, but now you're moving the goalpost.
I have moved the goalpost, but I feel like people have.
Funny's like stomp out, bro.
They've just gone too far with the respect. Where now all of a sudden like these like grass-eating, grazing animals can't be taken out by the biggest predator the planet's seen.
No, I would say it's the question isn't under the circumstances of the standard behavior. Like if you're fighting a rabbit, this rabbit wants you dead. That's
I've done
and
that.
I think you would kill the rabbit in a millisecond. Even the strongest rabbit in the world it'll take you under 10 minutes to have it completely killed, I think.
I like,
But what I would
assuming
say
I can catch it.
An important thing to remember is like I believe like 90% of the animals out there, we're better off like winning that battle by like screaming and like dancing and moving scary. Like if you do that, you could beat a grizzly bear. But if you walk up to the grizzly bear and punch it in the face, that's when it's going to be like, wait, you have
heard
no
it
power.
all. I thought you were some sort of magician or warlock. I thought
Exactly.
Send me into another plane of existence, but that's fucking.
I've gone up against a regular bear, and it's on YouTube. It was a brown bear, and we were hiking in Yosemite, and this guy, what the fuck was his name? It was Dan's friend. Anyway, he was filming the whole thing, and it wasn't like it was me mano a mano against a bear, but there were like 5 people or so saying, "Go bear, scat bear, run bear, bad bear, don't steal that picnic basket," and and the bear, like, I think it actually maybe did steal some potato chips or something, but it like got a grip or something, and then it scurried off, scared. It was like a giant raccoon.
Yeah,
that's like. When you describe human beings as predators, it's not really fair. Like, we're only predators and on top because we conquered the whole planet and we took all of the environment, nature, and made it our thing. Now there are Whole Foods in nature. Now there are Walmarts and restaurants and concrete and like.
But
so
wait,
we dominate a world that's not. Wait. We dominate a world that's like totally artificial. Like when we were on the plains of the Serengeti or wherever we fucking were, like we were not beating shit up. We were running dozens of miles to catch deer because we couldn't beat them in fights. That's what we were doing. We were running down with spears and hopefully big cats don't see us. So like it was only when we got engines and Atlatls and shit that we started turning it around.
Animals
we were a losing franchise. For
all right. Come on. Give someone else a chance. Animals that get eaten have eyes on their sides, right? Animals that eat people have eyes in front. We're looking for shit. Those other people are looking not to get, to get eaten. And we have claws on our hands, right? These aren't hooves. These aren't like vegan instruments here.
How effective would you say they are? What's the most impressive thing you've ever done with your claws?
I can do lots of awesome shit. I can unlock doors.
Literally to cleaning yourself.
I mean, because a grizzly bear, it can use its claws to tear the door off a car.
I can wipe my butt, a feat that most of nature would be really impressed with.
With your nails? Does it get all under them? Oh, that's the best part, though, cleaning it out later.
I've never done that.
Car keys.
Wait, Woody, has there ever been a jar that your apex predator claws couldn't open?
Probably, although I can't think of it right now.
I just imagine going up.
We are predators. We are hunters.
Yeah.
I mean, we just made up for the whole claw thing by making tools.
Like when a horse sees us, they say, "Oh shit!" Like that thing's built like one of those animal eaters. It's got claws, it's got eyes on the front, and like that's how we are.
Maybe they're just like, oh my god. Every old horse I know talks about their uncle who died when it got ridden off into a horrible, loud area and they never come back. I don't know.
I feel like every animal is scared of humans, and from what I heard, we're really smelly. Like every animal smells us coming from a very far distance away, and apparently we're like, no animals care to associate with us. This goes back. Like
we're traitors.
You don't want this big, stinky, weird, like slimy ape. This like bag of flesh. Walking
hair
around.
fell out. There's got to be something wrong.
So
with
would
it.
that make dogs like the Uncle
humans
Toms
have been loud since the beginning. You know that.
Would dogs be like the Uncle Toms, like the house servants of the animal kingdom?
They absolutely are. Yes,
and they're having the best life out of any animal because of that.
Yeah,
I think if you think about humans, like our bodies and our abilities, like everything, like even the goofiest dogs can pull off some maneuvers that would just be difficult for athletic humans, comparable to the size. We've never been like slick. I can't imagine when we were good hunters, like most of us were probably like really shitty. And that's why we're like, we have to think up a way to do this. So we start throwing things and stuff like that, or just like, I guess we'll just follow it for 4 days until it gets tired.
How many animals on the Serengeti or wherever do you think humans went one-on-one against before they go, oh my God, we're running out of fucking people. And this is early on, guys. Like, we got to pick the weakest looking thing. And honestly, guys, don't shoot it down right away. How about we just chase it till it gets tired and then get it? Okay, all right, let's try that. And that's what we ended up doing, because you know that the biggest, strongest guy tried to take down a big cat. And then he tried to take down a small cat. And then a couple people together tried to take down a small cat, and they kept coming back with the dead guy. Like, it's just, it doesn't work. Like,
we got food.
That's
we
not
got
true
food.
either. Now,
It's
there
your
are African
nephew.
tribes where, like, a right of
eat
becoming
up.
a man is to kill a lion. Like, did you ever see
That's
The Ghost in the
so-
Darkness? No, they fucking kill a lion with one man, one lion, one spear. They
What's
do
that?
Well,
The
then no
goat-
wonder it's still a tiny tribe.
What is
Not a
that?
lot of men.
Tell me about that one-hit lion killer.
There was that scene in The Ghost in the Darkness where which is a true story about the lions of Savo, that happened in like the early 1900s or something. The British are trying to build this bridge, and there are two man-eating lions that are eating the workers that are working on the railroad. This is a true story. Those lions are right now in like the Museum of National History stuffed. You can go look at them. They killed hundreds of people before it was all said and done, before they finally killed these lions. And in the film, which kind of butters the story up just a little bit, as if it weren't fantastic enough, like they asked this native African guy, he's like, I killed a lion once, and he's got the claws like on a necklace, and the guy's like, how many shots did it take you? And he's like, I use my hands. It's like, oh, that's fucking hardcore. But yeah, watch The Ghost in the Darkness with Val Kilmer. That's a good movie.
No, he kills the lion. You told me. I don't need to see it now.
We already know who wins.
The humans always win in these animal battles. Like, but see, Woody, you're removing yourself.
War of
Like,
the Planet of the Apes. I don't know.
Planet of the Apes is up in
I'm
the
not
air.
even rooting for the humans anymore.
No, those
No.
apes are.
I'm not rooting for apes. For a chimpanzee, they're the meanest
you
human
might.
on earth can't touch a casual chimpanzee's maliciousness. Like, if you put Hitler in the same room as a couple of chimps and you just like let him watch him, he'd be like, "Oh, that is a little fucked up, no? He might need a couple of those fingers, you know. Guess not. All right, I'll be in the corner, you know, like, whatever you'd be doing. Like that. Like, animals are brutal. That's what's so scary about them, is they have no, like, even someone who's tanked drunk at a bar and who gets in a fight might be like, well, I'm gonna take this bottle. Nah, I'm not gonna go to jail for this. Like, no, there's no animal thinks about that. They don't think, oh, maybe I won't go whole hog against this guy's face with my little hooves.
Yeah, no, it's because like monkeys and chimpanzees, they have the ability to be like, oh my God, I could do damage with that thing right there and pick it up, but not have the next step of contemplation to be like, but after, it's gonna be a really bad idea. So he knows how to use it. He just doesn't really think of the
they have no
consequences
foresight.
of it. But like, and that's another thing. Like, I remember I was like a couple years ago. I was like, oh, I want a chimpanzee. That would be cool to have. Maybe I can get a chimp. And like looking it up and very quickly getting into like these intense attacks and stuff like that. And looking, I'm just being like, this is a really bad thing to get.
I did that same thing after our dog
Attack.
died.
These are their weapons. This and like this mouth with like worse teeth, and like to just imagine this really strong killing. Like, it sucks. It's not sharp. It's not clean. It's really, really brutal.
After
he's
my dog died,
scratching and
Kyle was
tearing
like,
you
Woody,
apart.
you should get a wolf. And I was
Yeah.
like, you know what, Kyle? You make a strong point. I should totally have a wolf as a pet. And I started looking into other people who had wolves as pets. And Kyle was giving me some really bad advice there.
I remember feeling like a fucking madman at the time, because for 2 episodes straight, you guys were genuinely on the wolf boat. Of, no, I'm gonna get a wolf. I'm gonna get a wolf. And I
Why
was
not?
like, no, you have children, Woody. You have children. And when Hope comes back and she's 25, that's still a child to that wolf. Like, it doesn't care.
It turns out
They're
that
so big.
They're really big, but the bigger thing is they're timid and they never really become part of the family. They're always looking at you cross-eyed. They don't give you what dogs give you, which is like, you know, a canine member of the family. They just
They're skeptical.
they're skeptical, they're timid, they're scared.
Dogs think they're people. Wolves know that they're fucking wolves.
Yeah, and I guess it sounded to me like they had sort of a fear aggression that would be really bad in a dog, but just multiply that by 10 and put it in a wolf, and now you've got your
The one
pet.
that I saw, it was really good friends with the pig, the big wild boar that they also had as a pet. And so we went out riding and we saw a rabbit, and I fucking shot the rabbit with a suppressed pistol and to feed the wolf. He was like, oh, shoot the rabbit, we'll feed it to the wolf. I was like, shoot the rabbit, take it back to the wolf. And, you know, it's a big Texas rabbit. It's a foot long, maybe.
What happens to the
It's-
bullet? Do you get it out? Does it go right through?
That's a 45. I mean, it went on through the rabbit and into the ground. And even if it didn't, the wolf don't care. So the wolf, we throw it to the wolf, and him and the pig each have an end of the rabbit, and they're pulling the rabbit back and forth. And it's not a mean sort of thing like two bulldogs that are growling. It's more like they both just want half this rabbit, and this is how you get a rabbit in half. And finally, it was just, and they both just went their separate ways with their halves of the rabbit and ate it in their own way. The pig was pretty gross about it. He was kind of like grinding it up, and but the wolf was just lump, and it was gone. But
yeah, I know. I've met a guy a couple times who also has a pet wolf, and he lives in basically in the woods, and your neighbors are a couple kilometers away, a mile, 2 miles away from one another, and it's just like thick woods with like a very like random highway just connecting them, and he said whenever he would go to his friend's house, and it's true, like the wolf was never part of the family, like it never went into the house to stay, like it slept outside by choice, like it preferred to be outside lurking around all of like the cabins. He has like all these cabins,
just lurking,
prowling,
rather than being inside. And if it went inside, it was always like at the doorway, but it was his, and like he went out and he would like pet it and stuff like that. On like really cold nights, it would like come in. But when he went to his friend's house, when he would get there, like shortly after, the wolf would show up. So like he would go and get into his car, and he would drive about like 10 minutes to his buddies, and about like 45 minutes after getting there, the wolf's there, she would just make her way to him. Like she's just like out there, and it's like you're talking like a dog times 100. It just goes out there, and it's like this way, and just starts going. And he has like a couple friends nearby, and like the wolf would follow him and then make its way back, and it was always back there. And one time he brought it to a dog run, where like like you go to the park, the dog park, and all these dogs are running around. And he brought her, and when he was going in, there was two dogs, like a Rottweiler and a pit bull, that were just running around, like being really playful, but knowing that they're the alphas. They're like rolling over the other dogs and stuff. People are pulling their dogs out. Other big dogs are just like like, whoa, relax, guys, like like in the corner and stuff like that. And these two dogs are just killing it. And when he brought the wolf over, she does look like a big husky. She didn't look like a wolf until he told me. He's like, it's a wolf. She's a small wolf.
Could it have been a hybrid?
I was like, what's that?
Could it have been a hybrid? They do that a lot.
It may have been. It may have been. And that actually might be what it was. But it just looked like a big ass husky, but it looked like a dog. And these dogs are like running around, and he brought the dog in, and the guy who owns the dogs were like, oh, watch it, they're really wild. And he was like, oh, she doesn't really play much, she'll just ignore him. He's like, well, I don't know if they could ignore him. And he brought the dog in, and the wolf in, and these two dogs came running up to it and went like right up to it, like full speed, like where they just want to run and like, I don't know, smell your butt and stuff, but they're gonna smash into you and just be like really overly aggressive. And as soon as they came into proximity, she barked, and like it was like a howl bark. Like it's like wolves don't bark. It's not something you do. It's like a defense mechanism. Like it's like it lets people know, like, I'm not fucking playing your shit. And this is like, it's literally like a demonstration of power level. It's like charging your chi in Dragon Ball. Everyone's like, oh shit. And like, you just get a reading on it. And apparently like one of the dogs froze, and the other dog completely tipped over because this, like a wolf's bark, like this hybrid wolf, it was so strong. It's like 100 times louder than a dog's bark. It's just like, it's a completely different animal. It's a wild animal. And anyways, these two dogs just got fucked up by the wolf bark.
Jeez. All right, let's watch this guy get eaten by the goddamn snake.
Okay, all right. Where do we want to start it?
I honestly don't know. This is let's see.
Could this asshole not have filmed this with half of every shot this dude's shoulder?
Are you playing it? All right, I'm at 0.
I was skipping. I'm skipping around
looking for a good place to start. I think we start at like a minute 25. That's a pretty good place.
Minute 25.
Yeah, because they're about to start cutting.
All right.
Yeah, and we can talk over this one.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, for sure. This is all in Indonesian. Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready, set, play. All right, so the volume is off because they're not speaking in English.
Yeah, you'll never see a video where they cut a man out of a snake and they're all like, "Oh my God, is that Brent?" Yeah, it is. Oh, bro, that's Brent in there. Like that's. You'll hear, "Oh my God, and there's a couple guys in the background even like chuckling about this. Like, who's laughing? There are people in this video like chuckling, like, "Oh, that's what happens when you drink and hang out in the swamp." It's this guy. You can see his leg at the bottom. Oh, they're about to start like splitting it open with a machete.
Does this not remind you guys of that website way back in the day where you could see? I saw a guy was like, I swear they cut a guy out of an alligator in an old internet picture.
Dude, so I did this paramotor race last weekend. And there was like a real chance that people were going to land in alligator-infested swamps. Like I had to attach flotation and stuff to my paramotor to make it safer. And then there was this big debate, like, oh, the alligators, they're more scared of you than you are of them. Really watch out for the pythons. The pythons are the problem. And then
look at this guy. Like
that's what it is. It was like, don't worry about the alligators. You should be worried about the pythons.
Yeah, as if that made me feel better.
Yeah, I would be like, no, I'm fully entitled to be worried about both of those.
I'm on your team. Yep.
So this giant group of people wearing their 2016 Pittsburgh Steelers Super Bowl champs shirts are standing around slicing a snake open vertically. This thing is enormous, like as girthy as a human body now, because there's a human body in there, and they're starting to cut it, and it's exactly like what it would look like in a movie. Like, I don't know what I thought it would look like.
It looks like a rapper fell asleep in his snakeskin sleeping bag. And
yeah, that's what it looks like right now.
Waking him up very carefully.
Why is he a rapper in this scenario?
Because who else has a snakeskin sleeping bag?
Okay.
It's either that or Steve Irwin.
You know what? I saw they sold Tauntaun sleeping bags, and I thought that was the coolest thing.
This is the coolest thing.
Did this snake die eating this man?
I think they killed it and to recover their friend. I think it was okay. You know, I don't think eating a man hurt this snake.
Wait, no, but when they recovered their friend, like they mean like recover their friend.
Oh, he's dead. I mean, that's his butt right there.
He's absolutely very dead.
He's very dead.
He was dead before he got swallowed, probably.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah. They
or just paralyzed.
Yeah, they constrict you and they suffocate you to death. You can't.
Oh, that's what it is. This is like a suffocation swallow.
Yeah. It doesn't have any venom. It's got like they have teeth, but they're like long and kind of curved backwards for like grabbing and pulling. Like it doesn't have any venom that I know of.
I bet all of his ribs are broken. I bet he's got internal bleeding just from being crushed and suffocated beforehand.
I was so intact, man. Like it's a little creepy.
Yeah. They can't chew. They have to eat it like that. Like it's not like you'll find it in pieces ever.
I would imagine that it was going to digest him over the period of months. You know, like this was not
its winter
Friday's meal. This was the summer meal, or this might have been.
Yeah, but I feel like if it's like, I feel like it's probably really strong. I mean, I don't think you think that would take months. How long does it take them to digest? Like I've seen them eat shit like deer sized before. No,
I think they don't
it
eat
takes
that
them a long
often.
time.
I was going to say weeks, but I think they don't eat that often. Like once a month you feed
back so that you can see like the guy's his thighs, his legs, his butt, his back up to like maybe the bottom of his shoulders, and then that's it. And it is gruesome. That's the end of the video there.
Yeah, that would have been its food for like a month. Like that's the benefit. One of the few benefits, I guess, of being cold-blooded is you don't have to spend all those calories on regulating your body temperature, so you can just make a meal last
I would
forever.
Consider that a disadvantage. You know how fat I'd be if I didn't have to regulate my body temperature?
Yeah, but you'd have one, like, there would be, every restaurant would be out of business.
Did you see the following video that was like recommended? It says human protects pregnant cow from giant anaconda.
I'm all over it right now.
Link it to me. I didn't get that.
Crazy. Let me link everybody. It's a 10-minute video, so we'll need to find our spot. But this man is literally defending this cow with like an axe or something, like a mattock or like a gardening implement with a blade or something.
All right, yeah, let's find a moment here.
But just this cow got like caught up in the swamp. Like I don't know how it got in there.
That doesn't seem too crazy to me.
Skip to 2 minutes.
I've seen this.
Skip to 2 minutes and you'll see some fucking science fiction looking shit. Because you see the cow wrapped up, and then you see the things like head and how fucking big.
2 minutes. You guys ready to play?
Yeah. I'm all set at 2.
Ready, set, play. Exposure, cameraman, exposure.
So this snake is already all the way wrapped around. It's the cow here.
Big that head is. It looks like it's like this.
Yeah, I agree.
And that thing is just a giant tendril of muscle.
Yeah.
Like there's not anything on that. It's just an enormous bicep is what that thing is.
Oh, the cow's gone.
They got it off the cow here. Okay.
What are you pulling on its tail for, you jackass?
That's what I was wondering. Like at this point, once you got the thing free, like why do you want to pull that snake?
This is when I like seeing people hurt by animals. Is because what did you think would fucking happen or could happen when you picked a fight with a 20-foot long, 500-pound?
Dude, I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're taking it with them. I skipped ahead.
Kill it.
They're taking it. All of the people get an arm under this motherfucker and they take it. All of them. They're all smiling and laughing while they carry it fucking away, presumably to eat.
This is. I mean,
again, you don't need volume.
Well, then that's fair and square. That's fair and square.
Take it back home and cook him up.
And humans win.
Yes.
Look at us. Look at us.
You see, if it wasn't for this video, you would have
We're so dominant that some of us are there taking pictures.
All of you would have said, Woody,
like this?
You dramatically underestimate how powerful this python is. Humans have no weapons. We're just worthless little, I don't know, savannah slugs.
Well, you're not talking about a fair fight,
this
right?
thing, like once upon a time, this was like an epic victory for a small village. The snake that terrorized them for so long. Now it's like, oh, snake out back. Honey, grab the camera. Grab the kids. Pick it up. We're just walking its ass back inside where we're going to throw it in our microwave.
If you're going to pit man against beast, you got to play fair. Now you're saying, oh, look at this. There's people taking pictures while they whip that anaconda's ass. But the people who are doing the whipping are in a group using teamwork and weapons.
But teamwork and weapons, because the brain is a weapon. So that means how do you feel? You versus like a tiger, but you're both naked and you both have no teeth and no claws.
Oh my God, that tiger
You strip all weapons.
Wait, he has no teeth and no claws?
Yeah, like how long do you last with that tiger?
Pretty long.
Not even a minute.
What's he going to do?
He's going to gum you till you suffocate.
Pounds. It hits you in the face. You're toast. But you might just be quicker to grasp the no claws thing faster than the tiger. So it might just have these big goofy paws swinging at you.
I will admit a tire is quite the badass.
Gloves.
Here, how about this? And also, those goofy things that people have where it's like a Wolverine spike where you hold on to it, like the 3 things coming out. Give that to the human, and it still dies in under a minute because that giant tiger paw. First of all, it's faster than any human. It's faster than any human has ever been. Like it's coming at you at the speed with that slap that no human can react to. Like Conor McGregor would still be throwing monster cans at him. Or that's Scottish,
but you know what? Like here's the thing. There's always like where we are now. There's like a tactical precedence that's occurred to like that if we were to whichever human was going into this battle trained for this battle, which a tiger would not be able to do, we would be able to strategize. Like, yeah, they could swing faster for sure, but there's got to be some strategy or protection against that to use it against the tiger. Like the thing is in that fight, like we could study the tiger. I mean, you throw a human loose in there with a tiger loose in there, tiger's got bigger claws and the primal instinct, it'll win. But if you give like a human like 6 months of planning and we let 1,000 humans one by one fight 1,000 tigers, how often do we win in that?
Most of the time, because we don't play fair. We make like a tiger pit.
No,
we make a snare, or we make a trap. And
it's 1v1, 1v1,
in
and
the octagon.
You get the tiger claws, but you can train for a year. You get to train for a year.
It'll never. Well, if you don't get weapons or the access to like construct them, then you're just gonna die every time. Because even
the claws. You get those claws.
The claws, huh?
That's
well,
it.
Then you've got to be a real impressive human being. You got to be like one of these like UFC guys who's going to come in there with some serious abilities.
Let me jump in. I feel like I've got Wolverine claws, right? Which is basically just knives that you hold funny. Yeah. So I have knives, and the tiger now has no teeth and no claws.
Yeah.
We've really taken away his offense on this thing.
I don't think so.
I really
think
if I
said
outweighs
Kyle you by 800 or 900 pounds. He's 10 or 12 feet long.
You're
assuming the tiger knows to pounce on him weight first, only weight, win by weight. It might gnaw at him with like gummy mouth. Is that mouth strong enough, just gums, to like bite off Woody's arm.
I think so.
No. It's not. Well, hold on. It's not strong enough to bite off his arm without gums, I wouldn't think. But what a tiger does first, because it's a big cat, is it's going to get its big, gummy, but still enormously powerful mouth on the back of Woody's neck, and he's going to break your neck in half a second. Like a tiger's mouth with no teeth is still going to break your neck with ease and then drag you away. It's so much stronger than us.
A tiger podcast out there where they're like, dude, it doesn't matter what you do. The human just gets its knife into your belly and you're so fucked. There's no defense. They put the knife into your belly, your chest, your neck. They've got knives on them and you're completely defenseless. I tried biting their neck and then he just reached around. Those arms go in tons of different directions. They're not like tiger arms. They're flexible and they have all these joints and stuff. You can't fuck with humans with knives.
So true. A tiger would look at us and be like, "Oh my God, their arms are weird. Look how weird."
Yeah.
You know what they would notice also is they'd go, what's that weird thing they do when you get your gummy mouth and you bite their neck or hands? Like they scream. They scream so loud. That's weird. Terry, my tiger co-host, what do you do when you're grievously wounded? Well, I just get furious. I just get furious and stronger and angry because my IQ is 21 and I don't understand my surroundings and it's confusing to me. And you have so much more insight and intelligence as a human that it will come back around to bite you because you will be as prepared as you think you are until you see Gums McGillicuddy coming over the top of that hill and you go, oh, this got real. That's a tiger. No, that's way bigger. That's way bigger. Like, that's the size of a Porsche.
And they're not as big as Kyle said they are. This tiger weigh about 400 pounds.
I thought those things.
So I looked it up. Bigger. A male tiger.
A tiger could be like 700 pounds. No.
Let me go.
Yeah.
A male tiger weighs 220 to 675. Right. So 220 to 675. A female tiger weighs 200 to 368. Now I feel like if we're putting me in there as a slightly above average sized dude. You know, I'm not Harley, but I'm whatever 6 foot. That's just above average, I think. So it should be above average too, around 400, 450.
400, but the thing is this is 400 pounds the way a UFC fighter carries it. 400 pounds of purpose. Every ounce of that muscle is made for something. You know.
What are you suggesting, Taylor?
Well, to also be fair, tigers at that size are rarely fed enough to maintain the amount of calories they require to operate on a daily basis, so they're usually pretty hungry and starved.
They can eat 60 to 70 pounds of meat in one sitting.
Well,
we're talking about if it's a male, right? 490 pounds and 10 feet long of cat.
It's
I've
true.
heard people
Cat
talk
also.
About, have you ever dealt with a house cat that was unruly? I remember when I was a kid, we had a cat called Hercules. Hercules probably weighed about 12 pounds. And he was a real problem. He just scratched people, and he was aggressive. He had to go. We got to catch Hercules, and he's just got to fucking go. We're not kill Hercules, but he can't be around here anymore.
I did that with a rabbit. Same problem.
I have to capture this thing in the laundry room, and I've got a laundry basket upside down, and just finally put it over him. He's going so ape shit and wild in there. But he'll bite something and then start spinning his whole body in like a death roll and just ferocious animal, and you're literally multiplying that by 50 or whatever to make him 500 pounds.
I had an unruly rabbit.
No chance.
It was the same thing. So we kept the rabbit in a cage.
Rabbit.
Yeah, and the rabbit was it was a bad rabbit, and then we got dogs, and it became a terrible rabbit because all the dogs wanted to do was look at the rabbit constantly, and I guess he became terrified, and we were young and we were stupid, and that about explains a lot of things we did at the time. So. The rabbit, I think we were cleaning its cage and it attacked me just one too many fucking times,
Could you describe a rabbit attack? Because
yeah, so rabbits have almost tiger-like claws. They're long, but they don't retract.
4 inches, right?
Yeah, and the teeth on them are like beaver teeth almost. They're long and they
never stop growing. You know why the rabbit's teeth are sort of a reddish color, just like the beaver's? It's because of the iron in their teeth. It forms like an iron oxide color. It's because their teeth actually have iron in them.
So they bite and they scratch, and like a cat, it seems like they can scratch you almost regardless of how you hold them. They manage to twist and flip and get a claw on you. And I was trying to remove it from its cage to clean it. It just went bonkers on me, and I had enough of it. And eventually I handled it roughly. I grabbed it by the flappy skin on behind its shoulders, and then I cupped its hiney and sort of just pointed all its weapons away, and I took it outside and I put it in. We lived in this townhouse, so there was like a
In the trash.
There was like a quad in front, like an open area where kids would play and stuff. So I put the rabbit there and like prayed for a hawk, right? And then like 30, 40 minutes goes by, and the rabbit is waiting for me to let it back in, and I'm like, no, you are not my rabbit anymore. So I took it a little further into the woods. And that's really where the story ends. I don't know what happened next, but I have an idea.
So
I think
that rabbit was killed quickly.
Not quick enough.
It was like, I overplayed my hand back there.
Yep. Yeah.
Watch this timestamp. You only need like 8 seconds of it. I think this is a depiction of what could happen in a man versus rabbit scenario.
Interesting. This is Monty Python. All right.
They know their biology.
It's based on a true story.
Ready, set, play. Oh, wait, I have the volume.
Up his head off. Right, silly little bleeder. One rabbit suit coming right up. Look.
That's it. Jesus Christ.
Again. I warned you.
One hit.
Did you listen to me?
That's about how it went. Yeah.
Sort of like that. And if you don't have a whole hand in your hand, what are you going to do?
But having said that, when I decided to win the fight was over. The rabbit was only scratching and getting the best of me when I had its best interests in mind. As soon as I put my interests in the forefront, that rabbit was scooped up, held by the bottom, and tossed outside like a
rabbit.
Like
But
a
real
rabbit.
quick, but imagine, if you will, that rabbit, but it's 500 pounds of muscle, and it's a predator. And it's very stealthy with enormous claws, and it can climb quickly, and it's so fast it can just clip your neck with its gummy orange no teeth.
Watch that video of the man literally being killed. Like there's that video, the man is sitting on his butt in the tiger enclosure. The tiger walks up to him like, "Hey, what are you, man?" And like it plays with him for like a second, and the guy like kicks at him, and he's like, "Oh, you don't play nice." And he bites the guy by the neck and carries him off. And as soon as he bites him, those teeth going into his jugular and like maybe breaking his neck, I don't know. It seems like the life leaves his body as soon as he's bitten, and then he's carried away like like have you ever seen a cat carry a dead mouse or lizard? It's just like
it's apparently a 1200 psi, I think, a tiger bite.
He carried
What is
a
a
human
human
like I
bite?
carry groceries. But the thing is, I've never argued that I could beat a 500-pound rabbit or a tiger or anything like that. I say, you know what? I think you're giving deers too much respect. Or, hey, I think a toothless, clawless tiger is getting too much respect. Not real. Like, I didn't say I could beat a 500-pound rabbit.
I've invited you to come along on the boar hunt. I more than anything, I want to go on the boar hunt with the dogs, with the Kevlar vests, get some Kevlar chaps on, and get a lance.
I'm down for that.
Lance.
Chaps just cover
Like-
the front, right?
Yeah. Oh, you
Yeah.
assless.
I'll make some
And they
friends.
don't mind. They're into that. With the boots and the chaps, like everybody dresses that way.
I love
seriously,
this. Now Kyle's trying to convince me that it'll be all right. Oh, yeah, everyone dresses in assless
Well,
chaps.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's boar hunting
hot.
standard procedure.
Everybody's sunscreen, bottoms. You want to go over to Larry, ask him to do yours. He loves it.
Do you ever look at like stupid lists online of animals? Like I'm looking at the top 10 which animals have the strongest bite, and like do you ever look at fictional lists? And like I was scrolling through looking for the tiger, just being like 4, 5, no, it can't be not on here. And then like you get upset at fictional lists for not including your favorite animals higher. Like that's what they were doing. Apparently, alligators and crocodiles dominate this bite shit.
And hippopotamus.
And it's not even
Hippopotamus, no?
and the hippo is up there. Jaguar, bull shark, gorilla,
Hippopotamus. Oh, jaguar. That's interesting.
polar bear.
Hippopotamus
grizzly
is
bear.
apparently like one of the most vicious animals on the entire planet.
Kills more people in
They
Africa
are.
than any other animal. My friend.
Yeah,
keeps-
apparently it's just like the most unapproachable animal
Yeah.
on the entire planet.
Back when Steve Irwin was alive, the crocodile hunter, this guy used to swim with crocodiles and alligators all the time. He would wrestle with them in water, and he was like cool with that. And then he was like,
Some would say he was reckless.
he was like 200 feet from hippos.
happened to him?
Scared to death.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
He
didn't-
wouldn't do hippos.
He wanted
You're
no
right.
part of hippos. I saw him with hippos, and he was scared of hippos from a long way away.
Well,
Hippos are one of those
Did you see
animals
that?
that, like, if you touch it,
Hippo
you know
chase
it
a boat?
feels as hard as a rock, I bet.
they're fast also.
Yes.
I saw that hippo chase that boat, and it looked like it had a goddamn propeller on it with a 50 horsepower motor.
It's
That
nuts.
You think of hippos as these big, fat, like chunks of blubber almost.
You think of hungry hippos. Everyone does.
It moved so fast through that water that the water was like parting in front of it and creating a wake.
No one fucks with hippos except for that bird.
I think I have the video. I'm not positive. Let's give it a try.
And do you know how they do this? So they're not actually swimming. They are running on the bottom of the lake bed. Right. So that when they're doing that, they're sprinting.
Cue up at 0. Ready, set, play.
That's a hippo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
it's charging.
Look at it.
Yeah, it's running on the bottom of
running
this lake.
Underwater is so much crazier than swimming underwater.
Look at this. He's closer than you think.
Oh shit! Mother Nature.
Oh. And like that thing looks so fat, but like that's one of those fat that like if you touched it, I bet that it feels like you're touching a pickup truck. It's so hard and solid. Like you watch them getting mounted by lions who are like all the female lionesses are trying to bite on their back and bite different areas. And those things, like honestly, you have to wonder if those are just really supremely stupid animals because they don't even seem to concern themselves with other predators. Like it's not even a thought.
Which one?
Hippos.
The hippo.
I'm trying to find the one of the hippo getting bit by the lion.
The lions on them and
but lions usually attack out of desperation. Like lions, when they attack, they're like if a lion's attacking a hippo, they are extremely hungry.
What if it's a baby hippo? You ever see
now
on Reddit they've got the baby hippo subreddit and they're so fucking cute. Baby hippos are super cute, but the giant ones are how
They're
big
mean.
do hippos get? Like there's a lot of those animals that like just read a number. Like we were talking about tigers earlier. We said 500 pounds. I can't picture that. I really can't. I can't fathom 500 pounds. Like I've never lifted that much. I have no idea what it is.
Two of me.
Fractions of that. Yeah, two of
a male hippopotamus weighs up to 4,000 pounds.
Yeah. See that is.
That's not a thing that
and it can run
20
miles.
4,000 pounds.
It can run 20. It can run 20 miles an hour.
Duct them all together, like that's outrageous.
It's actually almost like 200 times bigger than me.
Yeah. That's not
No, that's not the math.
20 times.
20 times.
Yeah.
20
It's
times.
okay, Harley. I've done some bad math lately.
Hey, I'm taking in this footage here of these lions attacking this hippo at the same time.
His
You know,
body
if you're
ends at the
doing
belly
that,
button.
they're really hungry.
Oh yeah, like that's not the first choice of snack. They don't go, "What do you want,
like
kids?"
the last choice.
Hippo.
It's also weird that the male's there with them.
Yeah, because
It's
it
like
must
this
be
hippo
real-
wandered into their camp.
We've done almost an hour on fighting animals. Should we stick with
Oh,
it?
not just on fighting animals, on the animal kingdom at large, and the beauty that it possesses.
My bad.
The majesty
No,
of
you're
nature.
good. You're good.
Oh no, I love it. This is perfect. Yeah. I don't think anybody's. There's nobody going. God damn! I wish they'd talk about hockey in Asia, man.
Oh fuck you! But you know what? The fact that we're on Animal Talk, I love talking about animals and shit.
Yeah, I love animals.
And all the nonsense you see
Oh,
online.
we have
like,
issues in my house with animals. I haven't told anyone, I don't think. So we have
Rats.
we have 3 dogs, and 2 of them are Great Danes, and one of them is this yellow lab mix. The yellow lab mix has always been like scared of everything, but not really aggressive. And I don't know what it is, if he's getting senile or something, but the lab has been ramping up his aggressiveness lately and picking fights with the Danes, and it's not going well for him at all. Like we have to take him to the vet and get him stitched up again and stuff. And like I was gone, I forget where I was, maybe whatever. I was out of the house somewhere, and I come home and Jackie had taken all the dogs and put them in the guest house, not knowing that this was going to escalate like it did. Buddy's fucked. You know, he's got like patches of fur missing and like a bunch of wounds that we thought might have been
And the issue is his
stitch-worthy.
aggression.
Yeah, the issue is
He needs Prozac.
that's what we're thinking. We're like, should we drug him? Can we get him on an anti-anxiety thing? Or
It's 2 things if you ask me. One thing I've seen with older dogs is when dogs are in pain, they absolutely will not let you know it. It's like the dog has this thought in its head that like if I show the boss that like I'm not quite the dog I used to be, he'll fucking it's
We'll
law
get
of
rid
the
of it,
jungle.
yeah.
I'll be gone. Like I can't show any weakness or pain. So like these dogs will get arthritis and stuff, and it might be excruciating them for just to hop up in your lap now, but they'll never show it, and that makes them super ornery and like weird. And it's not always like a dementia. I've seen dogs that literally have some sort of retardation. Kitty's dog is not all there. Like
I
that
had a
dog
retarded dog.
It's funny, it's a funny acting dog. The looks it gives you. It'll start sneezing when it's happy. It'll just and it'll sneeze. It'll just like twitch and like spin in circles and sneeze over and over. And it's and if you like encourage, you're like, oh, that's a good little girl. You really love it, don't you? Don't you? She just sneezes more and more and more and just starts freaking the fuck out.
What if your dog is just like has horrible OCD? So every time it hears like good girl, it has to sneeze 4 times. It's like, who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's a real good girl? And it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
But yeah, Prozac also like I've seen that chill dogs the fuck out. And like I kind of feel weird about Prozacing anything
really
and anyone, like if I had a kid, it'd be weird to like put them on a downer. Something that it seems like you're taking away part of what makes them if you're putting somebody on a downer like that in a regimen. But I've seen it with dogs, and it's just like, oh yeah, she's still friendly and she's still like playing with the ball and excited and everything. Except now when the mailman comes, it's not World War III. It's not like a fight or flight. Scenario.
So I can get near Buddy when he eats, but if the other dogs do, then it becomes an aggressive thing. Or Buddy has a spot staked out under the kitchen table, and if the other dogs come by, he'll like growl and such. And he never liked it, but he never get aggressive. And now Buddy's starting fights. And dude, I almost want to. I feel like if I brought him around, people would think I'm a bad dog owner, and we're not. Like we take them, we get it. They care. They eat the most expensive food Jackie can find, and like, and someone's home with them all the time. Like they have places to run. Like we think of ourselves as really good dog owners, but this situation that had been good for Buddy for whatever 8 years now, I feel like has turned bad.
Yeah, I've seen that same thing. Our dogs have had that. Like my dad's dogs, I should say. Like sometimes there'll just be a group dynamic that just isn't going to work and it's unsustainable. I don't think that's what you have. This sounds like something has happened, and like Prozac ought to fix it. But he's had dogs that are just diametrically opposed, and this is never gonna work. Like it's like a real life like dog drama playing out day to day, with the jealousies are just and the bad blood is just too much, and to the point where like you come back one day and there's a fucking dead dog. It's like, well, are we gonna allow a murderer to stay in our midst?
Well, he's not a murderer now that dog's dead.
That dog murdered that other dog, and it's like, I think we've got to kill dog number 1 for killing dog number 2, or all the other dogs are going to be like, well, I guess that we just kill each other, right? Boss don't care, so we had to kill dog number 1. It was fucked. Lose 2 dogs in one day. And then the fighting thing, like Dad always had the smaller dog, and the big dogs would often like grab it. And of course, it had these big scars on it where it had been stitched up over and over. It was like this little Jack Rat Terrier that had like battle wounds, like a gladiator, because it had faced it. And it was almost like that. If you look back at like someone like Bas Rutten, who had all those crazy fights over the years, it's like, oh yeah, from Frank Shamrock to Crow Cop, whoever he faced, he faced this guy and that guy, whether he won or lost. He faced him and he came away. The dog was almost like that. It's not like he had a lot of wins, but it was like, yeah, you see that? His lung came out that time. He didn't cry or nothing. They just poked it back in and stitched it up. You see that right there? His ear was hanging off. And it's just like all kinds of battle wounds like that.
Sounds like a brutal place for dogs, your dad's place.
Yeah, I always thought the farm is a happier place.
Their little dog, like,
survive.
It's just like where it's like, I showed up at Lamar's farm with a bachelor degree and not picking my poop up, and I left with a PhD and stealing food, or like whatever, like that kind of fucking MMA movie. Yeah, where they show up and they learn even more about how to be ruffians on the outside. Is that what your dad does? Was he a salesman to any professional football players of dogs, like a breeder, anything like that?
yeah. He used to sell those pit bulls to this guy in Atlanta and made a pretty penny. He was constantly selling them.
He needed a lot of dogs.
2004, 2005, it was really picking up, and then just bottom dropped out of nowhere. I don't know what happened. Falcons sucked that year too.
Weird.
Michael Vick was a real. I will never forgive Michael Vick for that shit. I was a big fan of his because and he was on the Falcons. And I played Madden at the time, and like Vick was the guy in Madden. Vick was the
played with Vick on that year on Madden. That was the rule of my house. You can't play with the Falcons that year.
Everybody's rule.
You can never choose the team with the cover player because he's always like 120 stats.
So you just get Vick, and I'd make my own plays that just didn't even matter because Vick's running the ball. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing. Vick's running the ball, and it was just incredible. So I was a big fan of his. I'm looking into I was following his brother even. I think he was at Virginia Tech playing ball, and I was like, wow, these guys are cool. And then you find out that not only is he into dogfighting, like a guy who just goes to dogfights, that's kind of a shitty person, period, right? But he is the facilitator, the financier, and the guy with his finger literally on the trigger when it's time to murder the dogs who back away from fights, who cower at a fight, when it's fight or flight, it's flight. Flight gets murdered by Michael Vick. Drowned by Michael Vick.
What's interesting was his excuse afterwards. He was like, I'm from a different background than you are, and I didn't know that was bad. Really?
That's
really
baffling.
Yeah, like, does it take a course in ethics to know that this is bad?
When you had to purchase the dogs illegally and then be very careful in shuttling them into dark cement-floored rooms with a bunch of no-good-nicks standing around throwing money, like, did you?
Yeah,
not,
but maybe it's just like I thought it was
mind?
bad, like weed is bad, where it's not that bad, and like it's kind of illegal.
I didn't have dog. He's like, I didn't have a dog fight at the stadium. What's the big deal? Not like we're doing it in the parking lot.
Yeah, and the fact that he was the one, if I'm hearing this right, and I think I've heard this before. Kyle, you seem to know a lot about it. He was the one who was killing the dogs themselves. And if he's that much more of a sadist, because he's clearly like the richest grand poobah top tier guy there. And so if he really didn't want to be the one murdering dogs, he could always be like, all right, take this one out and get rid of it. But if he's the one actually doing it, it seems like it's almost an excuse to be a psychopath.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of weird connection to it.
Another thing to consider is this, Michael Vick's that guy with that multi-million-dollar contract, world famous. He's on the cover of the Madden game and everything. And yet all of the hanger-ons that he had, all of the supposed friends, cousins, whatever, acquaintances, not one of them was a good enough friend, acquaintance to take the rap for him. He didn't have a single friend in his crew who could take that little rap for this guy who is world famous. And you know what I mean?
Well, you know what that says? Well, either maybe he's just so implicated that no one could have taken the rap for him. He may have just been so completely implicated it was definitely him, or maybe he just didn't have a down ass crew. Maybe there was just
he just showed up to court with a necklace of dog teeth.
No, I think it was that he didn't have a down ass crew, and I think that is because he's an inherently shitty person. If Michael Vick was a cool dude in private to his buddies, if he was the kind of guy who made sure you had Christmas money every year, if he was the kind of guy who was if he heard you were missing a car payment, he's like, well, fuck that. What, $300? That's sweat. He just doesn't even, if he's always looking out for you and yours, if he's that kind of guy, maybe fostering some goodwill in his communities and stuff, you're like, that's Vick. He goes down, the community center doesn't get hams this year. If he goes down, then old Miss Wilson down the street, she doesn't get her light money because Vick
the pound will be overrun again.
Just imagine how many dogs we'll have running around the streets loose. We'll have
Ever since we voted him senior dog catcher, it's really turned up around here. Honestly, people with dogs are missing them. It's still too good. Yeah,
Service might have been something like that. Maybe they made him clean dog shit at some point, but he did time, for that, and rightfully so. Fuck him.
Did he ever get back and do anything in the NFL again?
Yeah, he played for the Eagles and did really well.
Did really well.
And I think he lost the Super Bowl. Is that right? Or am I thinking of Randall Cunningham?
Oh, that's good news.
I don't remember about the Super Bowl, but I remember he did okay in Philadelphia.
What was I don't follow the NHL or NFL closely. So what was the reception like? Not immediately, because of course people were like, "Fuck this dog murderer." But let's say one season or two seasons down the line.
Yeah, I know people because I lived in the Philly area at the time, and so as Philly got him, I think most people in the country were like, "Fuck that guy," and Philly fans were like, he better be good. And then he was good, and everyone else was like, "Fuck that guy," and Philly fans were like, "He's our guy, though, right?" I'm on Team Vick, and
he's son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch.
Exactly. And then I think even the whole world kind of got over it because he won. and winning
Oh yeah,
breeds popularity.
that makes sense. Like if there
I
was
was
a guy,
gonna say, I noticed like like I played football growing up in Canada though, so it doesn't mean anything. When I played football, I was always fascinated by like American football. Like if you play football in the USA, you're literally granted carte blanche through everything. Like from like, like as long as you can keep playing. That's the only thing you need to do. Is still play and play well. Like I mean, you've have guys like, being charged with murder, like going to the Super Bowl and winning, and everyone's like the only thing that if you Google it, the only thing that's gonna come up is a Super Bowl ring. Like it's
winning
it's
is
getting,
what matters.
Like graduating through high school, through university with like out like I read this guy's biography, an NFL player who was like after an injury he was like, well, this sucks because I don't know how to read and I have a university degree, but I literally cannot even read. So how am I going to get a job? And you just get like a carte blanche like through everything. And I always thought that was fascinating about American culture as a Canadian growing up.
It's not just football; it's athletics. It's like Michael Scott said. He's like, you know what? My teacher told me that I was going to fail high school, and I went out that night and I scored more goals than anyone had ever scored in the history of our school. And here I am now. It's just like, yeah, he was just good at fucking hockey. That's all it was.
Michael Scott was good at hockey?
Michael Scott was amazing at hockey. There's a couple episodes where you see him skate, and
that's...
he's fucking skating backwards. Like he puts Toby into the boards. He's fucking.
and he shows up.
I need to see that
their like
again.
skating thing that episode. Everybody else does what you're supposed to do and just brings skates, and he shows up in his full hockey regalia with a stick. Yeah,
with a stick.
There's no puck, but he's just skating.
He's like doing the stuff. He's like clap, 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 clap.
I have a topic.
Yeah.
So. This is only kind of politics, but Michael Pence, I guess he tweeted or it came out that he doesn't dine alone with a woman and he doesn't attend an event that serves alcohol with a woman. And the reactions to it were kind of split. There are a lot of people that are like, who is this fucking Quaker and who would live under these ridiculous restrictions? And then there are a lot of other people who are like, yeah, I could see why that would be a thing. And like, to be honest, like, I'm kind of on the Pence thing, like
you're probably on the Pence plan if you really boil it down. Like if you told Jackie, hey, I'm going out tonight with this other YouTuber who's this cute paramotoring chick who's 35. She and I are going to this benefit where they serve alcohol and there's an open bar and we'll be sitting here in the front row, like dressed real snazzy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like a hard no, but it's like a get permission kind of thing. I used to it wasn't like a frequent thing, but there was a woman that I worked with, and she left the company, and then I just met her at lunch once or twice, and Jackie was just like I'm not comfortable with this, and it's like, oh well,
like
you're invited.
That's not you're not wrong. Like that's not uncommon, and like it's not something you have to do, but like they're very religious people clearly. And they think that it's almost the way I understood it is like a respect thing of like, all right, you're my one lady and I'm not going to go out drinking with some other woman, even if it's for work. I'm going to make sure my professional life stays professional. And that's the way it's going to be. And I don't see a problem with it at all. If that's the way they want to live. Like if that's the way he wants to do it, it's fine. If he goes out and has
thought
drinks,
you guys would be on the other side.
No, the angle that like I just read about it right now real quick. The angle that people were mostly taking is that what he's doing is he's limiting key job opportunities to men only. Because it's like he won't take a dinner meeting or be alone with a female. How could he ever hire her when you're interviewing for lots of key roles and he's in a key position to hire if you'll never take a one-on-one with a female?
Nobody does job interviews when you're out drinking at a bar alone. Like, I highly doubt that Mike Pence in his office is sitting there and one lady comes in and he does like forbidden, verboten, get out of here. Like, no, like, I just think it means more, hey, I'm not going to go out drinking with someone who's not my wife. Like, it's a respect thing. She prefers it. I prefer it. That's it.
Well,
like,
yeah.
You shouldn't have to do that. But if they want to, whatever, We should
focus on him electrocuting homosexuals because that's a real thing and that actually is repugnant. Like
this was just hot, like it's hot news today.
I hear you. I got to side with him to some regard because I mean, look at what demographic he fits in. Forget that he's the vice president and a politician and all that. He's like a 50, 60-year-old married man who's very religious, I'm not shocked that he doesn't go out drinking or like to be in a room alone with another woman in some sort of situation like that. Especially the nature of politics and how like things get tossed out there.
Now,
like, these two people were seen entering this room together. All of a sudden there's a conspiracy.
If he took it further and said, actually, this isn't me to deal with and not going out to dinner, all the women in my office have to wear head coverings, so I'm not tempted. If he did that, I would say, no, you're not allowed to do that.
You've gone too far.
It might not be. It might not be a temptation thing.
I think
it might be. It might just be chivalry. It's not like, can't be around girls. I might fuck them. Sorry.
Yeah, it could be.
It should be like
a bad word right here in PKA.
It might be like. It might be like instead like this is for my wife. Out of respect to my wife, I don't do it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's not like,
and she knows.
Part of it is
just.
Oh, go ahead.
It's the thing is the question is it sexist?
I like to flip it, and follow the golden rule that I'll do unto others as they do unto you thing. And it's like, would I like my wife to have a best friend who's a dude? And it's like, oh no,
no one is
even if
comfortable
she's
with that.
great, that guy could catch feelings, and like now she's in a situation, and like I'd rather her best friends just be girls.
But if the person you married was the type of person whose job was like a social and people interacting job, that's the tricky thing. Like if she was an actress and she got a great role, being with like a hunky dude for 3 months, like, in next town over or something, in that position, your hands are kind of tied in that sense,
But it's funny you mention that because I feel like that kind of situation is why those marriages fail so often. Like if you want my recipe to make a marriage fail, right? First of all, separate them, have them spend 6 weeks away from each other all the time, and then just bombard them with temptation, and you'll see a lot of failed marriages. I think like a traveling salesman also has a harder time having a really good marriage because, they spend nights here and there. There's just like, look, it's not like the only reason I'm faithful is a lack of opportunity, but God, like you just fling opportunity at someone
like to
every
pretend
night.
Like the opportunity isn't there, and that if someone is married, they just somehow don't see it anymore. Like, no, we're humans. It's like if you put yourself in a position that you're going to be tempted, you're more likely going to fail. But it's one of those things where, like, with this at least, it's like it's something you establish in a relationship where as they were dating and shit, I'm sure this came up. It wasn't like, boom, day one, we're married, now you play by my rules. It was like, hey,
that's how I do it.
Mike, I don't feel comfortable with you going out and having dinner and drinks with just one other woman. It makes me uncomfortable. And he says, okay, I don't feel comfortable with you going out and having drinks with just one guy. It makes me uncomfortable. Are we both cool with this? And they go, all right, cool. And you know what? If he had said, or one of them had said, you know what? Nah, that's a little, puritanical for me. I don't care for that. They could say, all right, well, that's it for us then. Our relationship isn't going to work out because we have
different
diametrically opposed views in this regard. Like, it's just like a play it by ear thing. If it works for you, it works for you. If not, whatever.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go.
No, you.
There were I forget when a couple months ago there was a whole big thing, like with a negative impression of my relationship with Jackie, and I think, man, like I think I was talking about getting permission to go on a trip or something like that, and they thought that was outrageous. That like, why would I ever have to clear something with her first? And it's like, one, I think that's probably pretty normal in a marriage. And two, I have a really good marriage. Like Jackie and I get along great. And we've been together for, I think we're coming up on 25 years, something like that. So,
big gift coming up, huh?
Only kind of. I want to say it's like 21 years of marriage, but like 25 years together. And anyway, she doesn't get gifts. But I don't know. We'll figure something out.
What I always see, like around Christmas time, Mercedes does that ad campaign where like, you take your wife or your girlfriend outside, and there's just a fucking black Mercedes out there with an enormous red bow on it.
We're getting a pool.
Just saying.
That's a thing.
A pool.
That's
even
park
than
the
a car.
Mercedes right next to it.
Kyle, no one likes you. So, but anyway, yeah, what I was saying with that whole link thing was like, hey, Score's kind of posted, right? Like, regardless of whether or not my relationship is the one you want, it's the one I want, and it's pretty old now, so it's working out. And that's how I feel with Mike Pence. You know, maybe if you don't like the way he runs his marriage, that's fine. You can run yours differently.
And it doesn't matter if I agree with it, but that's always been an important thing in this position. In these positions, how you run your marriage is extremely important, right?
You talk about like vice president
in politics, your sex life, your marriage life is like everyone's business and really important that it's normal.
To me,
and this is like, you know what this is to me? This looks like extremely normal, where it's like, not only are we so fucking married, we're not only so married, we're so married, I don't even go to dinner with women. And I think that is sexist. It's a sexist thing because you're basing something on sex. And also, I think it's some very, very obviously closeted homosexual behavior. I don't go to dinner by myself with women. Like, I would be tempted. And then it's like, good thing I'm gay, and now I'm all alone with Gary.
I don't agree. It's funny, but that's not how I see it at all. I lost
Nope. Harley's convinced me. This is the truth now. This is,
I was going to talk about marriage. Their marriage is only interesting to me in relation to how I think their moral character is, right? Like if they have, I'll talk about Trump, right? If Trump had an open marriage where like they both agreed to see other people or whatever, and that was the way they ran it, then like that would be okay with me, so long as everyone in this relationship is happy.
That's a perfect comparison.
Right, but what Trump actually did, I don't know about his third marriage. She might have caught onto the pattern before she signed up, but at least the first two left him because he was fucking other people. And that to me says something about him, right? He's absolutely stepping out in these marriages and they're not happy about it. And, now the kids get split up and all the stuff that happens with divorce. So, Trump,
what terrible lives they must live.
Right, yeah. But, I don't know. Money doesn't solve every problem. But
I don't think it's like being a bastard in Game of Thrones if Trump gets a new wife. I bet everybody in Trump's life is just real happy. Like if I'm Baron Trump has Tiffany Trump. Like all those kids, they're like, oh God, I'm so glad my dad is Donald Trump.
At no point is Baron worried. At no point is Baron worried that Eric is going to murder him in his sleep so that he retains the heir. Because obviously his mom's not
pretty low standard.
Anymore.
But I bet Aaron wishes he had two loving
But that's pretty
parents.
Game of Thronesy.
If somebody pushes Baron out of a tower window, we'll know where to look.
I bet.
We will.
Yeah.
In Steve Bannon's office.
Did you guys see the preview for season 7 of Game of Thrones? They don't give anything away.
No,
I didn't want to click
it because of that.
I didn't want to click it, but like, I'll tell you what, nothing is spoiled. The spoiler, the teaser is called The Walk, and it's just Jon Snow. Man, it's been so long since I've watched Game of Thrones. I'm having hard with the
Daenerys
Targaryen and the evil queen. What's her name? Cersei. And it's just each of them walking.
White Walkers?
Each of them is walking down a hallway to each of their respective thrones. Cersei's down at King's Landing on hers. Daenerys is in Dragonstone. That's the only piece of information that's given, is that must be where she's stopping. That's the seat of her family's power. Mm-hmm. She's going back there. And Jon Snow, he's walking up to his chair at the table in the north, where we saw him last. And then at the very and when Cersei sits down finally at her chair, she goes, and you see her breath, and it's cold. You see it's winter in King's Landing now. And then in the last 1 second, you have a close up of a White Walker's eye. And the way I saw it, and I just watched this thing really quickly before the show started, didn't look like a White Walker's eye. It looked like that goddamn giant had a white eye.
Yar dude.
It looked like that giant's nose. You see it's a close up like this. The angle is like eye, a little nose, a little cheek, and I don't know. That nose to me looked like the giant's nose. It was like shit. Did they
remember
revive
his name? Was it Yar or Marmar?
Gung Gung or Yum Yum or some shit.
Yum.
They don't know their own name. Yeah. They're not bright. I'm trying to find a Google images of this because that would be really cool. I like the inclusion of the giant, like that lore kind of shit. No matter what they're doing, it's still
they cut so much shit out of that's in the books. All the animals above, like they're the shadow cats. There's no fucking shadow cats in the show.
Yeah, I think maybe some stuff they're just gonna save. Like some stuff might just better be revealed later.
And by
or some
save,
stuff
you mean from the CGI budget?
On the
it might be something that like like they might sit down with George, like the producers, and they're like, yeah, so you introduced this here. What's the plan with that? He might be like, I didn't have a plan for that, but I was thinking it could go here or there because of this. And they might just be like, oh wait, it's just better if we connect these. You know, they take their own liberties. They're like looking at the story now, and he's like bawling on television money. He's just like, I don't even remember. Just do what you want. Just know that this person sits on the throne and everyone else is dead.
There's a scene in the first book, I think, or, you know, it's hard to keep everything straight, but there's a scene where they're north of the wall, Jon Snow and his merry band, and they're on the Fist of the First Men, which sounds like a big hill up north of the wall that they're all camped out on. And one night they get attacked by like the dead men and the White Walkers, I think, but amongst them are zombie bears. It's a giant zombie bear that you fucking put a long sword straight through its heart and it fucking kills you. That's what it does when you stick a long. That's what happened. Like one brave man runs up and like fights the bear, and like they describe the fight really well in the book, of course. And it's like, oh, he did this and parried his paw away and then thrust the blade to the hilt into the icy heart of the beast. And then the bear turned upon him and ripped him in half, and all fled. And that's how it goes down. It's like they're fighting the bear, and they realize they don't stand a chance. It's a zombie ice bear that just takes all the damage they can throw at it and then keeps going. That wasn't in the show. And I like the whole time I'm like, can't wait for those fucking zombie bears to come, man. That's going to be some hardcore shit. It's never happened.
And I had forgotten how much I wanted zombie animals until right now, and they hadn't done it. They'd satiated me with Yum Yum or whatever. The ice spiders, I'm fine with them excluding because we already got Shelob in Lord of the Rings, so I can imagine that. I've had that
I was gonna
big
say
spider thing satiated. But the bears, there was very little bear activity in Lord of the Rings.
Zero.
And it's an underrated fantasy animal. Too many lions, too many like eagles, more bears.
Everyone's gonna die in this show.
They may very well die.
That
in
seems
this show.
to be a
Everyone
trend.
may very well die.
In book one, there's they always reference this comet a few times in the first book.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues. I literally expect the end of this show to have a comet smashing into King's Landing, and maybe like Daenerys and Tyrion are fucking on the back of a dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're on the back of a dragon.
Maybe that comet, like it passed by in season 1. That's its close paths, right? It's coming back around again.
It's going to smash right into the King's Landing because we're also invested on who's going to sit on the throne. Yeah. Just like we were invested in the Starks and their revenge, and we were invested in the Lannister. You get invested in things and it just gets taken away, and it's like, none of that matters, you idiot. Look at this. And you're like, okay, whoa, that was really important, but you just killed them all. All right, fine. Good thing this is interesting too. And it's just going to get to that point where like this meteor is going to smash into King's Landing, and we're going to be like, what? And George R.R. Martin's like, you knew what this was? Exactly what this was. Never for a second did we not do that. Never for a second were you ever happy for a character. Because when they got something, they had like 3 things taken from them. And like, what do we expect? Like, I know some people just imagine Tyrion sitting on the throne and being like, I'm the king, or Daenerys, or Jon Snow, whoever you're rooting for. It's just not going to happen. You've never once got what you wanted in this show. It's not going to happen at the end. That's the last place.
I disagree.
There has to be some kind of resolution.
Yeah, no, I think that Jon Snow will rule everything because of his heroics in fighting back the White Walkers.
How is that happy? What about Tyrion? Why wouldn't he get it?
He'll be
King's
fine.
Hand or something.
But why would he be the king's hand? He should be the king. Like
Tyrion.
How could you
I'd
choose,
put him
how
in
could
like
you
a
choose Jon
senior
Snow
level administrative
over Daenerys or Tyrion?
He's my favorite.
But like, I'm only playing devil's advocate here.
Right, I'm
playing
listening.
devil's advocate.
Right.
If Jon Snow is your favorite,
right,
like think about all these people where Tyrion is their favorite, where it's like,
but Jon Snow has the blood,
royal
right?
family. The rest of the Lannisters are dead, and he never got anything, and he's the smartest one, but a physical handicap set him back. It's like the biggest underdog story.
Jon Snow is literally the next in line for the throne, if I understand the head. Because he's the Mad King was supposed to be king, right? You can't just kill him and then like redo the thing. So, but he was the Mad King's whatever. He was in that bloodline because he's a Targaryen. What's it called?
Yeah, I subscribe.
Right?
I subscribe to that. Yeah.
Right. So that makes Jon like the most historically fit to be king, even more so than Daenerys. And certainly the Lannister kids have no claim at all. Really,
but
their claim to fame is owning
I
gold.
thought Targaryens were like, weren't they incestuous as well? Didn't they keep their bloodline pure?
Yeah, that's why the Mad
That
King
would make
went
Jon
so
Snow
mad.
like not pure, also a debatable. Like Tyrion, Jon
Well,
Snow,
I'm not
and Daenerys
knocking
are
Cersei
three.
because she's incestuous. I'm knocking Cersei because she doesn't have any parents that were king.
No, I was saying Daenerys. I think like
Daenerys is in the world of Game of Thrones just a girl.
I understand what both of you are saying. I think what it comes down
But
to
she's
is
next in line to
Harley.
the throne. She was the Mad
Harley's
King's
looking at
daughter.
it from like a perspective of this
She's
tribe
next.
and this
She's older than
tribe
Jon.
and
She's
the
Jon's aunt.
Lannisters and whoever the fuck else. But the way it's going to become is it's not going to be, oh, I want Jon. Oh, no, I want Daenerys. Oh, I want fucking Littlefinger to sneak around and do it. Like, it's going to become quickly. As long as the White Walkers don't win and the zombies don't conquer us, it is a win. Like, it's going to be everyone. And like, and so Jon getting it, Daenerys getting it, Tyrion getting it, Littlefinger, any of them could be a quote win unquote because
There's
it's
enough
not
pieces
the
of the pie
conquering of
for
mankind.
everyone to win, but what's more likely is that everyone loses. But we have to wait until July to find out.
I hope Taylor's right in particular, and that these White Walkers start being a major piece of the storyline, because I feel like in 6 years, they're pretty minor characters.
Well,
Yeah,
I'd say
gotta
this. I'd say this. Like, those White Walkers are relentless. We've seen them. They'll keep attacking. They'll run over each other. They'll fall over the wall and just keep running. Like nothing's gonna stop them. They're relentless. They're like zombies, like we've known from every
What
zombie
are they
movie.
called? Are the zombies White
Dead
Walkers
men.
are the blue
called
eyes?
white.
Dead
Yeah,
men
White
or
Walkers
the
are like
an-
right. White Walkers control like hordes of zombies. They turn people into those White Walker zombies that are running and they're maniacs. The only way to kill them is with fire or that Valyrian steel or whatever. And they just kept piling up. They were able to fall over the walls and stuff. Like they're insane. They're gonna just start walking into the water and keep walking, and they're just gonna keep walking.
I just think
south.
they're not all White Walkers. I think White Walkers refer to the smart human ones. Kyle?
You're absolutely right. So
yeah,
the
okay.
White
I
Walkers
just called
have
them-
been transformed into White Walkers by those little elf people, whatever their names are. They even show it. You know, he puts that dragon glass blade into the human's chest and creates the first White Walker.
Children of
They
the
created the
Forest.
White Walker as like a biological
I
weapon
just
against
mean
the first
I
men.
mean Team White Walker and their
Okay.
groups, their horde of zombies. But like Team White Walker south, and one of these guys fancies himself to be sitting on the throne, and Daenerys fancies herself sitting on the throne, and Tyrion, I'm sure in the back of his mind, and a lot of audience will root that he should be sitting on the throne, and Jon Snow like embodies like the like hero of the show, and so he should sit on the throne. And like, what are we gonna do? Like you know, like Taylor said, you know, it's just a win if we survive. I really truly believe that I've seen enough zombie things to tell you that you don't win in zombies. There's no winner. So I do subscribe to the Taylor mentality that these White Walkers are coming. They're killing everyone. They're gonna kill everything. Just like we cared about this, we cared about that. He's gonna take it all away with the White Walkers. And then what's going to happen is the White Walkers are going to rule over everything, and the only way to stop a zombie apocalypse is to quarantine and nuke. And the equivalent of that in this universe is riding the dragon's backs and literally burning all of King's Landing. Like, I really imagine King's Landing overrun by White Walkers. They torch everything with these dragons, and it's dead. It's all dead.
Well, at some
There's
point,
nothing
what you're going to have is like the wall, like the wall in the north. Like that's a magical wall. We saw that like that guy had to do some bullshit. At the end of last season,
Bran.
Uncle Benjen comes back into play, and he's like, I can't go with you to the other side of the wall because it's fucking magic. And we hear about the magic of the wall constantly. It's a big hexed wall. It's magical. So at some point, the White Walker King or whatever is going to fucking show up to the wall, and something is going to happen where they're going to do some magic or something or another is going to happen. They'll sacrifice somebody and put their blood on the wall or something in a handprint, and that wall's going to shatter. That wall's going to fucking explode and fall completely
isn't
down.
that already figured out? Like,
I don't know.
If Bran goes below the wall, then suddenly, or maybe Bran already like went past the wall and he wasn't supposed to, and now there's a problem. He let everyone get through.
I believe Bran's a tree, And I
At
think
this point, he is.
what we can appreciate about Bran.
Who did Hodor save?
Bran.
Yeah. I'm sorry to cut you off, Harley. There's a fan theory out there that says that when Bran goes to one side of the wall or the other, I think when he goes back or he already went back or something, and because he crossed it, now everyone can cross it. It's a fan theory, but I thought that was like
that's interesting.
known to be true.
See,
I guess
always,
maybe
in the
because
tree
he
for
got
now, so he
touched
can't
by
leave.
that White Walker, and it put that like handprint on him, and that allowed the White Walker to find him in his like hiding spot when they had the big showdown, and Hodor had to give his life. Like I guess the thought is that same handprint in some way allows them to either follow him across the wall or makes the wall no good anymore.
Weren't they not unable to get into that like tunnel system, and then he messed up and they were able to get in it again? Like
they didn't know where they were.
Is that all it was? Are you sure there wasn't like a magical thing that was just pure hiding?
No, it was because when they were in the dream sequence, one of the White Walkers touched him, and that I guess allowed him to track him basically. So when they left that fantasy dream world and they both showed back up, the White Walker was like, I got him on my radar. He's fucking due east. And so they went east and they found him, and that's how they got him so quick after that.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little rusty. I haven't read about this stuff in like over a year.
Yeah,
I haven't either.
It's so crazy how, like, I watched the trailer and it started going and they were walking and I was watching that teaser, and as it was going on, I'm like, nah, you know what, bitches, you don't take like a year and a half off and think I'm just gonna get hyped because they're walking and sitting on a chair. And then she breathes out the like it's cold in King's Landing, and I'm like, oh, winter's coming, bring it back.
Call of Duty used to do that. Like their first trailers would suck so hard, and we'd like analyze it frame by frame to like see the differences, and it's not multiplayer. And yeah, somehow they got us hooked in. I don't know. I'm kind of mad at TV this year. So Walking Dead is a show I'm really into, and the Walking Dead fan base in general is at maximum fuss right now. They've spent a whole season, and Walking Dead, by the way, has 16 shows. There's like
I thought you said it was good again.
I did, and I'm taking it back a little bit. Like
they do a binary system.
So they have 8 shows in the first half of the season, 8 shows in the second half of the season, and we're 15 shows out of 16 shown so far. At the end of last season, they introduced us to the big baddie that's going to be our problem this year. And
yeah, I know. I'm caught up on the
you're
show
caught up.
to that point, and then the first 2 episodes of this season. But outside of that, I've only read. And I've read quite a bit about this current bad guy. But you continued to the point that you were making, because I'm curious.
The point is, everyone's been hoping this season would have like 5 episodes of massive like town-on-town conflict. And it appears, I don't know what's going to be the finale, but it appears that the entire year is just going to be sort of set up and backstory. You know, preparing to battle the bad guy. And a whole year with no payoff? That's a lot.
Is this season 7?
It is. I'll tell you.
Think it is.
As like when like they introduced, you know, the big baddie this past season, like it's something I'd read a whole bunch. It was incredible television. In fact, that scene was one of my favorite scenes reading the book. So I watched last season's finale because I thought that was gonna go down, and it didn't. And I was like, with my buddies, like, oh, you guys, just wait. And they got me. I love the double reveal. Was a very smart move. It was so genius. And then I watched the next episode, and I was like, nah, I'm off the show again. I'll read it when I read it. And I did say to my buddy, it's a long time. This section of the show is like you get kind of like, I don't know, you get greedy or impatient, especially in the show like Walking Dead, where the good parts are only really good parts because you had such terrible long parts before that really make you feel like you're part of the journey. Yeah, like you were there, so there's an excellent payoff
through all the boring times.
Yeah, and then you get to like now, and it's just like you know, to 10 episodes of Dragon Ball, you watch him charge a spirit bomb, you know, for him to shoot it on the last episode. You know what I mean? And you know, then he misses.
I am. I think I'm caught up on the comic book. Like if I'm, the comic book is probably 3 years ahead of the show right now, and I've read it all, so I feel like I know what's happening, what's gonna happen if they stick to it. And man, I just don't remember it taking this long for Rick to sort of assemble partners.
Wait, is this story still being written, or is this based on like an older comic book?
It's apparently
series?
never going to stop being written.
Yeah, they're comparing it to Star Wars. Where like
making too much money, I bet.
50 years from now, they think it'll keep going.
When the comic started, the first page basically says like there is no real end to this. You're gonna watch humans grow and change and experience what this is, and it's not about finding a cure, and it's not about that. It's literally about survival and family and friends and people and how people will be. And I remember reading that like years ago. And then, the scariest thing that always happened in Walking Dead is never to turn the corner and your characters see a horde of zombies. It was for like your characters to turn the corner and see like just a human being being like, wait, don't hurt me.
Yeah.
This thing in Walking Dead, just one other human or two people, or God forbid one of them has a weapon or just like a weird look on his face. You're like, oh,
someone acting bizarre. That guy who's there looking way too clean. Or that guy who's just like, hi, how are you? He's way too friendly. Like, wait, doesn't he exist here with us? Like we haven't met a friendly salesman type person in fucking 8 years, and this guy's like, hi.
Here's the thing. So the show is like 7 years in, but I think in real life it's been like 3 years, something like that. And now the dynamic is like, dude, if you're still alive, we know you've done fucked up stuff. We've all done fucked up stuff, right? The only people alive now are people who've killed other humans, people who've killed tons of zombies, people who've made decisions that they regret. And that's like a thing that when they think about introducing them to their group, they're like, all right, how many walkers have you killed? How many people have you killed? And there's another question too. But
maybe it's why did you kill him or something like that.
It could be.
Yeah, it's like how many walkers, and the answer you want is too many to count.
Right.
And like it's like how many people have you killed? And the answer you want is like 2. And it's like why? And they're like they murdered my family and they were eating my left arm and I just couldn't take it anymore. And you're like, yeah, it's like how that is. They murdered my family too, and they eat Billy's arm, and Billy's like, yeah.
But it's
met like asking a chick how many people they've slept with, where like they want to answer kind of honestly, but not really honestly. They'd be like, how many? 7? Like saying it like trying to gauge your reaction. I'm at 5.
They
or
met
9.
a priest.
Is that cool?
And this
how would
priest
41 be?
This priest was supposed to be like the perfect guy, right? He's all good. And they're like, yeah, how many people have you killed? I've never killed any people. Have you done this? And they're like, how did you stay alive? And he's like, well, whatever. It turns out what he did is he held himself up in like a church, locked all the doors. When like humans knocked on it looking for sanctuary, he just kept them locked, pretended no one was home. And he ate, they did like a food drive or something. And he ate all the food intended for the community by himself to stay alive, held up in the church.
And they're like carving on the outside, you'll burn in hell for what you've done to us. Because they're like, yeah, because he's their leader. He's their pastor. This is a community, and it's small. They know that man in there. That is their preacher. They know he has food and shelter, and he's just going to sit there and sob and listen to them
longer.
Cry. Yep. And they all got eaten out there and eaten alive.
And and he's supposed to be the good guy. He like wears the collar and everything, and
he keeps wearing that collar. I don't care for that character. Let me do an ad read. It seems time.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's time to talk about Smart Mouth. This episode of PKA is being brought to you by Smart Mouth. Bad breath is an embarrassing problem faced by the majority of people on a daily basis. It's caused by naturally occurring oral bacteria consuming protein particles and releasing foul-smelling volatile sulfur compounds. Masking the smell with gum or mint juice style mouthwash can actually make your breath worse, since it can provide a new food source for oral bacteria to produce sulfur gases. To solve a real problem, you need real science. That's why every bottle of Smart Mouth actually contains 2 different liquids, a green zinc activator and a clear oxidizer. The oxidizer instantly eliminates existing bad breath, while the activator releases billions of zinc ions that naturally bond to the bacteria in your mouth. The bonded zinc ions prevent bacteria from eating protein and producing sulfur gas, keeping bad breath from coming back for 12 hours. Go to smartmouth.com and read about the science and how it's able to deliver such an incredible result. Visit smartmouth.com by clicking the link in the description and use coupon code PAINKILLER for free shipping. Once again, that's smartmouth.com, coupon code PAINKILLER for free shipping. Or pick it up at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Target, Amazon, or your favorite store.
You're putting in all your time, dressing nice, working out, and you're still not getting laid. It's because your breath smells bad. And nobody's telling you because they don't want to embarrass you. And you know what it's like where you talk to like a teacher and you go up and you're like, hey, I have a question on this math problem. And immediately you're like, oh, I wish I had just let them mark it wrong, because they're like, you need to look at the helix of the graph. And oh, this is awful. You never want to be that guy, and you never want to be that guy around girls especially. So knock it off your list. Smartmouth.com is their website. Check them out. 2 thumbs up.
And now a quick word from Squarespace. This episode of PKA is also being sponsored by our friends over at Squarespace. Whether you need a domain, website, or online store, make your next move with Squarespace. With easy-to-use tools, you can create a beautiful website with Squarespace's all-in-one platform. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever. You can create a beautiful website or online store with an award-winning template. Squarespace's award-winning templates are the most beautiful way to present your ideas online. Squarespace also offers a unique domain experience that's fully transparent and simple to set up. Trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world, Squarespace is used by a wide range of creatives and people, musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. Everybody needs their own corner of the internet today, so get started and start your free trial today with squarespace.com/PKA, where you'll get 10% off your first purchase. That's squarespace.com/PKA for 10% off your first purchase. Begin your next move in your career today, Squarespace.
Nice. Check them out. If you need a website, that's where you go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super easy to build one with them. You don't need anybody. No coding. You don't need to be a Woody's Gamertag type professional to make things happen. You can just get it done and get to making money with your business. Did you see this? So I saw there's 2 little things that I linked over here. I don't know if they're full topics, but apparently a pretty big section of I-85 in Atlanta just collapsed because of a fire. Doesn't look like anybody's hurt. Collapsed. Like I drive right fucking through there. That's pretty crazy. It's a big fire. And then above, I saw these fucking trashy excuses for humanity. It's these mugshots, and it says Maloney Salinet, guilty of getting husband to shoot neighbor for telepathically raping her. Telepathically raping her. And I'm going to tell you right now, I wouldn't fuck her with your mind. She is
In fairness,
disgusting.
though, if you're being telepathically raped, I think that they've responded appropriately.
With bullets?
If you're being telepathically
Kyle,
raped, I feel like telepathy involves some movement, right? Like it's not as if it's.
No, it literally doesn't.
I'm thinking of telekinesis. See,
Yeah.
a telekinesis
It was
rape.
not telekinetically raped. That was where she was like in the air, suspended, and all of a sudden a dildo floated into the room.
Right.
And she's like, no! And the guy was just like, oh yes. He's like Professor X over there, and the dildo was just
Fair game. I mixed up my telepathy and telekinesis. I do that.
I gotta say, the funniest comment is the second top comment is, "Wow, she's fucked in the head."
That's great.
The YouTube comments are either like, there's such a big dichotomy, it seems, where it's either total trash and just mean-spirited, or legitimately funny and really offensive shit that people
These are Reddit comments.
Reddit comments?
Oh, that's a Reddit.
These are Reddit comments, and whenever I look at a video or a picture on Reddit, it's so funny. Every time when I'm looking at them, I'll look at something and I'll be like, I don't understand this. I should go to the comments, and I'll go to the comments, and it's all like dumb, like cuck jokes and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, those are hilarious, but I really want to know what's going on. And other times I'll see something that's hilarious. I'm like, oh, that's so funny. And I'll go to the comments just to be like, who else has got something for this? And I'll get like well, actually, on the other hand. And I'm like, come on. Like, it's never the vibe of comments that I want when I get in there.
I completely agree with that, because when I go to the comments, I'm usually looking for backstory, someone to be like, actually, the original video is posted here, and you get the full context when you watch it, or even better, and I fucking love this, is if like it's, I don't know, we're talking about deep sea environments or something technical, something scientific, where like the average person just doesn't have that know-how, and then like a biologist or an engineer of some kind like comes on, gives you his references first. He's like, well, I did this, did that. I was on the team that built it. Here's how it works. You're like, all right, let me fucking read this, because this guy knows exactly what the fuck he's talking about. He is not your average Reddit commenter. And then, of course, you get like celebrities who will post on Reddit comments. You'll have some guy. I remember there was this guy. He's like, I'm 6'4", 6'5", 120 pounds, and like I fell down in the gym, and they laughed at me, and I was so ashamed that I don't know if I can go back. I think I'm just giving up on this. I'm gonna be like this weird looking guy forever. And Arnold Schwarzenegger replies, And it's this paragraph of fucking inspiration. He's like, those guys are fucking cowards. You're the one who like marched your way in there and like did this thing. He's like, it's easy for them. It's easy for them to do that. You walked into their house and you did this and that. And yeah, you failed, but you're going to try it. You're going to get up and you're going to be stronger and you're going to succeed and you're going to win and you're going to fuck your maid and don't do that. And like really pump this guy up.
But he should have given him like a little reality dose at the end too. Like after all the pump up, he could have been like, but then also remember, sometimes it's just funny when people fall. Like, so maybe they were just laughing in the happy way. You know, that's like at the end of the day, if I'm in a cafeteria somewhere and some old lady like slips and just falls or something, like I will laugh, not like
you're a bad person,
bitch, like haha, you have fallen the way I would fall, and people would laugh at me, and I'd go, man, I appear quite the goober right now, don't I? And then you stand up and you keep moving. I can understand the gym though.
I've dedicated a lot of like my brain power to things being like as weird as it sounds to make me sound a little crazy, but I've been like, you know, God forbid I should ever find myself in the scenario where an old woman is getting robbed. I should defend her.
Yeah.
God forbid I'm ever in a situation where someone is being completely racist to someone else. I should stand up for that person. If someone should slip and fall down the stairs, I should ask if they're okay before I laugh. Like I consciously, like there are things, and I'll never forget. It was me and a good friend of mine, and we were in like the 11th grade, and this is why I've been like I should control my laugh. They say you could tell a lot about a person from what they laugh at, and so I was like, well, I should be careful about what I laugh at then, because I laugh at everything.
Yeah.
And I was with this buddy of mine, and you know, it was back in the day. We were blazing, and we're in the backyard, and it was at my buddy's house, not the one that I was with in the backyard, just another buddy, and he wasn't there, and he'd been acting really weird lately, like something was going on. Maybe something was wrong with him mentally. He was changing, and I think it was maybe on account of being young and blazing. I remember reading about it back in the day. I'm not sure how it turned out. But me and my friend were there in the backyard, and we're passing it, and you know, we're there, and I guess his mom came home early, and I guess the stress of her kid and all this and everything that was going on, she opened up the back door, and you know, it's right there, it's in our hand, and she's got tears running down her face, and she was like, do this anywhere you want, I don't care, just stop doing it here, stop doing it around my family. And I was like you know, I respect this woman, and I still do. And I was just like, oh, damn, like this is serious. And I slowly turned to my buddy who was next to me, who is also happens to be one of the funniest looking friends I have. And like, so I'm like 15, and I'm like, oh no. And I turn and I look at him, and I get like this from him. Oh. Like, you know, it was like he was trying to hold his laugh in but couldn't at all, and he was like dead and we're just laughing, and I'm laughing, and she's crying, and I feel horrible, and I'm like, if my mom knew, it would be such shit for this, and I can't stop laughing, and she's looking at me like, are these idiots, are they serious right now? Like,
she sees the joint. She knows what's up.
Yeah. No, like there was no control. And I remember after that being like, God forbid I should ever find myself in some scenario where I laugh and I don't want to. I was my friend. He connected me on this show once with actually Norm Macdonald and Tom Green, and I think Norm Macdonald's one of the funniest guys ever. I think his delivery is the best. He's one of my favorite comedians.
Yeah.
And I got to ask him any question. I asked him like, oh, what kind of movies do you have coming out in the future? And he went on this thing, and he was making jokes each time, and he was like, well, we were going to do this movie, but this happened, and it was a funny joke. And he was like, and this movie was considered, and then that happened, and that was a funny joke. And then he was like, and then we were going to do we thought about doing Dirty Work too, but Chris Farley's dead. And like stared in the camera. His delivery I laughed. I burst out laughing, and then I was like, ooh, and my buddy was there with me too, and it was like on Skype, so he saw me laugh, and I laughed, and I was gonna be like, were you trying to be funny? Should I apologize? Was that you? Was it not? So instead I was just like, oh. And yeah, so anyways, controlling what I laugh at is always, it's something that like, for the past like 8 years.
I was at a funeral. I was at my grandmother's funeral.
Nightmare. A nightmare.
And this is not a grandmother that I was very. I wasn't very close with this grandmother. Like I had two, and one I spent weekends with from an early time in my life, and like Christmases and everything. And the other, it's not so much. It's just an old lady I know, right?
Your
like,
mom's grandmother,
she gives
right?
Me, no, my mom.
Just an old lady I know.
Backwards.
My dad's mother that I wasn't close with. My mom's mother, very close with her. Like spent every weekend with her growing up. Love that. She's the Arnold Schwarzenegger fan who got me into like R-rated movies when I'm 6 years old and like made me love movies. The other grandma she's just the lady who gives me a 20 every Christmas, right? Like don't care about that lady at all. I'm at her funeral. She died at like 65 or 70 or something like that. I'm 14, 15. No, I'm 16 because I drove there. I drove to the funeral. And I just remember like driving in there, I'm listening to country music, and I can't think of who sings the song, but maybe Merle Haggard. But it's this song called Rose-Colored Glasses, and the concept of rose-colored glasses is that when it's a sense of mind. It's that you look at things with a different slant on them, always to look slant. At a good light, But I get in there and I go to look at my grandma, and she's wearing fucking rose-colored glasses. And like one of her like female relatives who's like running the show, she was the one who had suggested what Granny was gonna wear in the casket or whatever the fuck, like anybody cares. She's like, them was Granny's rose-colored glasses, and she loved her and all I can hear is fucking Merle Haggard and rose-colored glasses that hide all the truth, and I'm just like the laughter is just boiling in my head like I'm a kettle pot that needs to just needs to let off steam. And I had to pretend like I was crying and get the fuck out of there. They were like, oh man, Kyle's real beaten up over this whole thing. He's taking it hard. And I'm outside just like, the rose-colored glasses. I can't believe they put fucking rose-colored glasses on that dead lady.
You should totally be able to laugh openly at funerals. Like that's something I think our culture isn't as good at a lot of, like you see like Mexican funerals. Maybe I'm making this up, but there are some Latin American funerals where like it's just a giant party and everybody's like, sometimes they're like marching the body around or something. Maybe like tamp it back a bit, like still have him in a box, but still have a huge party.
Bernie's, they break him out and put some shades on him.
Yeah. I want my funeral to people to be like, oh man, like he promised to be a dope party when he died. Like I'm going. Like I want it, like people to have fun, like because that's going to be the real last memory of you. Like when they think of you after that moment, it won't be you alive first. It'll be that flash of you dead, because they have to register that, and then they'll think about the funeral for a sec, And you don't want it to be like a somber memory of, oh, I remember how fucking sad Aunt Susan was. Like you want it to be like, God damn, Uncle Joey got so drunk, he tried to open the casket back up, or something like that. Like that's what I would want.
Funerals are fucked, man. I don't like funerals.
Nobody does.
I don't think they're necessary to say goodbye to the person. I think, like, especially if you saw them recently before they died, like, I've gotten nothing out of any of the funerals I've went to other than like an itchy neck, from the shirt. I just don't care for it. It's a sad time, and everybody's just sort of. I see lots of people crying, and I find hypocrisy in their tears. It's like, you didn't know him, or whatever the fuck. It's just I've never been to a funeral that I thought I got anything out of, and I always like, you go to it. If I'm being honest, like I feel like most people go to like save face for themselves. It has little to do with going there and celebrating like, this person's life, saying goodbye to them. It's like, oh, if I don't go, Aunt Susan will see me or see that I'm not there. I think that most people are motivated by that when they go to a funeral.
Well, I don't know if it's like that for you guys, but Jewish funerals, there's like a book to sign in.
Yeah, there's a sign-in book at funerals.
So that's like like taking attendance. You're like literally proving you were there.
I've been to 3 funerals, and I liked them all, actually. It was just kind of a little closure for me. It wasn't like I had a good time or anything.
I'm sorry. I'm
joking. No, it's fine. It was like, all right, like, okay. I've seen them dead, and it's not that I doubted everyone, but Now I know, like, you know, I see the dead body there. And, yeah, like there was 2 of them, I think there was a viewing, and one of them was just a memorial with like a picture. And it gave me a chance to think about them one last time and sort of close up shop in my head and put that person to rest. Like that.
You know,
that's what
like,
I did there.
like,
And one last thing, you talk about the other people and stuff. Like when I attend a funeral, it's pretty much mostly about me. You know, I may make a quick observation of their closest people, like their husbands or wives or something, and try to offer some sort of support. But mostly, I'm just there to close my own book on it.
The thing that creeps me out, like the thought process, is like, that's crazy. You've only been to 3 funerals. I've been to way more than 3 funerals.
Same.
But when I go to a funeral, like, it's all like the bad vibe, not bad vibe, but the sad vibe. And then what I always remember is like the last thought I have as I'm like looking to leave and thinking what I'm going to do next. And like when I'm always in the middle of that thought at funerals of like, oh, I'm going to head to Chipotle and then I'm going to go take care of this and do that and go home. Or I got to go take care of this for work or something like that. I always get stopped in that thought at funerals because I'm like, holy shit, like this is exactly what people will be doing at my funeral. They're going to be sad for a bit, but they've still got a fucking day to take care of. And so it's just a weird juxtaposition of like how somber it is. And then everyone there is having thoughts that are just benign and normal. Like, oh, I should get a burrito after this, you know?
Yeah. In high
strange.
school, I went to my friend John Scott's funeral, and he had died in a car crash, and it was a closed casket funeral because it had been a terrible, terrible car crash. He was going well over 100 miles an hour and had hit a tree, and he wasn't wearing a goddamn seatbelt because it was malfunctioning. So it was awful. Mm-hmm. There I was, you know, it's me and my friends, and we're his friends, and, you know, people from the high school are there, his age are there. We're all 16 or 17, 18, whatever. And then there his parents are. I fucking know them. And, you know, they're just melting. You know, it's that neither one of them, they can both barely stand.
Yeah.
You know, there are people fucking propping them up because their son, who was about to go to prom, about to graduate high school, about to go be like a state, not just compete at a state school, like he was going to be a national competitor in his sport of choice, which was the pole vault. He was excellent at pole vault. He's like 6'4", real lanky guy, but real strong at the same time. He's just gone, and I just, God, this is devastating. I don't want to be here and even feel this. I don't want to be adjacent to their pain. It's so real. It's hard.
Yeah, dude.
I went to a funeral for a classmate of mine when we were, I guess he died when we were like 13 or so. He had a brain tumor, and in like 6th grade or so, we went to the same school in grade school, and then he went to a different middle school. But in 6th grade or so is when he just, you know, he couldn't keep coming to school, and the teacher had to be like, you know, Ryan's not coming back. His illness has gotten worse, and it was more of like, okay, like, but we're 12. Whatever, I'll play with my little eraser man on my desk. Like, this is not a real thing, you know. Like, you don't really get it at all. And then even at like 13, like a year and a half later, when he died, like seeing his parents, seeing his older sister, like, I don't know, that might have been one of the, aside from like family members, I think that was my first non-family member funeral I ever went to, and it was just heartbreaking, being like, oh fuck, like this, I talked to this guy, like I knew this guy, and he's my age, and he's dead. And I've barely got through puberty at 13, you know? There
were a bunch of kids who died when I was growing up. There was a girl who, the way I remember it, when I was maybe 10th grade or something like that, another student my age, their mother was driving them home from school or something like that, and they had a car accident, and the mother and her sister died. And it's like, oh, well, now that's the funeral we got to go to. It's her mother and her sister are dead, and she was grievously wounded. She had a big scar on her face now. You know, like that shit's harsh. That shit's hard to deal with when you're 14
So when I was in
old.
high school, it was my first 2 years in high school. For you non-Americans, high school's 4 years long. You go from like 14 to 18. Anyway, so it was early in my high school, and there was a car crash involving like the most popular kids. These were the kids that all the other kids wish they were. And one of them was hurt, and like they had to like relearn to walk or something, and one of them died. And what was funny is that like the coolest kids were mourning the most because they were close to them. And then there were other kids who were almost like North Korean fakers, like, oh, woe is
the
me.
crying contest.
Were there any kids who knew they were about to escalate a spot in the social hierarchy?
Right, that was
like,
it. It was like, oh,
too bad for Brad.
I cared way more about Chris and I were like this the whole time, dude. You know, this is really hurting me hard. It's like, it was not. Chris never hung out with you. You're a nerd. And like that whole dynamic existed.
Also, get Chris's patch.
Yeah, so
I remember it's like I still remember that dude. He was like probably the first person in my life I ever had like actual conversations about Lord of the Rings with, because it came out like when we were in sixth grade, I guess. When we were 12, maybe fifth grade, it came out. I don't remember when the first one did. The movie, yeah.
Yeah, my mistake.
And I remember he was like one of the few people at that age group who had like got so into it like me that they were like reading the book ahead of time. And so he was like the one person I could talk to. And even remembering that right now, like it's so sad. Just thinking like just little things like that. I'm thinking like this is an interest that I still have a whole lifetime of his after the event. You know, because I've lived as long without him.
He hasn't got
alive
to live a day since then. Every day that you've lived, he never got. You know, it's fucked that our lives are so short and our existences are so fucking fickle and meaningless. I think that the next stage of human evolution that's actually important, the most important next stage, is that we fucking get our brains digitalized and copied over so that we can become so we can never die. So that we can never die. Because once we do that, like the one of the big things that helped humanity become that, spear chucking thing that looks down at every other animal is that we started being able to speak to each other and do like
and write it down.
And that was the next step. At first, we'd all sing songs to remind us not to drink dirty water, right? There was the dirty water song, and there was the don't eat maggots song, and there was the clean your wounds song. That's how you kind of kept up with a tradition of information. There were songs and stuff, and like spoken word and stuff like that. And then we started writing that shit down, and ever since, we've just been getting exponentially better and better at what we do. I mean, in the last 100 years, look at what we've accomplished. That you've got people whose lifetimes span the distance between the Wright brothers and Neil Armstrong, right? Like that's unfathomable, unfathomably quick to go from there to there. So it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to think that your children, or I'm not gonna fucking have any, or might be able to digitalize their brains and live on forever. I
wonder. Speaking of the monkey thing, I wonder if, or like what we evolved from like 100,000 years ago or whatever, like the first one to wipe their ass, I bet they got mocked at first. Like the first couple of them who wiped their ass after shit. Maybe, but I guarantee that like people were la-dee-dying them about at the time, like playing like
clean ass over there. Too good. Shit all over the rear end, huh? Look at him with those leaves.
And he's just sitting there at a stand selling leaves to wipe your ass, and they're like, it's never gonna take off. Fucking cave dweller Charmin.
I think it was, I imagine it more so like, oh, you shit and then you go in the water. You shit and then you go in the water. If you don't do that, then you get bugs in your butt and you die.
That's also a way that you get
people
like
about this water
dirty
situation
water
you're describing.
I was going to say that it's the first guy that uses toilet paper. They were probably like, that's not enough, dude. Like,
that's
clean all.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Do you think they had like a...
The bugs shit on that leaf. You're wiping your shit away with like a bug shit pad. Like
we still say that. Like as far as I'm concerned, if you're cleaning your butt with just toilet paper and you're not breaking out the wet wipes or the bidet, you got to get next level, baby.
You want to hear my James Bond ass wiping story? MacGyver more like. I had to come up with some toilet paper in a field once, and I socks and underwear always work, right? You can go to that if you have to.
It's been days since that's happened to me.
Notebook paper. What I had was notebook paper, like standard fucking notebook paper, and you got
not ideal.
Like lined paper.
You might not think so. Let me tell you how to make toilet paper out of notebook paper. You crumple it into a ball, then you flatten it out. And then you repeat the process about 25 or 30 times, and it becomes soft like cloth. It becomes as soft as toilet paper. I swear to God, like, do this. You got a piece of paper somewhere? You're listening to this? Crumple it up and flatten it out 25 times in a row, and then
I use the 3 shell method.
three seashells.
Where you grab the other 2 and you pinch the shit and pull it out.
Is that Demolition Man?
That's Demolition Man.
Yeah. Harley, what have you been up to lately? Flying around the world, spreading the brand and the seed, I assume?
Spreading the seed, mostly.
Seed.
Yeah, I mean,
into tissues around Europe.
Oh yeah, Europe trip. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I went to Italy. What'd
you say?
Which was interesting. What's
camping?
that?
I coughed. What'd you say before you went to Italy? You went camping?
I spread my seed.
Anyway, carry on. I sorry. So you went to Italy.
It's so funny. These whenever I come back on, it's always like an amount of time apart that it's close enough that I'm like, did I talk about these projects or did I not mention that or how long? But yeah, I went to Italy with Pagani, the car company, and that was cool because they were like they brought YouTubers down from like every country to like from all these different countries to like represent, and we went down for the USA.
You're
and the
Canadian.
job came. Yeah. The job came through and everything, and I was just like,
Stealing jobs, and I'm telling Trump.
I'm not gonna tell them that I'm Canadian.
I'm North American, motherfucker.
Yeah. I was like, we got enough. Like USA's our number one demo, anyways. I'm like, so that should be enough.
Right.
Yeah, that was trippy. That was cool. We went to Italy, and it was I was in Bologna, so it's not like a touristy area. So it was just like kind of weird. It was like just like really, really Italian. Like they just thought I was an idiot because to them, I'm American, and like that's just all that was to them. So they weren't really the nicest people in this town. I'm sure I came off as like a loud idiot also, but it was cool because I got to see a €2.5 million car get unveiled live, and eat some real Italian food. But that was exhausting. Coming back home was good because the grind is just endless. Like I find in this industry, like you could put 1,000 lines in the water and maybe one or two of them will bite, but like you still got to be putting lines in the water. So I have like right now we're doing a scripted TV show with CBC that we sold. And I have a YouTube Red show, but I don't know what YouTube's doing. Oh, I don't even know if I could say that. No one say anything about that.
I think the audio cut
Nobody
out right
will
there.
tell.
Yes.
Don't worry. Yeah, so we had that show, and we produced a pilot with them. And, Epic Meal Time, Tuesdays, Handlets on Fridays. And I like to go live. I love live. I think live is so awesome. So I try and do live whenever I can. And that's usually when we're ahead by a bunch of Epic Meal episodes. Then we'll do a live one.
Do they ever
just
go in live for phone apps or anything? I wonder if you could do that.
What?
I don't know. I know with Facebook, you could just sort of turn on your phone and go live. And people
Yeah, on
do it all the
Facebook,
time.
you just go and you're live on Facebook.
Yeah.
You could do it with Instagram. Yeah. Instagram also.
Oh, YouTube should
You do
do
a
that.
Periscope. That's
Periscope.
one.
I'd love to just like turn my phone towards me and fly somewhere, and think people could join or not join. Up to them.
You said
Well,
you
that's
had
what I like.
Quick
It's
viral
Italian.
video where you like go live and you're like, all right, everyone, we're live here at 3,000.
Yeah.
Harley, is it really hard for you now that because you said you've been to Italy and had real, authentic Italian food? Like when you go somewhere now and there's a big group of people like, oh, we got to go to Fazzino's. It's the fucking best. Like, are you biting your tongue the whole time just wanting to be like, this isn't real fucking Italian food? Like, I've had the experience because a lot of people are like that when they get back from Europe. They're very food dickish.
Well, if you think about me, I'm probably like the least food dickish guy because like I was the guy that like put a taco on a pizza and I was like, even this is cooking. So like it's not like I can ever hold my opinion on food in a high regard or anything. I've definitely like made myself like the pharaoh of lowbrow food. Like corn. I've approached corn dogs as a gourmet ingredient. So I would never want to be the guy that's like, no, this isn't Italian.
Did you think Italian food was that good?
In Italy, their food is it was great food, but where I was, it was a very pasta based town. Like they don't even go hard on pizza. Like pizza wasn't a big deal where I was. It was all about pasta, and I had these like creamy meals. And this was the only thing that I would say the difference between, this Italian pasta versus like a good Italian dish in the USA is they were both delicious. They were both good, but when it was done, eating pasta in the USA, I feel fat and gross later. I feel I made a bad decision. I pigged out and I ate something that's not healthy. When I had the same meals that tasted just the same and looked like they were oily and creamy, when I ate it, I didn't have that feeling. It wasn't so much the initial taste going in. It's just whatever the hell your country does to make it taste that way. Kudos, because it tastes really good.
That's at homemade pasta.
There's other sciences going on here that don't take place in Italy with their pasta and food, that it felt clean. And that's the one thing is I was eating like bread, garlic bread and pasta. You go to like Olive Garden, eat garlic bread and pasta, like you will not feel good later. Like you will not.
You won't.
And I don't mean like you'll have bad like stomach ache or you'll have the runs. Like no, you're just gonna be like, wow, I'm fat and that was gross. My body feels gross. My titties shake.
I'm a little heavier. I'm a little weighed down by this.
Yeah, exactly.
You're admitting defeat the day you eat there. Yeah. For that day.
I love Olive Garden. Fuck that. I go in there. I go in there once a month. I fucking love Olive Garden. Oh,
dude, I love Olive Garden too.
All those breadsticks.
I love Olive Garden too. I'm just saying. If you can have an all-you-can-eat, sit down, real Italian, you would leave Olive Garden and not, and just not feel so gross. You won't take that like buttery nap that you take.
Do they let you draw on the placemat with crayons in real Italy?
I don't know.
Do they?
They do have the same...
you got a great box of crayons for you. You draw all over the place where they make your pasta just like a mama used to draw all over the fucking placemat.
My favorite thing to do my favorite thing to do when I travel, like I've been to Japan, I've been to Italy, I've been to Ireland. What I like to do is I like to try the things that I know. Like as crazy as it sounds, like I like to try the McDonald's. Like I've had McDonald's in Japan, Italy, Israel. Like I want to have those McDonald's just because it's like I know what to expect. So something like seeing the cultural differences at like a brand is interesting to me. Like when I saw 7-Eleven in Japan, I very badly wanted to go inside. I wanted to see what's in the aisles there. That's what'll be weird to me because it's not like I can go into any store and be like, oh, it's weird. Look how of course it's weird. It's Japanese. But you go into a 7-Eleven, now it's like, here's Japan's best impression of a 7-Eleven, like an American chain. And so I'm in at that 7-Eleven and I'm getting like sushi at the 7-Eleven in Japan just because I'm interested in it. So when I was in Italy, like, I went to McDonald's and it's like, oh man, they have curly fries at their McDonald's, which I just thought was like an interesting little difference, You have to order by robot there too.
What are some of the best? Died. Wait, what is this?
Woody sent me a link, and I'm like, "Oh, that's funny. Look at that."
I don't know why you're laughing. Yeah, he's.
Oh man, I didn't.
You guys ever go to LiveLink? Lively?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what is the context of this video? This person just fell off.
All I know is that this is the maid. And for some reason, this woman's filming the maid as she hangs from the window. And rather than
just doing windows from the outside,
and she doesn't help her, right? She just I think the woman's screaming for help, and I can't read lips. And she sort of backs off.
I need the comments section, Woody. I need the comments.
Yeah. What in God's name's happening here?
All right, let me just say this is fucked in a half. Like at first I was like, I thought for sure this was one of those YouTuber videos where like you think somebody's dangling on the side of something and then they flip the camera 180 degrees.
Yeah, I was just watching that recently too.
Stomachs on the sidewalk or something like that. But when the lady's holding on by like her fingertips and then she like falls and then the camera approaches the railing or whatever, the window, and looks downward to like see where she went. And I totally expect like cushions 6 feet below or even inches below. She falls 3-4 stories
7.
and hits some shit. 7, thank you. And when she hits, it looks
lives.
like she hits.
There's like a billow of smoke on this.
So here, let me jump in. The top comment is this: woman gets arrested and maid survives with minor injuries.
She survived. And the comment here says shitty flexible aluminum saved her, no doubt.
I agree. Yeah.
Wait, so the woman who was filming her got arrested for this event?
Yeah, that's the Seinfeld law. That's the Good Samaritan law. Bitch should have helped out.
100%. 100% that woman gets arrested. And like, imagine you just need a little help, and all they do is they're just like,
I love the audio. I bet the audio is
so
just like on Seinfeld. Look at her. She's trying to get back. Look, no, come, look. I'm putting this on Facebook.
I'd like
Who
to get
films
the
that?
audio.
I want to understand how how the maid got in that predicament, because she's hanging by one hand. Like, how do you know the story?
Well, apparently that's her way of firing her from what I'm reading from this other thing.
Dude, it's on Live Leak with audio.
And I was just saying, do you guys go there?
Oh, Live Leak's a lot of fun.
We're Live Leak veterans.
It's like
Do you guys
Russian
go to
World
watch?
Star
Do you guys
Hip
go
Hop.
to? Do you guys go to r/watch people die?
Yes, watch people fucking die is better.
Whoa!
No! Fact. Oh, she hit hard. She hit hard. I'm glad she lived.
I'm glad she lived too.
Jesus Christ.
Wowzer.
All right,
That
let's
is
count.
a bad
1,
fall.
2, 3. Boom!
I like how we had a long conversation and Harley gave a nice monologue about, I'm really being careful about what I laugh at and when I laugh at it, because it's kind of discerning
Right.
about your character. Kyle only started laughing at that after it had been confirmed that the woman could be dead. I'm just going to put that out there, that it was only when she fell stories and her body hit like a sack of potatoes on that metal shed that Kyle was uproariously laughing, saying, "Oh, I thought there'd be a pillow, but now
But
this is
There's
funny."
more, because Kyle was absolutely offended by the idea that people would look at naked pictures of Emma Watson, right? He's just like, how dare you? This is not funny, right? And
I saw X-Men, goddammit. I've never seen this bitch before a day in my life.
I
What was
really
she
don't
doing
understand
outside
your
the
morals
window?
code. It doesn't make any sense to me.
That is true. The window, like the only thing that, like the thing that makes it funniest is that the clip starts with her one hand there, and so you know that you're already on chapter 4 of this 10-chapter story, and most chapters are falling, like, and it's just not gonna. What was she doing to be hanging off there? Like, it almost makes you wonder if she was doing something shitty and they got in a fight.
Oh, that's
So,
funny.
wait.
It looks so weird.
Let me jump in. The
Cry.
woman who's filming, the maid is screaming, hold me. And then the woman filming says, may you learn your lesson.
Whoa! And did she upload it to
You
Facebook?
learn your lesson. Where
Yeah.
did this occur?
Did she
Botswana.
upload it to Facebook?
Where did this occur?
I don't know that yet. I wonder if it's
shit.
on. Is it in the live link? Does it describe it?
Man, if you're listening and you're hesitant about watching this, like, that is some. Maybe the punchline doesn't hit as hard now that you've heard us say that she's falling out of goddamn Windows 7 storage. But that was hilarious. She hits in the fetal position, and it's a real boom, and dust flies up when she fucking.
It appears to be
How
a
did she walk
foreign
away
maid
from
in an
that?
Arab state. That's
Yeah,
what
it
we
was an
know.
Arab state. Like the video you don't see after this is where she was stoned to death for ruining someone's gardening shed, and she also didn't have her face covered in public, and that is actually public down there now. So
Yeah, on the way down, someone
Issue.
caught an upskirt, and so they had to honor. They had to honor kill her immediately.
oh my god, yeah, this is
Allah has spared me so that we may honor kill her. And
what
they
a piece of shit sociopath. Like what kind of awful person do you have to be to watch somebody dangling there and go, may you learn your lesson? This person watches Ramsey Bolton's scenes where he's playing
Yeah,
Theon,
exactly.
and it's like, I see no issue with this. He has been defiant in face of authority, or like whatever the fuck you would say.
Really,
Like,
Jamie
this-
Lannister's a better comparison.
Jamie Lannister? How?
Yes. He pushed someone out a window.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
He
that's-
actually.
Yeah, he
he
actually really did it.
Okay, that's a good yeah. Except
He had
people
to.
were way sadder about Bran than this poor lady. Nobody seems
for
to mind.
sure, man. I was broken up about Bran. First of all, this lady lived. Second of all, she's famous now, right? She'll probably get like some sponsorship deals out of this now. She'll be on like what would this lady now be a good spokesman for? Like maybe some
Maybe those
sort of,
those blade feet that you run with.
No, it'd be a Windex product that lets you it's like a bendable arm that lets you clean windows from the inside, and it's it like paused and it's like, wonder how I got here? Because I didn't shop it for Windex, and then just fall and bonk.
What if she sold like trampolines?
There is one brand. Yeah.
So solid, and the noise it makes is there's no other word for it than satisfying. Like sometimes when people fall, they make a disgusting crunch noise, and you're like, oh, that noise, that's awful. I saw a guy's head get ran over by a truck one time, and it made a terrible noise. It was a pop. But this was a satisfying noise she made when she hit the bottom. She hit like so flush and square, and that dust flying up. I'm glad she lived everything.
Does add
I still can't believe she lived.
It's
with
impressive.
minor injuries, no less.
She hit like a tin roof that was like strong enough to support her without going through it. But
well, actually, what is a minor injury in fucking Afghanistan?
Yeah, I would like to know.
2 legs.
2 legs. You still have the majority of your limbs, and they round up. So
yeah. That's fucked, man. Woody just links it. I'm like, oh, what's this thing here? It said OMG and then like media GIF, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, let's see what this is. And I'm watching, and it's so. When I saw her dangling, I can't help but crack up. And then when she falls, it's like ah! And then you see that she fell 7 stories. That's great.
Yeah, like the woman that was filming ran out with the camera and filmed down. Like she wanted to get. It's like she's messed up. She wanted to see it.
I bet the woman stole. I don't know.
She stole?
I made that up, but she yelled, "May you learn your lesson." And
I assume she slept with her husband.
The way I took it, I don't know where I got this, but I assumed that the woman who fell out the fucking window was a maid, and that woman filming it was like her boss.
That's true.
And she's like, now you get and
that's
here's
definitely the dynamic.
What if now I know that people do this in hotels. They'll go out a window and sneak around and go in your balcony into your room and rob you. And employees do that sometimes. Like if you found out that was the case, that this bitch had been like going out on balconies, like habitually robbing people, and this lady was like, slipped robbing, huh? Then maybe you start changing your mind about how you feel about all the characters in this equation. Maybe then you're counting the seconds till she makes impact too.
Yeah.
Well, the woman was a foreign maid in an Arab state, right? So I assume the woman was the
treated well
person she was working for who was filming. And I'm making it up, but I'm guessing she robbed. Only because I know I know a bunch of Indian people, and they all had maids and servants and stuff like that from Cisco, and that was like a common dynamic. Like they just always had to sort of be wary of getting robbed.
I mean, that seems like what else would they be doing that was so awful as a maid? It's really only stealing that would be that bad. Like all the if it was exactly what you say, Kyle, and she was Ocean's 11ing her way into the master suite or whatever the hell, and then on the way back she slipped and fell. All the bitch with the camera phone had to do is not film it. Just don't film it and stand to the side in the hallway and just watch from the corner. And that's
how about this one? It's right after you film it and they're carting this bitch away. Don't put it on live leak. Maybe that's not your first step. Maybe you show the other maids. Maybe you're like, this is what happens when you steal, bitches, and then you delete that shit real quick, right? Like you don't upload it to the internet.
No, she did not think these things through.
That was her that uploaded it?
I'm a new maid, and I don't even know the whole backstory, and they're like, this is what happened to the last maid. And then you see, dunk, and then it cuts, and you're like, what did she do? Late to work.
Habitual tardiness.
It's like that from Indiana Jones, when Indy fucking punches the Nazi out, just throws him out the goddamn airship, and the whole crowd is like, "Oh my god, what?" They did all these fine dining people saw this man just thrown out of a fucking airship, dozens of feet to the ground, and Indy looks at him and goes, "No ticket," and they all start like producing tickets as fast as they can. Oh man, that was a great video. Thank you, Woody. That really
I
feel better now. It's like I see shit like that, and I'm like, man, my day has been so fantastic in comparison. I did not fall 7 stories out of a fucking window.
Not even one.
And when I survived, I didn't hop up as a female maid in a Muslim state, which is I mean, she probably got up and she's like, God, I made it. I thought it was over.
I mean, she probably had health benefits, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure. Yeah, they take great care of their foreign maids. Hey, have you guys been on Reddit lately? Like the new trend is posting how much your elected representative sold out for that telecom bill. Have you seen that? I know Richard Burr, for example, Richard Burr, B-U-R-R, $56,000, and he voted yes on that. If people don't know, here's the deal. The House and the Senate in America just passed a bill that lets ISPs sell your like the data that you're sending over it. So whatever website you're browsing to, whichever emails you're sending, all that stuff is pretty much non-private, and they can sell it to advertisers or whoever wants to buy it, I guess. And the amounts that it sold, like what it takes to buy a senator's vote, seems curiously cheap to me. Like I said, 50 grand, 60 grand, 40 grand, and these people are voting for it. And there's like, it's a big deal. Like people taking out someone took out a full page ad in the New York Times just for Trump. You know, like, hey, here's your opportunity. Are you actually a president for the people or not? Because a bill's coming up. Now, it said something like, hey, you've been spied on, big league. That's about to happen to all the Americans, if you sign this thing. And I'm really curious. If he vetoes it, then that would be a really big feather in his cap in my...
Yeah, it would, right?
Yeah, that'd
if
be
you
great.
saw, I think we all take a step back, at least a half step back from Donald Trump if he vetoes this. We're like, oh, that's different.
If he signs
it,
it, there's almost no getting back to that in my, between my ears anyway. Like this fucker, all he wants to do, like the healthcare bill wasn't a healthcare bill at all. It was a tax cut for wealthy people and a benefit cut for poor people. That's what it was. He's signing this thing, putting coal miners back to work. I hate that. I hate this. Of course, I want everyone to have a good job or whatever. But why are we focused on 1800s technology when China's focusing on solar and windmills and all that fun stuff? What else has he done? Oh, he made it so that energy companies can take bribes overseas. He made it so that coal companies can dump their shale into rivers and streams now.
coal ash, right?
Coal ash, yeah. What did I call it?
Shale.
Oh, my mistake. Ash. So anyway, I just it seems like all the shit he's doing is the opposite of what I'd want him to do. And here's a chance. Here's your opportunity. You can veto a bill about and your internet traffic today. This is very much equivalent to tapping everybody's phones and then selling the conversations to advertisers. That to me is how sensitive your web browsing traffic is. They're about parallel. The things you say on the phone and the things you do on the internet. So this is an opportunity for Trump to be for or against the people. And after this, I'm done keeping score if he fucks up again. There's just no coming back. So
yeah, I hope he does it. I don't think he will, because it seems like all these politicians sell our privacy every single time. And if they don't get it, they just repackage it as a new thing with more anti-child porn, and then they send it back in, and they all pass it. Seems like the internet privacy thing is something that no politicians give a fuck about.
The Republicans don't. The Democrats do.
It seems like so many of them are so old and so ignorant and removed from it. And you wouldn't think they are because they're in the public eye. You think, everybody who's on fucking the Twitter or as a politician, they're on the same page as us. They've got a full grasp on social media and the internet and the power of it and how it works. They browse on multiple devices like we do. They hit the hot spots of the internet to take the pulse of the country and the world and this sort of thing. But they don't. You hear all the time that Trump's not that technologically inclined.
He's not in touch with the cyber.
He's not checking out emails. He doesn't get email. He doesn't do that. I
bet the most technically savvy person in the federal level of government, as far as elected representatives, the most tech savvy one of them. I bet if you put them in the same room as Kyle or Woody, obviously Woody because of your background, but Kyle or me, and we watch them use social media or watch them check their email, I bet still we'd be like, oh my God, he puts in the search bar to go to google.com and then he searches in Google for the thing he could have just searched. Oh my God.
He's using Internet Explorer. He's using Internet Explorer.
Voluntarily.
They just all have it 600 things on their desktop. Now where's that bill we're voting on?
All these toolbars on the top of their browser. So here's I was thinking about this today. I don't have a problem with Republican voters. I think I have a lot in common with Republican voters, right? I like guns, and on the whole pro-choice thing or they're pro-life, I guess. It's I'm not on your team, but I see your side of it, that's for sure. On the less government regulation thing as a general concept, I like freedom, But Republican politicians seem to be proving again and again what fuckheads they are. And, they've literally just had the presidency for 2 months now. And almost everything they're doing is like rape and pillage the people, whether it be selling their privacy, dumping ash in the rivers, the EPA appointments, the healthcare plan that they came up with, which just reduced healthcare. Like everything they're doing seems to be the wrong thing, and the same thing happened when W was president too.
But like that. To be fair, that's coming from your point of view, where
I just don't see the other side. Like, please
and a lot of them aren't.
The energy companies should be taking bribes thing.
See, like I don't like when things are phrased like that because it's not genuine. Like it's not honest in that there was not. He didn't just say, "All right, bribes are now on the table. Everybody's good with bribes." Like the way that the news and everything is turned up to 11, like I've said before, it makes me just turned off to a lot of it, where it's just, oh, he did this. This isn't a healthcare plan. It's stealing money from the poor and giving it back to the rich. Well, no, it's really getting rid of a mandate that forces young people to buy into an insurance plan that they otherwise wouldn't purchase because the benefits to them are non-existent. And it's really a way to get young, healthy people to siphon money with pre-existing conditions. Pre-existing conditions, by the way, you can't have an insurance company that acknowledges pre-existing conditions at the end of the day, because that's a company that provides care. If you need pre-existing condition coverage for your health care,
analogy is perfect.
If you already have, it's the same thing as a burned down house. If your house is burned down, you can't purchase insurance because that's not what the insurance industry is. When you say to insurance companies, like say when Aetna left North Carolina or whatever state, because they couldn't turn a profit with Obamacare, they couldn't make money. It's not because they're saying, fuck all these people here, we'll show them. It's because they're saying, all right, well, under these constraints, we are incapable of running a business because you are forcing us to cover people that it is not financially viable to cover. What you're asking us to do is to provide medical costs of the care to these people for the cost of their premiums and their deductibles.
So what's your solution for pre-existing conditions? I feel like you're just...
I'm saying that it's not a fuck these people. It's a insurance doesn't fully work with pre-existing conditions.
So here's the scoop. There's a couple ways to handle this, right? And you know this, I think.
You could
before Obamacare,
as a solution, you could have a high risk pool where people with pre-existing conditions have their own higher risk pool of insurance. A company would jump on that in a free market because they would make some money, and it would be that they could have their pre-existing condition covered for a higher premium and a higher deductible there that's separate from people who just want to purchase normal insurance through the free market. Because what Obamacare did and what got rolled back from Trump is Obamacare made it so that every plan that is offered through that, every plan, if you're a young guy like me, your plan also has to include prenatal care. It has to include dentistry for children. It has to include a whole litany of services that I will never use just by virtue of the fact that I'm not female, I'm not a child, I'm not whatever. And it forces you to subsidize those. It forces you to put money into those programs when it's not benefiting you. Like,
so here's the precondition thing. Let me jump in. You still going?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you want to keep going? No. You want me to interrupt? So with the preconditions, right? Obviously, you can't have people just buy health insurance after they get sick, right? That doesn't work out. It's not viable. So what Obamacare did is they said, all right, everyone has to buy insurance now. Period. And then insurance companies can't start tossing people for pre-existing conditions, because what insurance companies would do is they would find a way to make your thing a pre-existing condition. And literally it'd be like, oh, you had back knee, right? You had acne on your back. Sometimes that means cancer. We think you had it all this time. Fuck you. Now you're tossed off the rolls, right? And with Obamacare, like, there's two choices. You can either always have insurance and then pre-existing conditions not a thing you have to worry about, or you can come and go from insurance, but you can't expect companies to cover pre-existing conditions. So what the Trump plan was going to do was make it so that if you wanted to buy insurance, they would raise it their first year, whatever's first years, by about 30%. They would, like, if you wanted to get insurance again, they sort of fucked you on the price, but that would make up for it because you might be walking into it with pre-existing conditions, and that covered it. It was a different way of dealing with the problem. I like the Obamacare way because it made everyone buy insurance, and that made everyone take responsibility for their health care. I don't like this idea.
But it really didn't in a lot of ways.
In a
lot of ways, it forced people who are not going to get value out of health care into buying health insurance for the sole purpose of, like, Obamacare without a mandate to make young people buy insurance at high premiums and high deductibles. It doesn't work.
See, I don't like the idea that you can say, hey, I shouldn't be buying healthcare because I don't get value out of it, so I'll just roll the dice. Because what happens is you still get care, right? If you say, young people, they're impervious to sickness and injury, therefore they tend not to buy insurance. and then they get into a motorcycle accident, and then they get cancer, or then they get a problem. And it's like, well, who knew? Well, you know what? I'm getting treated anyway, because we don't just let people die on the streets. We take them to the ER and we handle them. And what I like about the insurance mandate is it's a personal responsibility mandate. You don't get people who just say, oh, well, I don't get value out of it because I'm a non-sick person. And it is cheaper when you're younger. It's not like they're paying the same price as 60-year-olds. That's not true in the slightest. It was true that the plans were forced to require, prenatal care, for example. And obviously guys aren't going to pay that. But, what it did is it took the cost of a baby and spread it across both the people that created it.
No. What it did is it spread the cost of someone's baby over lots of people who had no say in it whatsoever. The people who are single young men and women who don't have a family, who don't want to have to buy this mandate because they can, they think, I got a decent job. I can just go to urgent care if something bad, or whatever their thought process is. I do agree with you that, I like the way you phrase it of the personal responsibility thing. It's a little weird to phrase it that way because it's not like if someone forces you to do something, you're not being responsible, you're just being forced to do it. But I understand totally what you're saying in that it's really a complicated issue that, I don't know, it's hard. I'm glad we're having a good conversation about it because it's really hard to have good conversations about it because it always seems to come back to one person saying, it's not my fucking problem to take care of that. Like, that's not fair for you to make me buy something. You shouldn't be able to do that. And then the other person saying, oh, so you're a bad person because you're going to let people die. You have to do this, that, and the other thing. And it comes down to like an emotional argument. I don't know. I don't know what the actual solution is. I'm fucking glad that new healthcare bill didn't pass because that was not any, it really wasn't any better than Obamacare. In a lot of ways, it was worse. Like, nobody liked it. Republicans, Democrats, it seems like everybody, hey, that's a positive thing, right? Everybody agreed
we
that
all
they
agreed
hated
it was
that,
terrible. Yeah. I didn't like the way, I think if there was one thing in particular I didn't like about it, it was the pre-existing condition thing. So what they were going to do, for people who don't know, is they were going to remove the mandate to buy insurance. And when you do that, you get uninsured people. So how are we going to handle pre-existing conditions? They say, look, they'll still be covered. It's just that when you want to get on a plan, you pay a third more. And that seemed to me like the unintended consequence was going to be most people don't get insurance. Maybe you lost your job, you went uninsured for a little bit, you're trying to get back on your feet or whatever. Like, if you're uninsured, my guess is things aren't swimming for you. And now you're trying to get insured again, but there's a wall there. Now this wall is a 30% additional price over what you'd regularly pay because you're coming in as an uninsured person. And it was like, man, we're just going to have boatloads of people without insurance because that first year is a problem. And I thought it was a bad way to handle it.
That's what Trump Care
or
Obamacare
I'm talking about
Light,
Trump Care.
whatever it is. They basically like, we're getting rid of the mandate, which I'm like, hey, that's good. And then they're like, but actually we're just going to kind of move the mandate into the premium cost and hope nobody notices about it. And it's like, you're still fucking being sneaky with this shit. Like, you're not really backing off of any, I don't know. It very frustrating to watch a lot of this unfold. But we should get something onto Harley, something Canada centric. Because I know you're very
Harley.
Canada. Did you do anything? You said you were worried.
Hey, we could talk about hockey.
We could talk about hockey.
Just real quick.
I'm not the biggest hockey
That's
guy.
okay. It's not really about you.
And Kyle's wearing a Sunnyvale jersey, so he has to talk about it.
So out of the blue, somehow the Hurricanes are like a win away from the playoffs. Have you noticed this? They're
a win away from the playoffs now?
They're like crawling back. Well, it's going to be something close to that. Take a look and tell me if you agree.
Idea. Let me see. Carolina is... They could get a wild card spot if they play really well and beat out Tampa Bay or Boston, which if Boston misses it by one game again this year, that's the third year in a row that they've been able to make the playoffs and then gone on a horrible loss streak and not made the playoffs because of their last game of the season.
You're right when they say they have to play really well, but look, their
competition right now is Boston and Tampa Bay.
I think maybe since I looked at it, Tampa Bay won another game, but it was that they were like one win behind. Now they're a win in overtime, loss behind, and Tampa Bay has a game in hand. So it's not quite here. I'll show it to everybody. It's not quite.
They can
as close
only
as
really
I thought.
catch. Boston right now. So Boston is who they got to beat. They got to stay ahead of Tampa. And they got to beat Boston.
I'm looking at Philly. Dude, Carolina right now has a playoff spot.
No, they don't. They're one out. Boston has that second wild card spot right now. Carolina's 2 points back.
I'm looking at it wrong. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But
if we're going to talk about NHL.
Yeah, they're just one win away from Boston.
I hope they do make it. The Blues have won 11 of their last 13 games.
Let's talk about the interesting stuff in the NHL.
Yeah.
They're talking about expanding to Asia, right? Are you up on this?
I read a bit about that. It sounds like you actually heard about it. What have you heard?
I heard it today. Is it China that they're going to? All right. So what I heard was that in the next year or two, they want to expand into South Korea. But there was a particular Asian nation that they were like, we're going there like next year. And it was like the Canucks and one other team had like, they're like,
they're
playing.
The Kings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they just playing a game there?
Yeah, they're going to be playing a couple games in Beijing.
But they're trying to grow the sport there. Like, they feel like that's an untapped market. They want to get into China and South Korea next. They think that.
Yeah.
I feel like football does this sometimes. Like they'll do some preseason games there.
In England, they do. They've done that. It's successful. They get better ratings on it. The Giants, I think, went over and played.
They do that. Right. To me, it's not interesting until there's a team there. And it's hard to have a team there because they'd have the worst road schedule.
See, that's the goal, right? You're trying to get in there and like plant the seeds now. You could go in there now, and you know how sports work. Like we all as children saw that one guy hit a hockey puck or hit a baseball, and you're like, oh, now that's me. Now I need $5,000 worth of gear devoted to this sport over the rest of my life. Like we've all done that exact shit. Taylor spent thousands on hockey gear. You've spent thousands on hockey gear. I've spent that. My baseball bats were so goddamn expensive. It was stupid. Just all kinds of absurdities that we spend just because we saw some guy hit a ball hard.
How do you have a team in South Korea? Like, isn't that team going to travel to America 41 times a year?
In NHL, they're trying to plant the seeds for a Korean hockey league. They're trying to like get the sport there, grow the sport globally.
So the way it's going right now is the two biggest leagues in the world. The NHL is in its own league, literally. Like it's the best by far. And then the Continental Hockey League is in Russia. And Russia, I just linked to their Wikipedia page. Russia, the KHL just expanded to more teams, and they just put their first professional team in Beijing. So Beijing just got their first KHL hockey team because I guess the KHL is growing. And so I think the NHL is trying to go over there and grow the sport even more, even though they don't really get along with the KHL that well. And I don't blame them because all the really good, they're like, Sergey, you be career KHL hockey player. We've signed you to a many ruble contract. And he's like, I just get off phone with Vancouver Canuck. I'm going to live in Canada. No, I will not come back afterwards. It's much better there. Like, it's like that's what it's like. But
or it goes the other way.
I really hope they do grow it there.
Like the Russian mob gets some play. They're like, why is Sergey playing for the KHL when he could be tearing it up in the NHL? It's like, because Sergey doesn't want his family killed. Yeah, exactly.
It's because Kovalchuk knows where he needs
seeing
to be.
His daughter.
Yeah, but I hope it does continue to grow there. I think it's neat. But I would want to be someone in the stands in Beijing as everybody shows up for that first hockey game just to see what the response is. Because it's a very unique sport compared to the rest. Like you can, if you know soccer and you show up at a football game, you can at least be like, all right, there's grass, there's a ball, people are getting hit, more physical, I got it. But
I guarantee
hockey's so
they come
different.
Overdressed. Like they think it's going to be like winter in there. They're like prepared for a blizzard. They've all got hats and scarves and stuff. Like, yeah, it's ice hockey, however you say that in Mandarin. Yeah, ooh, ice hockey. They're just terrified.
That was Japanese.
Yeah, ice hockey.
Ice hockey. I don't know.
The other thing in the NHL that caught my attention was, and I think maybe we discussed it on PKA a little bit, was you guys always talk about Sidney Crosby. I don't follow the sport at all. It seems to me, just observing you two and your dynamic, that Sidney Crosby is clearly like the best NHL player in the world. And while no one wants to compare him to Wayne Gretzky, they probably should, is the way it sounds. And Woody's like little funny game is pretending like he's a shit player and he wouldn't trade like, any of his junk for that one guy. I get the joke or whatever, but the truth seems to be that Sidney Crosby is like the best there is right now, and he may be a generational type player. And yet in the last like 2 weeks alone, I've seen him commit 2 flagrant fouls with his stick.
Oh my god!
That I guaranteed, with my complete ignorance of the sport and how it's played, that like if some half-ass from fucking Buffalo had done this, wherever the fuck, like they wouldn't have just penalized him. They'd have probably taken games from him.
Half-ass from Buffalo.
Yeah, if you
any player, I suppose he
chop
means.
a man's finger off, or like because I saw him skate up behind this player and put his stick between the guy's legs from behind and flop him in the nuts from behind, and then he like does a little 180 and skates away like he didn't do nothing, and like there aren't hundreds of cameras and thousands of people watching live and billions around the world, not to mention YouTube, because I saw it. It hits him right in the nuts on purpose, and it's not even in a play, really. It's not like he hit him in the nuts, that guy missed a block, now we score. It was like, I'm gonna hit that guy in the nuts. Boop! It was like schoolyard bully shit. And then this video. Can we watch this video? It's like 40 seconds long of him like totally.
Is this the finger one?
He goes Ramsey Bolton on this dude.
Yeah. Ooh. All right, I'm queued up at 0. 3, 2, 1, play.
And I have had the pleasure of
so you're not going to think it's that bad when it first happens, and then just give it a sec.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
I know you told me he's a great artist, but
what number's Crosby?
Do beautiful work.
Crosby's 87.
And we got another confrontation here. Sidney Crosby and Mark Methot having words.
Oh,
here's
God.
a little whack. We see across. Got the hands whacked by Sidney
And
Crosby.
the way the Methot responds, first with just like, you son of a bitch!
Talking to Kyle Turris.
Dude!
You don't realize how serious it
He's
is.
laid over. He's laid over.
He amputated the top of his finger.
But how did that happen? Aren't these gloves huge? How does that happen?
No, so I think he was wearing Warrior gloves, and Warrior gloves are more lightweight and a lot of stick. Like this is what I read on a Reddit comment, so who fucking knows? But basically what happened to make that happen so perfectly is when Crosby slashed him, it pinned his finger between the stick doing the slashing and his own stick, and it basically pinched it off. And I would have responded so much more if I thought my finger was gone.
Oh, yeah. I don't care about the NHL. I don't care about my family in the stands or my career. If I can get this skate off like fucking... like I'm Castaway and start doing a little dentistry on Sidney Crosby, I do. Fuck that. And when I look down and in our sport, you have fouled me to the point where my finger is hanging off and you clearly just intentionally cut off my finger. The rule book is out.
It's done. Like in a little bit of justice, Crosby, I think, did break 3 teeth later in the game. So a little bit of, but not even that much justice.
Sports dentistry.
I bet they have great dental.
He's not Canadian, so I was gonna be like, oh, they got that universal health care. You don't give a fuck.
Crosby's Canadian.
Crosby's Canadian, but he lives in Pittsburgh.
He lives in the U.S.
Okay,
He's probably not gonna go up to Canada.
He's such a piece of shit.
This
guy. He is the biggest heel in hockey. Everybody fucking hates him. No one respects him. Oh my God!
He did not own up to chopping that. He was like, "Hey man, fingers get lopped off when the cries comes to play." It was back then.
If you watch him a little more, like he'll just cry to the refs about every time someone bad breaths him.
Bad with that.
And then on the other hand, he's chopping fingers off and shit. And he acts like he's always getting the raw deal. He's such a pussy, and he's overrated.
I do not like that he did that to that man. I have no dog in this fight. You know what I mean? Like
to that poor man.
It means nothing to me. Like I don't care about either team. Even sitting here having just watched that video, I don't know what team the man.
He doesn't even know it was Ottawa, right? Yeah.
I just don't know. But still, that he did that to another human being on the field of sport, as it were, which means something, at least to me. And like when I see someone who's a heel, and this is more than being a heel. A heel is Nate Diaz. He knocks you out, gives you the fucking double fingers. He bitch slaps you when he could have thrown across. Like that's being a heel. This guy cut a man's finger off. You don't see Nate Diaz come in and squirt you with a squirt bottle full of like vinegar in your eyes or something. like that doesn't happen. This is fucked. I don't like this at all.
I'm watching Crosby's reaction, and so are the people on repeat.
He does look annoying.
He's just like, oh, cry me a river. Do I care that I chopped your finger off? He's such an asshole.
He probably doesn't know it was that bad, to be fair.
Yeah, he didn't know it was that bad.
Hand slashes happen so often every game.
I'd be like, bro, I'd flick the blood on him for sure. I'd flick the blood off.
Oh, I'd
sure.
pick his nose. I don't know. I wouldn't do shit.
What if the tip
I'd
breaks
go to
off
the
in there?
medic is what I'd really do. But he's a
What
piece
would you
of
really do?
shit.
I'm curious because you're a hockey player. What would you do in that moment?
I would use my good hand to wipe away the tears and head to the medic. I think,
Yes.
I think that's what I would do.
And
Yeah,
I would be
it's
tempted
probably so
slash
easy to be a big man until your finger's gone,
I'd
and you're just
cut
like,
his ear
oh,
off.
fuck.
I
Yeah.
in that moment, I might go into a rage and swing that fucking hockey stick across the side of his face and cut his ear in half. Like, that might be my response.
Marty,
Yeah, if you swing the
absolutely.
hockey stick, you will actually go to prison at this point because
Marty McSorley.
Yep.
He
We'll
did go to
fucking
prison, though,
court,
right?
And I'll show you the finger. And you'll see the look on Crosby's face, and we'll do the fucking thing outside of Chicago, and I'll fucking get off. That'll be the end of that.
I have they played again yet? Because I really feel like the next time Ottawa plays the Pittsburgh, they should just be attacking his hands all night long.
I bet they will.
Yeah,
I bet they'll come after
and he,
him hard.
And he earned it. He started the
And
shit.
he won't get in a fight, which is a little annoying because it's like, oh, you should fight. But then it's also being like, no, like if I were him, I wouldn't fight either because no coach would ever be like, way to go, Sid. Showed him what's what. Go sit in the box for 5 minutes. It'd be like, you idiot.
Hope the
You're
swelling
the
goes down
best
in
player
hands.
in the world. We need you out here.
Dirtiest player, you meant.
All right. Let me do an advertisement.
All right.
Pay the bills here. Tell everyone a little bit about Blue Apron. Incredible home cooking has never been more attainable thanks to Blue Apron. Because for less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers easy-to-follow seasonal recipes along with pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. No more overspending at restaurants or high-end grocery stores. With Blue Apron, you can prepare delicious, memorable meals yourself in under 40 minutes. And because Blue Apron ships the exact amount of ingredients required, they're reducing food waste. It's delicious, quality food that you can feel good about. Some of the meals available in April include the spinach and fresh mozzarella pizza with olives, bell peppers, and ricotta salata.
That does sound good.
It does. Do you know what ricotta salata is? Parmesan crusted chicken with creamy fettuccine and
Not
roasted
100% sure. Cheese?
I'll get to that in a minute. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/painkiller. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/painkiller. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. The word ricotta means recooked, and the word salata means salted. So ricotta salata in Italian is an Italian cheese made with a whey part of sheep milk, which is pressed, salted, and aged for 90 days. It's a milky white in color with firm texture
Harley
and
knew
salty taste. The cheese is often used in salads and ideal for slicing, crumbling, and grating.
God damn, that sounds good.
I like a good crumbled cheese. It feels fancy, even though it's probably not the fanciest way to eat it. But I do.
Salata.
I like that.
Yeah, Blue Apron's cool, especially if you're in that spot in life where you're like sort of young and figuring out how to, which items belong on your menu.
Yeah,
Chicken, lamb.
Getting the Blue Apron stuff got me interested in cooking because like everything was there and you always had enough of everything. And one of the things I always ran into with cooking was I would find a recipe I wanted to make, and even if I went shopping, I'd forget a key ingredient. But Blue Apron gives you everything you need, and after putting together 2 or 3 of their fantastic meals, it really got me into cooking, and I'm doing a lot more of it now. So yeah, very easy to do. A dude who isn't used to cooking, if your normal meal is a frozen pizza or something, you could probably substitute a few of those with Blue Apron. You'll feel better.
It'll be a good night's.
And a quick word here from Lyft. With a Y. Yeah. When you drive for the right ride-sharing app, every trip can feel like a walk in the park. With Lyft, you can pick your own hours and work when you want. Lyft can make driving the best job in the world. Only Lyft offers in-app tipping. When you drive for Lyft, you get 100% of the tips. Drivers have been paid over $150 million in tips since the feature was introduced. Express Pay lets drivers get paid almost instantly instead of waiting for weeks. Lyft has even taken the guesswork out of pickups. The new AMP device uses color coding to help passengers find their drivers, and you can earn hundreds of dollars a week plus tips. So if you want to make more money, drive more. It's never been easier to give yourself a raise than with Lyft. It's a simple formula. Happy drivers mean happy passengers. Maybe that's why 9 out of 10 Lyft drivers get a perfect 5-star rating. So join the ride-sharing company that believes in treating its people better. Go to lyft.com/PKA today And you get a $500, a $500 new driver bonus. That's Lyft.com/PKA, Lyft.com/PKA. Limited time only. Terms apply.
Lyft is doing amazingly well right now. I'm happy for them.
They are. They're taking off. They're great. Can't recommend it enough.
Harley, what's new with you? What else is new? Talk to me, Maverick.
Yeah.
Mav.
Playing a lot of games lately.
Ooh,
what are you playing? PC, console?
I play everything. I definitely I'll be I have video games in every room. So depending on which room I'm in is what I'll boot up. Obviously in my office I'll play some computer games. But I have an Xbox in here and I have a PlayStation in my room. I bounce around everything. I'm playing a lot of Ghost Recon, For Honor, Horizon, Zelda, just in bed, everything in bed, everything in between shit. As soon as I want to get out, I always have between TV, comics, games. It's a pillar of my life weekly that has to be it can only be one of those. I don't get to read comics and play a video game in the same week.
Which comics do you read? I only read
I'm pretty sure it was last time I spoke to you guys. I recommended you guys read Transmetropolitan, I think. We were talking about Trump a whole bunch, but I recommend you guys
read that. The Killing
Joke
a little bit.
What's that?
The Killing Joke?
Yeah, we spoke about that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I read lately I've been reading a lot of Marvel. So that includes the Star Wars comics, which are so sick. And I think if people like Star Wars, they should just download the Marvel app and check out some of the Star Wars comics because they're really good. And you put on.
How does the Marvel app work? Do you get all their backlog?
Yeah, it has literally every comic that's ever existed. They also have a Marvel Unlimited one. Marvel Unlimited is it's like Netflix. You pay $6 a month and you can go read every single comic. You could read all of Civil War. But the other Marvel app is they have this function called guided read. So you take your iPhone or whatever and you just turn it sideways and each comic frame appears one by one on the phone, either this way or that way. And when you flip a comic page, there's usually a lot to take in. Now it just kind of guides you through each thing, and it might just go in on a hand holding a lightsaber, and then you press the next button, and then it opens up, and it's the whole page, and you see it's Darth Vader holding a lightsaber. It's just cool. You put on the John Williams soundtrack
while
you
presents it to you in a way that's superior to
completely cinematic. It's superior to the standard comic because there's spoilers in the bottom right page when you flip the page.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's cool. It'll show you something like the text bubble that says I don't think so. And then you flip it and it opens it up and someone is saying that and you're oh shit, Chewie's there or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But I like reading those. I like reading there's this awesome series called Saga. Lately I've been Punisher. I like Marvel. I even watched the Marvel shows. You guys were talking about TV earlier. I suggest you guys check out Legion. Really good television show. It's the guy who plays the Beast in Beauty and the Beast, and he also plays this really awesome killer in this movie called The Guest, which is one of my favorite movies of 2 years ago. His name's Dan Stevens, and he plays Legion, who's Professor X's son, and it's one of those TV Marvel movies, but they don't wear costumes. They don't have Marvel battles. There's nothing that really ties it to the cinematic universe, but Legion is one of the most powerful mutants in Marvel, and so he just has his own show with an awesome actor, and another actress in it is Aubrey Plaza, who I happen to really like her. So
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, so that's a great show. You would love Legion then. I'm sure all of you guys would love it. So I've been in a Marvel tear. I started reading some Punisher stuff. Punisher kills Marvel Universe, Deadpool kills Marvel Universe, which are these one-offs where Marvel does something sometimes that DC's really touchy about. Marvel will be if you write it interestingly enough, where you're yeah, it's Punisher snipes Spider-Man in the head. Marvel will be show us. Looks good. Write it. If you're yeah, and then Deadshot snipes Batman in the head. It's okay. Yeah, right. No, it's a really interesting story. Check it out. No, nobody snipes Batman. There's rules.
That is not allowed.
Yeah, there's rules like DC.
By the way, that is how I killed Batman.
Horrible for his branding. Yeah.
For years, I've been trying to get the Penguin to fucking hire me because, we'll fix this. He's up on that building. He's the only one who's a Batman standing on a building right now.
That's true. He's very easy to spot once you've seen him. It's not like Superman where you'll be like, which one could Clark Kent be? As you're looking in a crowd when he's in his normal clothes.
Well, that's why I always liked about Batman Begins. Was Batman Begins? They did the whole thing of him being a ninja. They played up the ninja thing. Yeah. And you're like, so that's how he disappears. He's a ninja. He's not like a guy in a blue suit that's like, quick, Robin, apply the disappearing paste. And they start covering themselves so that they can. It's like he's a ninja. It's like, yeah,
that TV show was such trash. Did you watch that? The one
I've
where
only
they
watched clips online, and it's hard to watch.
I watched that, and I swear to God,
old Batman.
The one with
Adam West.
I watched it as a kid. I've seen them all.
Man, he had these drawn on like bat brows, I guess.
Yeah, and I watched them as a kid too.
In broad daylight. That was the worst part. Is there would be some trouble, the Riddler stole a vase or something, right? That's what it would be. And they would go to see Commissioner Gordon, and they'd be standing there in their pantyhose in Commissioner Gordon's office with their hands on their hips in the middle of the fucking day. And they would figure out what they were going to do, have a casual conversation about it. And then you'd be like, all right, well, we're going to go take the elevator, I presume, and hop in the Batmobile and drive away. And he was more...
The Batmobile, which is just parked out front.
He was more like the Lone Ranger.
I didn't like that Batman had dad bod. Like that.
Oh, he definitely had dad bod.
Yeah.
There was
what do you mean,
trace
Mr.
of
Mayor?
abdominal muscles at all on Adam West.
He literally had shark repellent spray.
Yes. Huh? Yeah, he did for the water skiing episode.
And and Robin was like an acrobat, and he did these really basic acrobatic hanging upside down. And you were like, why would they hang upside down when it's not necessary to hang upside down? And actually, that held Batman back. That was interesting and fun at the time, but then it ended up holding Batman back because Batman was a joke until the mid '80s, where they started redrawing him. But they're like, no, only in the darkness, and let's make the blue black because it's just dark. And he became kind of like a bat. I always liked the Batman that beats people up. I hated Superman versus Batman. But I loved that Batman. He was shooting.
I love that Batman too.
He was shooting people. That was awesome.
He is a brawler. What'd you say?
He was shooting people.
He was shooting people. Oh yeah.
That was so badass. Ben Affleck is the best Batman we've ever seen.
I liked
really
him a lot.
Liked the Batman that had Heath Ledger in it. That was fucking amazing. He won an Oscar for it posthumously, and there's a reason for that. It was very, very good. But some of the times when Batman, Christian Bale, is fighting, it's pretty fucking silly. Ben Affleck fighting, he looks powerful and big. It's like you put Mark Hunt, a much more athletic Mark Hunt in a suit. When he hits people, they feel it. They feel it, and they don't want to keep going anymore because he didn't hit him with a naked fist. He hit him with some sort of bat glove, right? He's all covered in carbon fiber and hard, sharp edges. And if somebody really gets in the way, he'll just fucking nail him to a wall. He's cutting and contusing. He's branding and beating. It's a mauling. It's aggressive and it's ferocious. It's not quick Jet Li sort of Bruce Lee kind of shut you down, sort of block all your punches shit. No, it's I'm bigger, stronger, and more and have more endurance than anybody in this room. Plus, I'm wearing armor. You're all fucked.
And I'm really angry.
And super angry. He's going
I'm a little upset.
I liked it a lot. There's a scene where he's saving the Superman's mother. That's the scene that I'm picturing when I'm talking about all this. When he fucking glides up into that goddamn room and he's semi-surrounded. And there's a part where he shoots some sort of bat rope around a guy's feet, and he's slings that guy across the room, and every time someone puts hands on him, they get the worst, they get a broken bone, or they get smashed so hard they're not getting back up. That's what I want to see out of a superhero, because I watch UFC, right? So I know what the best humans do when they crack each other. Now I need to see a next level when I watch my superhero crack a human being, because I've seen what the best people can do to each other, and you got to escalate. You got to elevate.
In that scene, Batman had already killed people, and I kind of thought it was a lost opportunity because he killed people already, and then he got in there, and then that guy was holding Clark's mom, and he was like, oh, and then Batman shot him. And I was like, that was awesome. But I wish he was there and he hadn't killed anyone yet, and that happens, he's just like, nah, bam. He's like, I killed people now.
I agree with you 1,000%. If the whole movie he'd been doing his standard Batman routine of like preserving life at all costs, and then he gets down to that guy who in the comics is a super villain, you know, the dude with the flamethrower and everything. Like if he'd just been like, had enough, just fucking shoot him in the head, like almost like that Indiana Jones scene where the guy's out there with the Arab guy's got the big sword doing all of the like the kata or whatever.
And you know that's improv, eh?
Did you know that is? He was violently ill. He was violently ill. He didn't want to. He was supposed to come out and do a whole fist fight with that guy.
Yeah, he said, "I'll just shoot him," and that actor was really annoyed because he's like a world champion sword fighter.
Yeah, he'd been You know, he's there to fight another world champion sword fighter and show off his prowess, and that would have probably gotten him some, you know, more students at his school. But instead, fucking
no. Wait, this was the best. This was the best thing for that scene. I made that scene like legendary.
Yeah, absolutely, because it grounds it. It makes it more realistic. You're like, yeah. I wouldn't fucking sword fight him either if I had a handgun. Like, look at that guy.
We wouldn't be talking about this scene now if it went according to plan.
Of course not. No. It was beautiful the way they handled that. I like when I like anti-heroes. I like messy heroes. I like the guy that I'm rooting for to be realistically dirty.
Punisher.
You know, the Punisher is a little too dirty, right? I mean, that motherfucker rides around. He's just like, oh, crime? I don't think so.
Yeah.
The Punisher is just riding around looking for some
Has
people.
Has he been killing any innocent people, though? It seems like he's making good selections.
I mean, look, you go back and read the comics, and he can get a little misled sometimes. He went after Spider-Man's boss that time.
The Punisher, it depends how he's written, but, like, ultimately, like, PTSD, Vietnam... and now it's interesting because a lot of the timing of these characters that made their origins made them who they were in the present day, like 90s, like you know what I mean, like or like 80s. Like it made sense to have this like 45-year-old man like in early 90s who has like PTSD from Vietnam, but doesn't make much sense in 2017. So they usually alter it. They usually just alter the location.
They
you know
do?
what I mean?
What do you mean by that? They altered the location.
Like you could read like you would read like a Punisher magazine comic, and it would be like it would reference the Punisher, and it would be like he was in Vietnam, and then he comes back and whatever. And maybe today you might read one that sets place in the 2000s and it's from Vietnam and he's older, but now they'll just be like, you know, I got back from Baghdad or something. He was somewhere. Like they change it to fit the timing.
They modify the backstory to keep his age right.
And I read a Punisher comic that what I liked about it was they made him like PTSD, but it was like he almost like made a deal with the devil. So he just wasn't going to go down. Like he just wasn't going to die. But vengeance is his driving motivator. And if vengeance is his driving motivator and you like, there is no greater good. If Spider-Man is going to stop Punisher from killing the people that killed his family, he will kill Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like it's about justice in the ultimate form. Like
that's what went down in that episode. It was like he thought Jonah Jameson had somehow wronged him or committed a crime in some way. He's like, I'm going to kill Jonah Jameson. And it's like Spider-Man's getting in the middle of it. And at one, he's totally ready to kill Spider-Man. Like 100%. It's not a big deal. It's just like, oh, you're in the way? Yeah, he's a little too messy for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm super looking forward to the Punisher series on Netflix. I hope it is not the shit fest that I've heard Iron Fist is. I keep seeing them mock Iron Fist fight choreography on Reddit and stuff, and
it's terrible.
That's a shame. Because
the only
Daredevil,
the only bad part, really, that and the main actor is a little weird.
Yeah, see that's a shame because.
There are very important things, I know, but if you're like a Marvel fanboy, it's fine and you'll watch it and enjoy it.
Iron Fist is good, except, you know, the whole Iron Fist thing doesn't fight well, and the lead character, the lead actor, he's bad too. Like,
I know.
Game of Thrones
like,
is awesome
the martial arts that follows around that one guy. Martial arts isn't that good, and that one guy isn't whatever, but the show's like, it's okay.
Oh, you mentioned martial arts, so I'm going to completely transition. So I've been watching Bas Rutten's YouTube channel. Bas Rutten fought in Pancreas. You told me that, Woody. And then I started learning more about Pancreas. It was this fighting league in Japan. You only used a closed fist if you're going to make a head strike. You cannot use a closed fist for head strikes. A lot of palm strikes. And what Bas does is he swings these hooks where he hits you with the bone of his wrist, and he'd clock you on the back of your head with the bone of his wrist and knock guys unconscious. And so he goes from, God, what country is he from? Brussels or something? It's not that. It's
I don't know.
Danish maybe? Denmark.
Yeah.
European. So he's a fighter in Denmark. He's got no ground game though, and they invite him to come fight in Pancreas. So he's like, okay, well, how many rounds? And they're like, 1. He's like, oh, okay. Well, how long is the round? 30 minutes. He's like, oh, okay. Well, what weight division will I be fighting in? He's like, no weight divisions.
5 at a time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, who will I be fighting first? And they're like, Wang Ping Dong or whatever the fuck this guy's name is. He's the number 4 Japanese fighter on the planet, and he weighs 50 pounds more than you do. Get out there. So he gets out there. He's shaved head, big white guy. He destroys this guy in like 30 seconds or something. It's a flurry, and it ends with a knee, and this guy is knocked out unconscious with his eyes open, which is a scary thing. They have to help him up repeatedly. He continues to fall. Bas is over there rubbing the back of his neck and instructing them to. He's like, rub the back of the neck, the blood, get the blood back in his brain. They're trying to like fucking get this guy going again. Like that's his first fight. So on Bas's YouTube channel, he commentates over every professional fight he's got. And so that's the first one. And
he does the Joe Rogan part of it.
Yes, for himself. Right. And so he remembers things in the fight. He's like, you see this right here? I didn't know what the fuck. He doesn't curse. I didn't know what I was doing. Look at this. I could do this. I could sweep his leg. He's reaching around with his right hand. I should sweep him into that direction, and I could get back on top. But I'm not, because I'm stupid and I lose. And there's plenty of fights where he loses. But then they get to this one guy. It's another white guy he's fighting.
Frank Shamrock, right?
No, Shamrock's a bad motherfucker. I know who Frank Shamrock is. Like, goddamn, his fights against Shamrock are fun to watch.
That's such a cool fighting name.
Oh, and he's such a badass. Like the fight I'm talking about, Shamrock is ringside, and you can see him. Shamrock's watching Bas. He's fucking stalking Bas because he knows he's next. So he's fighting this guy, and the guy keeps pretending like he's being fouled. He's like, you punched me with a closed fist in the face. And the ref is like believing it. He's successfully turning the ref against Bas, like repeatedly. Either he's saying
I'll check.
Either he's saying it's a low blow, or he's saying it's a closed fist, and it happens like 3 times, and Bas is like, I've had enough now. Now I'm angry. Now I'm gonna show him. And so he comes in there and fucking palm strike he shows him he goes, open palm. Bam! Fucking hits him in the face and fucking hurts the guy badly. And then it goes on a little more. And then again, another fake foul happens. He's like, now I'm really mad. I've decided I'm not going to hit him in the face anymore. Only liver shots from now on. And he starts hitting this guy
and he
in the
says,
liver.
Because that is the most painful way to lose.
That's painful knockouts. Yeah. And so it's just all these liver strikes. These punches to the liver, just perfect, right on his liver every time. And then a kick to the liver. He drops him twice from these liver strikes. Second time he's getting up, the guy's eyes, I swear to God, are like this. He's like, with the pain of this liver strike. In the end, he finishes him off with one more liver strike and ruptures this man's liver in the ring. And he's like, and that is that.
That is certainly that. That's a horrible way to lose a fight. But he shouldn't have been embellishing.
No, it was. I really enjoy those on his channel, and I don't know if he ever.
It was
Frank Shamrock.
Oh wait.
But I've seen him lose. It's not Frank Shamrock.
It's Jason DeLucia. I had it.
It is. Yeah, he looks Italian. He's got like black slick hair. Looks like a younger guy. Good looking. But
yeah, it was cool that he got to select how he won. Like he called his thing. If Bas Rutten would have hypothetically fight Sidney Crosby and he was crying to the ref like he does, he'd win by liver shot.
You chop his finger off. Yeah.
I really enjoy those YouTube videos though. I don't know if it's Frank Shamrock because I haven't watched all the videos, but I've seen him lose to him like twice now. And I've seen him cheat. There's one time where like him and Frank I don't know if it might be what's Frank Shamrock's brother?
Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock.
Yeah, him
I
and
knew
Ken
that.
Shamrock are like tied up in like dual leg locks, like they both got a leg and they're kind of like leaned away from each other. And Bas is hitting him with the closed fist on a cut that he has like right here on his eye, and he's hitting him with it over and over right on the cut. And Shamrock is laughing at it. He's going ha! He's like sticking like that, ha! Like sticking his tongue out. And Bas hits him like on the third or fourth one with the open fist. He's tired of being mocked, so he fucking cracks him one, and you hear the Shamrock's corner go, "That was a close fucking fist!" And Bas goes, no. And his commentary as like a 40-year-old man or whatever, he's like, and I'm trying to say that it was it was an open fist, but I was just mad, right? I was tired of that. So I clacked him one.
Yeah,
it's fun to see his perspective on that so many years later. And what I really liked hearing from him, there's one point he's like, man, if only I could go back, And I think to myself, like, man, if you could send him back, he would really be such an exceptional fighter, because like with those 45 years of like information that he now has to put it back in that 25-year-old body that was crushing people.
Dude,
I really love those videos though. It's fun to listen to that.
Yeah, it's neat.
This is the scene that Kyle's talking about.
Yeah. He's smiling at him. He's like, yeah, come on. And then
that looks like UFC. Or not UFC, WWE, where it's like, oh, and what's he doing here? Giving the goblin grimace. Oh, he's about to go crazy, or whatever they would say.
He's hulking out. He's hulking out.
But he's in Hulkamania. Nothing can hurt.
He's in a state of Hulkamania right now. He's impervious to any and all attacks outside.
I like that when Mac explains it so matter-of-factly. What you're seeing now is a state of Hulkamania. Yeah. I went to the dentist today and peeled back another layer of the of my big-headed onion.
Get out.
Reason, yes.
Go
yeah.
on.
So I went to the dentist today. I'm convinced, first of all, that fucking cavities are bullshit a lot of the time, because I have not been doing the like every 6 month thing for a couple of years now. I know I need to get back to it like you're supposed to, but I've just taken huge swaths of time off from the dentist, and I've never had fucking problems with the cavity. That'll come bite me in the ass now, guaranteed. I'll have to get a root canal or something. But I got there and they did the whole x-ray where they charge you you charge your insurance $120 to sit you in a vest and then go chick chick, and then they do that. And I was looking at the thing of my face where it's cut off like right here at the nose, and like your orbital socket, whatever, you can see all the sinus shit. And she's like, your teeth all look good, very normal, like they're in good shape. And I'm like, nailed it, knew it.
But there's two skulls here.
And yeah, she was like, it looks like you have a twin that grew and it's just been living inside your head. You're the weird one. And but she's like, what we do. She started like being like indirect, like doctors do, and they want you to come to a conclusion that they don't want to break something to you almost. Where she's like, now what we are seeing that's weird is up here in your nose. Is there something? And I was like, yeah, I broke my nose a few times, and they had to go in there and mess with it. I couldn't breathe as a kid, so they had to straighten that out. And she's like, oh, okay, because it is not at all like a normal nose. A normal nose. And then she went through and explained it to me and was like, you would see dark areas here of a clear sinus path. You can tell that something's been done up there for you. You said you had some surgeries, but there's not a lot of area there you can see. Whatever. As long you can
it was
breathe,
his first day.
Can you breathe now?
Yeah, that was a question. Literally, can you breathe now? I'm like, yeah, I can breathe now. I'm a good breather. And she shuttled me back.
She like puts her hand on your mouth and you go,
yeah.
I knew it.
Liar. Like that makes sense because like they I guess that has something to do with your teeth, like breathing. If you breathe your mouth open too much, it'll fuck with your teeth or something. But take me back to the doctor's office. I sit in there and wait for him, and she does my whole thing. Hunky-dory. Doctor comes in, starts looking, and he seems way more concerned about the tooth grinding problem. I told the lady before, because I grind my teeth in my sleep bad because my teeth don't line up like the way teeth are supposed to. They just line up right on top of one another, and it just sucks. And he's like, do you wake up with awful headaches often? I was like, no, should I? He's like, can you pop your jaw out of your socket? I'm like, I don't think so, and I couldn't. And he goes, okay, well, one sec. Oh, see right here. Yeah, with your beard, I couldn't tell as much. Can you grip down for me? and I bit down, and he goes, oh, yeah. And he used me like a fucking learning experience for the hygienist there, where he was like, yeah, when you came to me and said that Taylor was having problems with grinding, you can absolutely tell right here. Taylor, bite down for us. And I bit down. He's like, see this right here? That's his masseter muscle is enormous. And like he's like, these are the biggest masseter muscles I've ever seen. And I'm like, oh, hooray. And he's like, not necessarily. And basically the masseter muscle is the muscle that closes and opens your jaw. And if you have a problem with the way your teeth line up, basically you're forcing it to work out all the time, every day, because when you fall asleep, your teeth aren't lining up correctly. And so tells your brain to be like, hey, separate those. Then they separate them, and it's not right either. So they go, close those up. And they close, and it doesn't quite work. And I'm grinding all the time. And so you're
doing one of those hand exercises in your mouth all night, every night for your entire life. I bet you asked earlier what the bite strength of a man was.
I'm just gonna go there.
Is what is my bite strength?
Right?
Because yours could be.
It's like alligator, crocodile, bull shark, Taylor.
Either a man could face a tiger with no claws. It's whether Taylor could face off against a tiger with no claws.
No, I think we're like 200 psi, and a tiger is like 1200.
Well,
But
we're talking
about Taylor here.
I bet I've got the
230.
Mid-sized dog.
I have the same thing, by the way. Everything you were saying, I have the exact same thing. I grind my teeth at night, and in fact, I switch from the left side to the right side of my jaw constantly in terms of which one clenches, and I'll catch myself doing it throughout the day. And if I think something is like really cute, or if I'm like really aroused, or if I'm like angry, they start flaring up on both sides, and I only know because people have pointed it out to me.
Oh, that you're like grinding when you're awake? Like
Like I'll do it when I'm awake. Like I'll start clenching my jaw, and this right here, like if I bite down, like my finger will pop out literally like half an inch, just because I'm always grinding it. Like and I feel the muscle on it when I flex it, like clench it, like I feel it, and it's hard.
I was doing that the whole way home from the dentist, where I was like, oh, I guess these are pretty fucking big, you know? Like, they got some nice chewing muscles here.
You're like, hey, guys, take
do
note.
what I'm doing. Do what I'm doing. I want to see, like...
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but you've got a fucking mask on.
I know. I was going to say, like, I enjoy the beard because, like, you just don't see how much it's like...
Here, I'm biting down.
Missing your bottom jaw. You could be like that guy from Boardwalk Empire. Nobody'd know.
There's just nothing under here. There's nothing.
Yeah, you just be a hole.
Yeah, it's not great. I knew it was a bigger problem because the dentist seemed pretty set on like, this is not something that you ignore, and you just show up in 10 years with 30% less teeth. Like you want to make sure that you get this taken care of while you can, and you still have good teeth. Like I don't have any. Like you know how he said this to me. He said, you know how molars usually have little spikes on the top. Yeah. And I was like, yes. And he's like, you don't have any of those. I was
You've got teeth you've got like these big flat grinding teeth like a brachiosaurus. Like they're just made for like grinding seeds and.
So are you going to sleep with an appliance? Like what's the next step?
That's what I asked him about it. I'm like, all right, can you give me a retainer or something so I can do that? And I've had a retainer before when I got my braces off, and I would just wake up every single morning and it would be hidden in the covers somewhere because I don't know when I did it, but apparently I would always spit it out in the middle of the night and wake up without my retainer. And so hopefully that won't be a problem this time because I don't know.
Are you getting one?
I'm going to end up getting one unless there's like another solution where they fuck with like adding shit onto my teeth because I've ground down like my incisors or my canines rather on my upper level have no spikes at all. They're actually so dull
just build
that
up
it's
spikes
like
that do fit.
That's what I'm saying is they would build a spike onto it and that would make the bite better. But like usually like this, like a V is your canine. Mine is so dull that it's like the bottom of an ice skate. It's like a upwards U where there's almost like two little points because so much of the middle is ground down. And so I don't know. When he said, how old are you? And I'm like, oh, I'll be 26 soon. He was like, oh, well, I had another patient with a similar issue. He was 41 though, And so you're really grinding ahead of your age. I was like, thank you. I tend to accept. Yeah. Anyway, so I thought that was
and I read on a
interesting.
30-year-old level.
I read on a 31-year-old. Like that's what I thought was interesting is just another layer peeled back, the big masseter muscles making the head look bigger. All these pieces are falling into place. So I'm gonna go get a bone scan, see if I have a Homer Simpson skull, like the strong, extra strong thing. I wonder if anybody actually has that. Like
I saw a gift of two
does.
guys in some sort of headbutting contest last night.
Yes, I saw that. I thought I saved
Those
it.
fools. Like that's your fucking brain carriage, bro. Don't
Basically,
bash that into
they were
someone
having
else's.
a headbutt fight, and it was just what you'd expect. Two guys struggling with their weight, looked like maybe no higher education, and they
and now it's off the table entirely.
yeah, and they just headbutt, and you could tell at first like they headbutt, and they headbutt a little harder, then a little harder, and then like one of the parties is losing enthusiasm for the headbutt contest, but there's still 2 or 3 more. And it was just like,
and then there's blood,
like rams going at it,
That's so dumb. It's like giving me a headache thinking about it. That's how giraffes fight, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they like bash their heads together.
They use their necks as whips and smash heads.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
It's hard. They got those horns up there, those little.
Yep.
Yeah, their head is like a morning star of sorts, just whipping around and crashing.
Those are actually those aren't technically horns. Horns are made of like something else, some material, but ultimately it's some hard
horns
points
are,
on their head.
Yeah, the difference between horns and antlers
serves the purpose.
Horns are skin. Horns are layers of skin that are hardened and are growing together, and they'll bleed if you saw a horn off. And I think antlers are like bone. Yeah,
you might. Yeah, I think you're right because you can just saw right through an antler and it's just an antler.
Yeah, I shot a deer's antler off one time. It's
Yeah, if you show like that's like the saddest thing to realize when you see those poachers like clips because you like have that misunderstanding the whole time. Like I used to hear like, oh, they're stealing ivory from and rhino horns, and I'm like, yeah, but like I'm sure they just take it off and then they send them back to grow a new horn and it happens
like a sheep and his wool.
Yeah, exactly. And then I like saw a picture and it's like a dead 2-ton rhino with just a bloody stump on its nose, and it's like, oh goddamn, this thing died because they sawed this basically organ off of it. Like,
so now like because of genetic selection, well, because of human interference, the elephants are now being born with smaller and smaller tusks. Yeah, I guess that's the way to preserve your elephant population, like genetically engineer them not to have what these fucking assholes want to take from them, rather than like I keep seeing these like this group of like female badasses that are all tatted up with assault rifles in Africa, and I want to learn more about this. Because it just doesn't seem like the sort of environment that they would flourish in.
I can see Trump's children
the cost
cutting the tails off of elephants and fucking with them. Or have you not seen that?
Seeing what?
Trump's kids. Yeah, apparently they hunt exotic animals, elephants.
I don't
and
have a
big
problem with
cats and
like
stuff.
They hunt. But you said they cut the tails off
They
elephants
did.
and fuck with them.
Well, no,
maybe that's a trophy.
Well,
I believe they cut the tail off.
You do that once they're dead,
right? It's not like
you don't go to a living elephant and cut its tail off. Like something that people don't know about these elephant hunters and these lion hunters and everything is a lot of the time they do that is because it's an alpha male elephant that will not let any other of the adolescent males near the female elephants, and it basically just becomes detrimental. And so they'll sell the ability to kill the old alpha male rhino or old alpha male elephant. I don't know if they do for rhinos. I don't fucking know. But old alpha male elephant, so that then you kill it. It costs a fuck ton of money. All that money goes back into the preserve.
Conservation.
And it helps with conservation. And in the end, it helps with the environment there too, because you're killing this alpha male old ass elephant who's like, you're not fucking my daughters and wives, when all that they
you
really
know what
need
happened
to be
after
happening is
Cecil?
fucking-
That whole thing over Cecil the lion, right? You know what? That guy had paid, like, dentist had paid like $250,000 to go over there and kill this fucking lion. And because of the outrage, this whole business of like hunting lions goes under. Well, what are they going to do with all of their lions now that they can't afford to keep them? They killed them all. They killed them all. That's what happened because of your outrage, because everybody was like, oh my God, one got shot. Now they're all dead.
Yeah, it's just like they make it
It's the exact
illegal.
same thing that happened with my buddy who's got the guy in Texas who's got the big game ranch. He had this one breed of red deer that was rare, and all of a sudden they said, you can no longer hunt that kind of red deer. You can't import them for the purposes of hunting. You can't keep them for the purposes of hunting. It's like, well, then we'll just slaughter the entire herd then, because we're not going to keep them here for no reason. We're going to slaughter all of them that exist because we don't want them here, because what if a hunter accidentally shot one? Then we're liable for that. And they're just taking all the resources from the other animals that are here to be shot. So they slaughtered all of them. And it wasn't just at his place. Like, all of them got slaughtered. They do these things.
Unintended consequences.
The unintended consequences are terrible. You've really got to take a step back from just about anything and everything and be like, well, why do they do that? Let me hear the other side of why hunting is a good thing. And I don't fucking hunt, but it's clearly a productive thing, especially with something like elephants or something in that scenario you're describing, or with these lions, when like, if there isn't someone there with a lot of money, then the lions all die. Because the people aren't just their territory's diminishing and people are moving in.
Because then there's no incentive to keep those herds alive
and do lion shit.
There is no more free,
lion
right? They've got those
lion
big preserves
really
out
hard
there.
because we've actually really ruined things for lions in a big way.
They were the second most populous species of mammals, right? Before second to us, they used to be. Yeah, after us.
I feel like I've read this. Yeah.
We've displaced like lions so much that they're in areas with so little food, like so little water. They're so like a lot of these animals, like, we think about extinct animals, like, they're extinct, they're going extinct, they're endangered. Then you just don't even think about how difficult the lives of some animals are. I was watching like the latest Planet Earth and watching like a pride of lions walk. Literally, it looked like hundreds of miles to go from one attempt at eating a meal to another attempt at eating a meal and failing both of them. And you're like, damn, the amount of calories needed to operate this cat, this huge creature, like the same size as me. Like, I need like 2,000 calories. They didn't get anything in like 2 days.
I saw that with a polar bear once. It was sad. And then the polar bear
it's always sad.
He took on, I don't know, my walrus from my sea lions, or they do. But in the end, the polar bear took on something that it normally wouldn't have out of desperation. It was a risky hunt, and he managed to live but get hurt and died. From
like a walrus or something.
Yeah, I think. Or is a sea lion bigger?
Walrus is bigger than a sea lion.
Okay, it was most likely a walrus then, yeah, with the tusks. And now the bloody polar bear is like, well, that didn't work, and he's the only food in town, and I'm feeling really fucked. And indeed he was.
Yeah. It's almost good knowing that they don't fully understand their fate and have self-awareness, because imagine the torture of being a hyper-intelligent bear who's just out there, and you understand your mortality enough to be like, all right, if this walrus fight goes south, which it probably will because it's much larger, I'm dead.
And I'm already hungry.
Yeah. I think a lot of animals do. I think a lot of animals have a sense of self.
Yeah.
And I think that primates do. I think that certain marine mammals definitely do, like the orcas and stuff.
There are some.
And maybe the dolphins. And every time I read another article today about arthropods, I guess, like octopuses and cuttlefish and stuff, and their fantastic levels of intelligence, despite the fact that they're really short-lived. It was fascinating to hear that this guy telling the story about a fucking cuttlefish taking him by the hand and guiding him to his like little sea home and showing him all. He's like, it's literally guiding me along. It's holding my hand. And showing all the puzzles and things that they can figure out, whether it's unscrewing a jar to get a fish that's inside, or blocking up the reservoir on their tank so that their tank will overfill so they can get out, get into another tank and eat fish, and then hop back in their tank. They'll shoot water out of their tank at the electrical outlets and short them out. All kinds of ridiculous things that they do, they can recognize human beings who are dressed alike. So like we could all be wearing yellow uniforms, but he'll like me and he'll dislike you. He'll shoot water at you, but I'll be able to feed him. These are literal things that happen with these octopus and cuttlefish.
Like Taylor often says, and I'm not sure who's right. I mean, obviously I've never been a bear, but they'd be like, hey, it's good to know that the bear has no intelligence or this or that. And I think, I feel like my dog does, and that I assign a bear a similar level of intelligence to what my dog might have.
I guess it's not intelligence.
I think the dog is much smarter than the bear.
It's more self-awareness. Like you can be smart and still not understand your own existence, like that you are a finite being and aren't just a permanent set of consciousness limbs and shit moving around. Like I think that only a couple animals really get it. And like Kyle was saying, I don't know about the arthropods or whatever, but dolphins definitely do. Some whales are really smart. Chimps, some other monkeys. When you get to little monkeys, they start to get dumber. Crows are smart.
We judge like intelligence in a really funny way, though. We grew up, all of us here talking, we grew up in a time when it was like, can you read? Can you write? No? Well, then you're dumb. But someone could be excellent at math and excellent at memorizing and just not be good at recognizing letters on a page. But our school systems have been built up with like, if you can't read, then you're going to suck from everything moving forward. Like nothing will be good. So someone who's not good at reading, recognizing things can be like really good at perspective, like an excellent painter. Maybe they can come up with, they're good at memorizing, or they are good at like physical activity, come up with like,
Floyd Mayweather.
Planning. There could be like a billion things that this person could be good at, but we judge intelligence by like reading, writing, let's say math. But there's other ways you could be smart. And, even just being strategical. Look at, like, you could be a quarterback, not know how to read, write, do math, but you're smart in some way. You're demonstrating intelligence.
Test for that.
If you could outsmart other people, then you do have some intelligence. And sometimes, like, we judge, a dog or a cat or whatever on intelligences based similar to us, but it's the same thing. It's different types of intelligence. Like, my dog knows that if he's cute, maybe he doesn't even know he's just being cute. He gets a treat. But like a cat will know that if it acts cute, it can get a treat. And that's like a way smarter ability than the dog.
Because you're anticipating the outcome. Yeah.
Right. But like I heard that elephants remember specific humans as well. And I always thought that to be
like you can see sadness. They cry. Yeah. Like when their baby dies. And
that's really smart to me. And apparently when elephants make their trek, when they get to a location that an elephant has died before on the trek in previous years, even if it's years and years, the elephants stop and stay for a moment silent and then continue moving. And they do that at every spot that an elephant has died on their trail, like an elephant of their little clan. Which is also like a really crazy level of intelligence, because it's like compassion and emotion is a form of intelligence.
And it means that they understand death.
They understand death is kind of like it's like that's what that is.
Coco the gorilla understood death. They remember that whole thing we watched about them explain to Coco that her kitten was dead, and she was like, it's never coming back or whatever, and just crying like that's fucked.
Yeah.
It was so shitty that they told the gorilla that its cat died. They totally could have replaced that kitten with they could have been like, no, Coco, what happens is when a kitten grows up, it goes to a kitten play pen. Here's a new kitten. You'll raise this one up, and then it goes to the play pit.
Why the hell wouldn't they do that?
They had that debate. That was a huge debate with scientists and whiteboards, and they were like, do we have more of a chance that she loses her mind if we try and replace it and not tell her, or if we tell her the truth about death? Which one is she going to go ballistic on? Yeah. Like, which one is the safest way? And I guess they just both
break bad news to a gorilla.
Yeah, man. I think they chose wrongly. They could have been like, Coco, your kitten had to go away. It went to a better place, because that's what happens to all kittens when they grow up. Here's your new kitten. When it grows up,
that's when you get like, I don't want this new kitten. When's the other one come back?
Or maybe.
Well, we just see how many kittens it tears in half before it finds one it likes, right? Like kittens are not in short supply.
That's true. There's a lot of free ones.
By the way, that's a YouTube channel of the future. It's just an ape ripping kittens. Yeah.
That reminds me.
I like the way,
dude, YouTube and the whole advertiser friendly thing has been going bonkers. Have you been following that at all? Anybody?
I have. You know what I say? I actually just sound psycho with this stuff whenever it gets here, because like I'm like a huge subscriber to the fact that there's probably like some weird conspiracy shit going on with this stuff. Mm-hmm. But think about it. Wall Street Journal is like a real and important news outlet.
Agreed.
And all it took was a YouTuber, the biggest one, fine, but a YouTuber to just like clap back with 2 videos and completely make a mockery of a brand to all these new people growing up. So you could be the Wall Street Journal for 45 years or whatever and be excellent, but the truth is there's millions of people now and children growing up that know you as a joke. You got shat on by PewDiePie. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that type of power, I've always said it, is when YouTube first started happening and like Epic Mealtime popped, it was 7 years ago, 5 years ago, even 4 years ago. I used to be like, why are people just letting this happen? Like, why are people letting this just happen? Like, I found myself in positions sometimes in the past, you know, where I'm sure you guys have as well, where you're like, oh man, like people will listen to me. People value. If I were to get behind a cause, a fraction of my audience would get behind it too. And a fraction of my audience is a couple million people. And so when you times that by so much and you have like someone like PewDiePie who's like beating down the Wall Street Journal, and he even so much as like flashing their sponsors on YouTube, like here are their sponsors. And then, you know, you get on the other side of the coin, but same coin, you have like Casey Neistat being bought by CNN for $25 million on the front page of the Hollywood Reporter. And, you know, he's looking like a badass there. And these are 2 guys that have got to where they are by using nothing else other than really like a phone. You know what I mean? Like the internet, stuff that's available. Anyone can become them. And in the term of, in the idea of man and ability and power, like what PewDiePie can do, it's going to sound like a crazy thing, but what PewDiePie can do now and today with moving people is something that was literally considered godly, you know, hundreds of years ago. If you can go and get 1 million people to do something for you, that's a godly thing to be able to do. It's on a level, you know.
That's why it's so dangerous for these Instagram girls with a big ass to have 3 million fucking followers. It's dangerous. All right, we need to be more selective about who gets that much influence. You're
Dangerous for
absolutely
that
right.
dick.
Oh no, we are selective. You just
like-
don't like the selection criteria.
She's got way too much power.
I was gonna say, but that's part of it. Because like whether it was someone got started because they were showing their booty on Instagram or they're screaming at video games online, the point is anyone could be in that place. And just like you're saying now, whether it's partially humorous or partially serious, it's true enough that I believe the conspiracy aspect is the powers that be truly believe that. And it's like, well, God damn it, we've made a system, or we didn't make a system was created where any random Jew hater, I don't think PewDiePie actually hates Jews, can go and amass an army of 50 million people, and then he can go and look at a company that's been around for so long and tell them that they're a failed business and have all these people back him, and he can sway, and you know, and like the internet can shift conversation so much, and you know that terrible term that I don't like using but makes perfect sense, influencers can influence that ability. No, has to be stopped. Who are the most powerful or the most influential influencers today? I believe, especially with younger people, it goes to YouTubers, because you have influencers on Instagram, you have them on Snapchat, you have some on Facebook even, but everyone who becomes an influencer moves to YouTube.
Reddit
even
moderators
super like go to YouTube. That's where it starts. That's where one man can go and become an influence to many people without using anything more than like a $400 device. So the one thing separating like the media Illuminati, the controllers of all communication in the world.
You know,
the
Anderson
one
Cooper worked
that
for the
you can
CIA.
usurp all their power is like a
Has
cell
no
phone.
journalistic background.
What's that?
Anderson Cooper worked for the CIA. He has no background in journalism. This probably folds right into your little theory here.
Well, I'm just saying, if you can control, if you can't control who becomes a star anymore, like you used to be able to do it, well, then you just get rid of the current star maker, which is YouTube. And Casey Neistat put out that video when he's like, who are we? These people are like, you know, they're the aristocrats on the top deck of the Titanic and we're the fucking iceberg. Like, that's true. That's genuinely true. Random people like us right here, we can go and get on the microphone and we could be like, this, that, this, that, this, that. Hundreds of thousands of people will listen to this. This is power. And that's a power that used to be controlled by corporations and sponsors. It used to be controlled by a company that would spend $2 billion. Now there's no control of it. Anyone with a cell phone can be that. So what's the best way to control it? Take the money out. I mean, if you think about what PewDiePie could possibly make in a year in the best case scenario, to the top advertising company, that's an accounting error. His amazing salary, if he gets paid that to play video games, that is an accounting error for a real corporation. Like, we're not big dogs. Even the biggest big dogs on YouTube are not big dogs. Like, $25 million doesn't mean much if a company is spending $2 billion on advertising in a year. So that being said, these companies, these corporations, these people that control it, or whoever it is, I'll just call them the man, I don't know what it is, they come in, use influence to pull money out of someone like YouTube, cut off the lifeline to all creators. Being a creator isn't going to be such a desirable job anymore if there's no money in it. But I really am for the idea that advertisers will go where the people are no matter what. And this is like a semi-bluff. This is whatever it is. Sure, pull out advertiser money, step away from YouTube all you want. This is where the kids are. This is where the people will be. This is where people will come back to. And if it's not YouTube, it's going to be another site. But no one gets to control media or communication anymore unless they control the entire internet. So I'm just saying I think this is one move to kind of control influence and communication and media on the internet. And it starts by taking the power away from the most powerful people that aren't under control. People like PewDiePie.
Super interesting. But just as a background for people who don't know it, the story is this. This is the less conspiracy version of it.
Sorry, I went deep on it before you even gave it.
Yeah, we didn't really lay out what the deal is.
I want more conspiracy. Yeah.
So there are advertisers pulling ads from YouTube. About $750 million worth of ads they're pulling off of YouTube in total. Big advertisers that you've heard of, like Pepsi and Ford and more. And basically, they're upset that they don't have more control over which videos they place their ads on. They don't want to be putting ads on like white supremacy videos, because when I advertise on a white supremacy video, I'm somehow kind of pseudo endorsing it, and they don't like that. But YouTube doesn't have the tools to really like know the content of a video and match it up with the producer, right? I mean, they have tags and stuff like that.
Yeah. I thought you were going somewhere else. Yeah.
But it's very hard to the minute I upload a video, they don't have any kind of analysis on it. And
it seems like the first answer is like the advertisers going directly to the YouTuber that they want. So like if I'm Ford Motor Company, like I get those guys doing Ford Motor Company related videos and go straight to them and just get them to play my ads, right?
Well, I mean, there'd be very limited content.
If you want
to do that, yeah. If like, they could work with a content creator directly, I guess. But when they've got like $1 billion buy, I exaggerated, but work with me. They're placing $10 million worth of ads. They spread it out all over YouTube, and sometimes it lands on videos they don't like. So they are asking YouTube to make better tools so that they don't get on the wrong videos. And YouTube has responded by almost instantly, like demonetizing tons of videos. And I don't know if they're exaggerating. I know H3H3 and Jenna Marbles both said, I think all their videos were demonetized. But I think the reality is it was probably just like too many for their taste. And then there's some others, like there was a prankster who got all upset on Twitter over a camel toe video. And I'm going to say his name. He should not be named. But I'm with Keemstar on this one. That, like, dude, if you make a camel toe video and it gets demonetized, fucking expect that.
Yeah. When we pepper sprayed Jeremy, I was like, well, I guess we just don't get paid this time,
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've had videos demonetized, and I thought that they were really off target. Like the microwave videos come to mind. You're violating guidelines and this and that. And then I've had other videos where I think I had a daily vlog and I mentioned the Orlando shooting, and that got demonetized. And it was like, well, that's what you get. You know, like people don't want their ads on Hot Topics, and this was the Orlando shooting, so suck it up.
It's annoying though because people they want their ads on Hot Topics guaranteed because that's where they're going to get the most eyes. It just seems like they don't want their video on their ad rather on Hot Topics that are made by just regular content creators. They're fine having the ads on those shooting catchy titles if it's CNN's YouTube channel, if it's MSNBC, if it's Fox, if it's one of the players in this realm. Yeah, if it's one of those, they're fine. But no, we don't want Joe Stevenson, the blogger, doing this. That's great. Like it does seem like a way that they're underhandedly trying to seize power from these individual creators and make it so that they're pushing it more into the hands of traditional media creators. Because if some independent liberal or conservative guy has an opinion on the terrorist attack in, Brussels or whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't make any sense for Clorox to go, I'm not putting my ad there. I will put it on this one with a talking head, though, where they talk about the same stuff and show the same footage. Like, that's what I don't like about it.
I follow. Kyle, were you trying to say something?
Yeah. I was going to tell everybody a little bit about texture. 2016 was one for the books. 2016 was one for the books. The Cubs finally won the World Series. We said goodbye to far too many celebrities. In the election, game changer. 2017 is a whole new world, and it's easy to stay informed using the Texture app with access to all the top magazines right on your tablet or phone. The Texture app has gone beyond delivering just the magazine itself. They've made it easy to find and enjoy the articles that you want to read with daily recommendations, exclusive interactive features, videos, and more. Texture makes magazines easy, and there are so many great ones out there, like Rolling Stone, Forbes, and Time. Texture is searchable. You can mark what you like, check out back issues, view bonus video content, and they even curate articles and magazines just for you or whoever you're giving Texture to this year. Texture is normally $9.99 a month, and you get over 200 magazines. But if you sign up right now at texture.com/PKA, you get a 14-day free trial. Why on earth would you subscribe to just a couple of magazines when you could have all of the best ones on your smartphone or tablet all of the time for way less? Plus, Texture was selected by as one of Apple's top 2016 iPad apps. So start your free trial today and download the Texture app. Right now, Texture is offering our listeners a 14-day free trial whenever you go to texture.com/PKA. That's 14 days to try Texture for free when you go to texture.com/PKA. Texture.com/PKA. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, they do a neat thing over there. Oh, by the way, I fact-checked the Anderson Cooper thing because I thought it was really interesting and mostly true. So he worked as an intern at the CIA when he was still in school for 2 years, and then that was it. Like, he didn't work there. He never got... I don't know if interns get paid or not, but he never, pursued a career with the CIA. It wasn't like he was a real spook or anything.
From what I understand...
I wonder who you have to...
Hang on. But from what I understand, that's a similar little credential thing that doesn't look like much that you see on a lot of guys who end up working for the CIA in secret. It's like, Dave, he interned for the CIA back in the 70s.
Yeah, that means he's still in the CIA.
Yeah, I keep hearing them say, what they say repeatedly whenever this comes up is once in the CIA, always in the CIA. They're like, my friend's brother's dad's 65 years old. He's been out of the CIA for over a decade, but he still gets a phone call every now and then, and he still voices some opinion on this or that, and there's there's stuff that happens.
So and then the thing about no journalistic background, I thought that was interesting too, and that turns out to be mostly right. Like his major wasn't journalism or anything. But he was in show business literally since he was a baby. Like, he was on air as a baby.
When his mother...
Yeah,
anybody
he was on the Tonight Show at 3 years old. Taylor.
What's his mother's name?
I don't think you should need the journalistic experience to be a journalist, because we can all be journalists.
Not experience, but education. He has no education in the matter.
No, even that I don't think it fucking matters a lot of the time, because when you're learning in journalism school, someone who goes to a J school, write in the comments how I'm totally wrong, but journalism is just something we do. We're being kind of journalists when we're talking about shit and giving our opinion about it. But what I'm saying is that I don't like the idea of journalism being for the journalists, because then you're taking any kind of commentary on current events and saying, well, if it's not filtered through fucking Bill O'Reilly or Anderson Cooper or Rachel Maddow, then it's not. But that's the problem, is that they're all like, no, it's the same thing as like Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart. So many of these people are totally fine being biased motherfuckers, and then when they get called on stuff, it's I'm a commentator. I'm not actually a journalist.
I'm a comedian.
The fact that I was misleading everyone with wrong information was just a bit. It was a bit like, or this is just an opinion program. Like it's a little bit dangerous to be like, well, these are journalists. They do the journalizing. They tell us what's happening. Like, no,
I like to get medical opinions from doctors, legal
opinions
opinions from lawyers, and it would be nice if I got my news from a journalist, like a Walter Cronkite type professional who was up there, who I knew couldn't be bought or intimidated.
Kyle, you're right, but you're in the minority, because I think nowadays the left likes to get their news from comedians. The right likes to get their news from like opinion guys who look like journalists, but they're not. Like Sean Hannity sits at a desk that looks like an anchor would be sitting at, but he doesn't pretend to be a journalist. He's an opinion guy, right?
He does pretend to be a journalist. He and Rachel Maddow and all those opinion people, they sit behind their desk and they got their fucking hair up and they're sitting there like they're reading facts to you, and a lot of it's just conjecture. And so I don't like the idea, like Kyle's saying, of,
have you been watching Rachel Maddow much? I've been watching YouTube, more of her YouTube stuff. Clips, on YouTube, but they're like 18 minutes long or something.
I'm not really watching the show.
And
I haven't watched a lot of it.
Okay. She has this formula where she lays out all this backstory and builds something for like 20 minutes. And then like the conclusion seems inescapable. Now, personally, I try to take MSNBC, Huffington Post, Fox News, and The Blaze
CNN.
Or whatever with a grain of salt. CNN, especially lately, I used to argue that CNN wasn't biased, and then
biased as fuck.
I feel like, especially lately, when Trump started battling CNN started becoming, a warring faction of Trump, and now that's just who they are, right? They're anti-Trump. But anyway, watching her build her story, it's really powerful, and she's exploding in popularity. I don't know that it's really honest, because it's always like, some obscure CIA agent that you've never heard before who met with this guy in like unspecified-istan, and you're like, okay, take that little nugget, put that away, and then before long, all these puzzle pieces are put together, and it's like, well, shit, like, you're making a lot of sense. I haven't fact checked any of this. Like, I don't have the background to dispute a single thing you said, because it's all obscure little pieces.
And they all do like the bamboozling thing where they'll be like, well, why do you think that healthcare should be XYZ? Well, first of all, it's undeniable that crime is up in Seattle. It's taxes have been raised in Delaware to the point people are furious at the government. I was speaking to someone over, and it's like they say a bunch of things that may be true but have nothing to do with the point at hand, and then try and get the other person to either take the bait on one of the points they laid, so that they don't have to talk about the actual thing. It's just annoying to watch, because it's like a bunch of people talking to each other, acting like everybody watching is a complete retard, where it's like, do you think we don't notice what you're doing, Rachel Maddow, Kellyanne Conway, all of you, like you sneaky fucks, like you think that we thought, wow, she answered that question. Like, wow, this is a big tax relief, Rachel Maddow. You fooled us all. Like, you've come out with the golden goose of news stories. Like,
yeah, Rachel Maddow doesn't do that. She does other stuff, but she doesn't. I've never seen her have anyone non-friendly on her show. Right, her show is an echo chamber. Whereas like some of these other guys will at least like Bill O'Reilly, for example, will love just going head to head with someone who disagrees with him. But
he does seem to enjoy that.
Yeah, and he has it's not always substance either, but he has a style that is super hard to beat.
He's very aggressive. He looms over them.
Yeah, he looms over them. He'll cut them off if he needs to. He's a big guy. He's got a booming voice, and even stuff like, okay, Harley, here's the last word, go. And it's like, if you don't have a prepared speech, you look like an idiot.
Yes.
Yeah, and most people. I have nothing. Yeah, and most people aren't ready.
And neither does your party, and let me tell you why.
Yeah, most people aren't ready. Well, nowadays maybe they are, but like some people weren't ready for it. They looked like fools, and they would lose. And
if you want to watch good debates online with the news shit, just look up Ben Shapiro.
Oh yes,
Ben Shapiro debates. He's
very good. Ted Cruz is good too.
It's fun to watch debates. Ted Cruz is, whether or not you hate the guy or not, he's the best debater in our government. He's
master
incredible.
Debater.
He's a master debater. But Ben Shapiro's clips,
he's a master debater.
I love watching him just embarrass people, where he's like 4 legitimate points ahead, and they're like, but you don't just want to pay more taxes and help people or something. And then he's like, well, actually, like shit, like, he's the best. I love that guy.
He's crazy.
I can't say
as a source.
I can't say I agree with like a lot of the things that he says. Ben Shapiro here, I've gone in some crazy Ben Shapiro rabbit holes before.
Yeah.
And I definitely disagree with him on a whole bunch of things, but he's the only person that has ever said certain things on certain topics where I've been like, whoa, when you put it like that. Like, I still disagree because, like, and I get to a place where, like, I'll be in my head, I'll be like, I disagree because in my heart, what you're saying feels wrong. But you're the first person that has ever put it into words that it's registering my brain. And he is really good at speaking. And that's a guy that, like, pulls facts out like crazy. Like, I'm always like, I'll like watch like one of his things, or I'll watch like his like, I'll listen to on the background, like his little like podcast thing there.
Yeah.
And I'll just like hear something and I'll like go and look at it. I'll be like, I gotta look that up. Is that for real? No, he's a trip. He's a trip and a half.
You mentioned
he really
pulling
rips
facts
on
out.
both sides.
Really good at tying it back to the Holocaust, whatever he's talking about.
A guy who pulls facts out like crazy and has just fully disappeared is Milo. And we had Milo Yiannopoulos on the show, so I don't know.
Oh, did you? Which episode was it?
I wouldn't know the number, but you could search PKA.
It was a while back.
Milo.
So impressed. I was testing. I'd be so impressed if you knew the numbers.
Yeah, I should have.
I don't know what episode
226
now.
I don't know what episode this is.
Yeah, I do. It's on my
328,
screen. It is 328.
There we go.
But yeah, so Milo got into all that trouble because he kind of said that he had these relationships when like he almost came off pro-pedo, but from the child's perspective, and like he was
trying
kind of
to rationalize
some experience he had gay sex when he was a little kid, and everyone in the media powers sort of shot fire at him in the same 2-3 days, and then he just disappeared. Like, is he being blackballed? Yeah, he had a statement. He fought back for a little bit.
Simon and Schuster said they were going to publish his book, and then looks like he's kind of laying low right now. Haven't heard anything.
I think he found a new
Wait, what
publisher.
happened? What did he do?
Okay, so here's the deal. Do you want to go, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, I'd love to tell this. He was recounting some experiences from his childhood, from when he had an older man who was a priest, and he was like 13 or 14 or something like that, and he was basically describing pedophilia that had happened to him in sort of a way that was like, hey, I wasn't a victim. That guy taught me to give great head, and that's a common thing that you see in the gay community. You see an older man and a boy. And later he tried to pull that back a bit and be like, boy is just what we call, a sexual partner who's younger than you. You could be a 22-year-old boy, but he said boy, and we were talking about 13.
Like you left out the gang bang, right? Like he said his first experience was a gang bang with a bunch of older black guys, and then like you said he had the priest, but that was he did it many times, and he said father whatever taught him to give head, and he said that he was the sexual predator in that relationship, that he was the one like seducing these older men, and yeah, he just and then like Kyle said, he said that he said it was common in the gay community, but he explained that oftentimes young gay people don't have like a father in their life, so there'll be like an older gay man who does accept him for who he is, and who does is kind of willing to help him go through this like sexual maturation when their family's not there for them, and when you lay all that out, it really turns into, you can paint it as a pro-pedo stance. And that's what happened to him. And, yeah.
When was that?
Call it 3 months ago. Does that sound right?
Well, the controversy happened like 3 months ago or so, but he had made those statements several times in varied amounts. I mean, he talked about some of that stuff on our show, like he came on here and talked about the gangbang and I think maybe the sex with the priest and stuff like that. He talked about that, but the instance in which he described it in a light that really got him into trouble happened on a different podcast that he was doing. I don't know if it was his show or
the Drunken Peasants podcast.
It was the Amazing Atheist podcast.
But it was a late night
a year ago.
speaking sort of situation, and got him in a lot of hot water, cost him millions of dollars probably, and a lot of fame and influence, and it's hard to it's hard to figure out how much money he's lost from all of this. It's a real shame. that he said
his book is going to sell a fuck ton on Amazon. He'll make a lot of money with that.
You know?
I have no idea.
It's called Dangerous Faggot.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I thought that was the name of his tour.
I think the book was too. And they were filming a documentary for the tour.
I think that's, I mean, I've only gone down a Ben Shapiro hole because I went down a Milo hole. And the Milo hole led to a Ben Shapiro hole. So my Ben Shapiro hole was an extension of my Milo hole. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that I'm really certain of with that guy is that I think that's excellent branding for his tour. And I think it's a great name for his book, if that should be his name. Because it made me look at it. And I saw a picture of something and I stopped. I was like, oh, wait a second. Who's this guy? And that was before all the crazy hype and all these videos on Facebook. Now I go on Facebook, I'll see like 15 things, you know? Mm-hmm. But it was kind of like, this was like 11 months ago. He wasn't really doing the rounds a lot.
He's got an interesting career. He made his bones as a provocateur, right? Like, and it's interesting. He just takes whatever side will get people angry on the arguments, which makes me wonder, where's the truth? Like, you know, he was definitely for... I think he was for internet censorship or something when it was about Gamergate, and then he was against it when he became a Republican, or vice versa. Like, there's definitely some positions that shifted, whichever one was more favorable to him, just like poking at people. And then, he made.
Well, you've got the innate hypocrisy that he's a practicing Catholic. With all of the other stuff,
gay and
not just gay, but like
trying to remember what else.
Like he's not gay in sort of a Catholic friendly kind of way. Like I know that there's a.
He's not like the Pope.
Yeah, he's not like the kind of gay that the Catholics would want in their church, and there are gays that they would want in their church. He's like crazy, like I like to have gangbangs with lots of guys, just come everywhere. Yeah,
not
lots
just
of
guys.
sex.
He's particularly fond of big black men. That's his thing.
I'm dark, I do. Dark as the night.
and it. So I don't know what his real life is like, but the way he describes it is, slutting up new black bulls every night or something, like that.
He frames his whole life in a way that it seems like every one of his things that he likes is almost a get out of jail free card for a different scenario, where it would be like, he talks about how much he likes black guys, and so he has a built-in just card right there. So when someone's like, you're racist, he's like, oh no. You've never actually seen me dating a black guy, but I take my word for it. I only go with black guys, Or it's like, hey, you're a homophobe. Ha! No, I love dick. I'm gay. There you go. I got that card. You hate women. I couldn't possibly. I don't think about them less. I'm gay.
You're anti-Semitic.
You're anti-Semitic. I'm Jewish.
I'm Jewish. That's one.
That's what it is. It seems like everything he says, it's so that he can be ostentatious on some topic and be all flamboyant, and then backpedal a bit if it gets a little too real. And
what he's going to be next for?
Well, I have all of these.
Oh, that if he transitions to a woman, we'll know for sure that he's just fucking with us. That we'll know then because that's got to be what's coming next. Because if he does that, nothing will touch him. I mean, fucking the Kardashians' mother now killed that person in traffic, and then transitioned, and we were like, oh, that's cool. Negligent homicide. Who cares? Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner.
No, Bruce Jenner killed someone.
Yeah,
Bruce Jenner did
kill
someone. I was right. Yeah.
Was it? No, it was Caitlyn Jenner who killed someone.
I think Bruce did it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, legally speaking, Bruce did it because the name hadn't been changed or any of that stuff. Bruce Jenner killed that person, and then Caitlyn Jenner had to answer for it.
I totally like the idea that the Kardashians were kind of falling off the map a little bit.
Her
and
answer
then
was,
Bruce is like, all right, I'll take one for the team, and switched over and became a girl.
You just know he was on that PR call. Like, you want me to do what? Like,
so did you watch the Chappelle show, the Chappelle specials, or either?
I haven't watched them yet.
No, not yet.
No, I didn't see
He's got a great fucking Bruce Jenner joke. He's talking about. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah, I did not. I stopped. I stopped.
Yep. Well,
they're excellent. So anybody out there who's listening, if you like Dave Chappelle, or maybe you're just too young to appreciate,
I think I'm gonna watch one right after this.
Dave Chappelle. They're fucking great. I couldn't help but I could not watch them back to back because one of them finished and I was like, oh, oh shit, that's the last joke. Oh man, that's the last. Nope. Episode 2.
That's
and that's
cool. Like
exactly
a
how
good
it's
book.
formatted. Yeah, it's formatted in episodes, but they're completely separate specials across the country from one another. And the one where he's smoking weed is in Austin. He's in Austin, and he's like, "Hey, anybody got a smoke?" And they throw up cigs, and then he like palms the cig, and out comes a joint, and he lights it up like he's not. It's hilarious.
I find my favorite comedians are usually the ones that disappoint me the most. Like Bill Burr and Louis C.K. to me are top of the heap, right? But when they come out with their next special, it's not going to live up to the ones that put them there. You know, for me.
Yeah.
Well, don't you find Louis C.K. has been delivering quality consistently, and like Bill Burr is like, it's like every joke for him is like this with me. But if you're into it, if you really like him, what he does on his Facebook is during lots of sporting events, like basketball games and stuff, he streams live. So just put it up next to you while you watch basketball, and he'll do like the sports casting, and he's pretty good at it. It's pretty funny, and it's really interesting, and just mute your
Joe
TV.
Rogan does that. It's excellent.
What's that?
Joe Rogan does that for the
Yeah.
UFC. You know, he's the color guy for
he
like
does
a
this
lot
with-
of the events, but he does like a companion sort of
Yeah,
live
podcast.
podcast thing.
But like
People
to the
love
comedy
it.
point,
I don't like it.
Bill Burr, like his like Louis C.K., his most recent 2 specials, I think I didn't like as much, but it's only because I liked his earlier ones so much that I held that standard of like, oh, this isn't just gonna be funny. This is gonna be a hoot. This is gonna be the best fucking thing all
I'm
year.
in the minority.
Get
on
the
Louis
Depends
CK.
out. I'm going to pee myself for this one.
Yeah,
and then it can't
it was
live
2
up
or
to
I
that.
3
think
ago.
Joe
I stopped
Coy
liking.
is a better comedian, like by a factor of 10 than Louis C.K. Like I watched his new special, that Joe Coy guy. He's half Filipino. He's the one that like often mocks his Filipino mother and her English and like her cursing and stuff like that. Special's really fucking funny. I just Louis C.K. doesn't make me laugh. He's just a miserable he's just old and fat and ugly and pathetic, and he has one thing that he's good at, and that's being miserable and witty, and that's his whole thing. It seems to me, it's like, life's awful, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's not truly like he's not actually like a depressed comic. It's like he has a weird kind of arrogance in his depression where it's like, I have all this success and I'm still so upset all the time. It's because I'm deep and I got shit on my mind. Like
the opposite of that.
He was so much funnier on O&A like 8 years ago or whatever it was than he is now, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know. I think I would say that I believe Louis C.K. is the funniest comedian alive right now. I would give him that title. I think he's hilarious. I do agree. It's like, like a tired ass comedian, like, you know, depressed or whatever. Like I get that angle and how it's always been, but his is like, it's different. It's more like just like real, like raw. Like I love that whole bit he has about his kids and how he's not saving them any money. Like, and he's not keeping any behind for them. Like that's genius. That was good. I actually saw him at the airport in LA when I was coming back to Canada, and he was there with his hat. He just had like a hat on, and I looked at him and I turned and I saw him and I was like, oh shit. And he was like,
He said the same to you.
you know, he just
He's an
doesn't
epic mealtime guy.
And I'm like, hey, big fan. And he's like, thank you. And then he got on the plane, and he was actually sitting on the plane next to that guy Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. But just to compare, I also ran across Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle was in Santa Monica about 3 years ago, so he was still off the radar. Like he hadn't returned yet. And I didn't see him. I didn't know he got jacked. So I'm looking at him, he's walking, and it's Dave Chappelle, but he's jacked and he has headphones on. But he's staring, and I know it's him. I'm looking at him, I'm like, and he's getting closer, I'm like, I get, like, he's just close, and I'm like, and he goes like this, he goes, I'm like, okay. There was tons of people who were filming and stuff, tons of people around. He literally shushed me before I said anything, and I was like, I got you.
That's nice. Oh, good for you.
I wouldn't have pulled it. No way. I'd be like, Dave Chappelle! Dave Chappelle! I'm Rick James, bitch! I ruined his fucking
just do,
day.
like, every single thing he hates. I literally thought, the thought that crossed my mind, like, really quick was, I was like, I could make him remember me forever, but he will also hate me forever.
Yeah, he's gonna put me in a bit. It's Dave Chappelle. I'm gonna ruin your day, motherfucker. Oh, come here. Let me tell you about high school when we watched your DVDs over and over. You'll love it. Like
that, like just little shushing motion has got to be like the best thing to do to someone who recognizes him, because it's not like hey, settle down. It's a thing where it's like, hey, me and you are in on it, but for the rest of them. And so then in your head, you're like, yeah, just me and my buddy Dave. It's like just keeping a secret for him. See you later.
Dave walks away, and you're like, that was fucking Dave Chappelle, man. Can you believe it?
I tripped out. I was like, yo, he's back now.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit, Dave.
I was like hitting people. I'm like, look, that's Dave Chappelle. They're like, that guy? I'm like, he's Jack now. He said shh to me. I swear.
They're all like, they see some big dude walking away with Beats by Dre, and they're like, dude, are you fucking, that's not Dave Chappelle. And they all laugh.
You think they look the same? I met two celebrities, and I fucked up both of them. One was a WWE wrestler, and he was gigantic, enormous. He had long hair, and I don't know my wrestlers enough to know who it was, but I recognized his name, Brown. It was long, and I think he was like bigger than other wrestlers because he was just
the Big Show.
No, that's not long hair. The Big Show weighs 500 pounds, and
I'm not sure. He was gigantic. No, and that guy's bald too.
Was it? It doesn't matter.
Anyway, so I didn't actually talk to him because I didn't want to be like, "Oh yeah, I love your stuff. What's your name?" And the other guy I met. I was at the same baggage claim. He played Jesse in Breaking Bad. What's his name?
Aaron Paul.
Something.
Aaron Paul.
Yeah, Aaron Paul. Everyone was making a big deal of they weren't bothering him. They were just like, that's Aaron. Like everyone was whispering amongst each other, pointing to him, and I just sort of noticed him and then didn't bother him.
It was so cool meeting Farva from fucking Troopers. Like I was like, I'm gonna bother this guy. Like he's not like when we saw Steven Seagal that time. It was like, I'm a little afraid to even. Excuse me, Mr. Seagal, Sensei Seagal. Like I'm not gonna do that. But I was like, I got to talk to Farva. I told her, I was like, we watched your fucking movies over and over. I love that shit. When's the next one coming? And we talked about when the next one was coming and everything. It looks just like he does in the movie. It was really cool.
I was at the peak of my YouTube popularity when I met Shaq, and he was in an MLG event, and they were keeping me away. And I guess I was so arrogant, but in my head, I'm like, you're treating me like everyone else, because at an MLG event in 2012, I am a pretty big deal too, right? Not everywhere, but at an MLG event in 2012, I am WoodysGamertag. And the fact that that didn't let me get in close to Shaq. I didn't throw a tantrum or anything, like Optic X did.
I would see Shaq. Oh yeah, he did. That's funny.
He did. No, tantrum is totally overstating it, but he really felt entitled to go see Shaq up close and be cool with it and stuff. But definitely not a tantrum. It was just I guess he was saying the things I was thinking, hey bro, this is an MLG event. I'm a big deal here.
Shaq doesn't want to meet me?
Well,
yeah, right.
That's why what you got to do is you should have rolled up to that place with your own security. So you get closer to Shaq, and your security's like, excuse me, please. Excuse me.
Can we make a path here? Make a path for Mr. Gamertag. He needs a wide berth.
Dude, I was... So I had
O'Neal, could you...
There was a Halo player named Pistola, and of all the Halo players, he was the one that I liked the most. I don't know, just he's really good at the game, and he had this young kind of nice vibe about him, and so young, almost he's on a ride of his life, and I just really liked him. And Hex, when he introduced me to Pistola, he did a secret handshake with him. He was like, Pistola! And there were no sound effects; those are just mine. And
I like those better with those sound effects.
Yes. And then I met him, and we just did a regular handshake, and I felt it put in my place. But I did meet him, so that was cool. Anyway, these are probably not great stories, but they were a big deal to me. Yeah, so I met Pistola.
You guys want to call it a show?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's special?
Tell us.
It's my first time staying until the end.
Oh, tell us where we find you. Pimp something.
YouTube.com/Harley Moore. I try and put up videos daily. YouTube.com/Epic Mealtime. Lots of food. And Harley Plays on Instagram, Snapchat. Epic
Nice.
Mealtime on Facebook. All that,
All the stuff.
Go check out the Harley ecosystem. Links in the description.
And check out SmartMouth, Squarespace, Blue Apron, and Lyft, as well as Texture. Links for all of them down in the description as well.
PKA.
Services.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Find products and or services.
Okay. PKA episode 328.